Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are currently on the second part of the retrospective of 2023. The second part is going to be probably the best so far. As I said, the first part concerned the month of January to month of April. Just a quick rerun of the things. It started with, as I said, a very, very dangerous situation and a decisive victory, defensive victory on the part of the Russians on the Lugansk Kharkov Oblast front. The Ukrainian push was first blocked, then stabilized, and then slowly, painstakingly rolled back. Not as much as we would have liked, given the number of mobilized, but the quality, unfortunately, initially wasn't there. People had a lot of will to fight, but unfortunately, the Russian supplies, logistics, and support for these troops wasn't sufficient all over the first period, so the first four months of the year 2023. However, that success actually cost, in retrospective again, a lot more to the Ukrainians that they were hoping for. They chewed way too much, and this I made a map today explaining why the situation in Kharkov, why the Kharkov counteroffensive in 2022 was as much a relief for a lot of Russian high command boomers, let's call them like this, because the contact front was about 300 kilometers, 271, but actually a bit longer because I cut it a bit short. It was more or less to explain how the line of contact was. But if you check the actual map of the line, the 9th of September 2022, the whole line is about 321 kilometers or 327, one of the two. But basically, it was 300 kilometers long. Partially, it was next to the Russian border in Kharkov, but on other parts, it was as deep as 80 kilometers. Uh, so why do I say that it was a kind of relief? First of all, the push to Balaklia was supposed to be the second teeth or the second part of the jaw that would gobble the rest of the Donetsk Oblast. This unfortunately was stalled, and the Russians didn't give enough troops, probably because they overused them both to defend Kherson and to advance in Lugansk. This, as I said, opened the situation where a depleted Kharkov defense line was completely overplayed by Ukrainians who had all the leisure to use the train transportation to bring as much as possible assets to basically go into this counter, while for a whole month they had blocked and stabilized the Russian efforts in Kherson with a counterattack that started approximately 3.5 weeks before the counter in Kharkov. So, with this double move and the Russians still reeling from their success in Lugansk Oblast, the premises for a crumbling, mostly on the Kharkov front, weren't that visible. There was a lot of talk about the fact that the troops were barely holding, that artillery was starting to miss it, so on and so on. The logic, as I already explained, and this is undeniable, is that the Russians were stretched way too thin in Kharkov, mostly because they were relying to the fact that the Russian border was closed, and there wasn't a real threat to Kharkov when it came to HIMARS. Actually, this was a lie, because Kharkov was the first place to be attacked by HIMARS. The first recorded case of HIMARS was against a position in Izium, not far from Izium actually, and it almost cost the life of one of the most renowned war correspondents old Edi, Starshi Edi. So, with this retrospective, we can perfectly see that for the Russians, it was a kind of a relief that it went that fast, that they didn't had to drag their feet. Of course, it was a disaster when it came to material, and it was a moral hit. But it, as I said, once again, it allowed them to both have a more defensive position in a natural feature, which initially was supposed to be Oskol, but they were pushed back beyond Oskol, and they established the Svatovo-Kremnaya line. However, as I said, strategically, given the fact that the Russians didn't get caught in a kind of cauldron, so they would lose 5 to 10,000 people. The loss is actually for the Balakleya Kupiansk push were probably less than 2,000 casualties in total, which is still a lot for about 17 days. But once again, it was how it was. It was a masterstroke on a sense due to the fact that the Russians overextended themselves in 3 fronts. And, well, unfortunately for the Ukrainians, their push started to hit the hard, as I explained last time, at the moment where the Russians were coming online with the first better trained mobilized forces. Fast forward, we are in end of April, and in between there was the first sign of what was to come. So basically, end of April, everybody knew, us included, given there were the infamous or famous Turk Shaker leaks. These leaks, I explained once again, could have gone under the radar a lot more and kept going probably until the month of May. But due to the actions of a group of pro-Russians who were too butthurt to accept that Western intelligence was going to be biased, they manipulated one of the CTREPs, and basically this gave a lot more visibility to these leaks. It attracted Bellingcat, who basically wanted to disprove it, but in order to disprove it, they tried to find where the source article is. Once Bellingcat started to sniff to find the source, the New York Times was on the breach, and then the Washington Post as well. This gave a manhunt and basically contributed to the arrest of Jack Teixeira. Once again, please, Putin monkey, free my dude, find a solution, just get the guy out, because he gave to the Russians, I think, a sense of validation of their positions. And unfortunately, also showed that the Western intelligence mostly was still relying on very bad, uh, I'd say, pointers from Ukraine on many, many accounts. Now, I would like to give you a booster and say, when it comes to the preparation and the counter itself, multiple articles have been written there. The most comprehensive Cover My Ass article was published in 2 parts by the Washington Post. I would encourage you to go and check Lord Snekotron's analysis of that article. I wanted to make one, but I think it's going to be superfluous given that Snake has already sorry, Dr. Snekotrons, not Lord Snekotrons. Snake has already said a lot of things in there. I would have been a little bit more thorough, but it doesn't matter at the end that we are thorough or not. The failure was already at the origin of this supposed counter. Now, the biggest problem that we have right now, when it comes to how we are going to state the obvious, is that if you guys remember, I had already, if you were there since the beginning of the shit show, and you would remember that in June 2022, exactly the 17th of June, the responsible for procurement and logistics on the Ukrainian side had outlaid three things. First of all, the estimated losses, which were over 2,000 pieces of equipment. We had 400 tanks, 1,300 APCs and AVs, and about 700 pieces of artillery. Now, was this true? Wasn't this true? In my opinion, I think it was at least half of those losses were true, and they were to be added to the losses already counted them by multiple sites, including Oryx. However, when I look at the type of the losses that were spoken there, actually, I tend to believe that that was true because Ukraine could not exploit a lot of the supposed equipment that they had. So maybe it wasn't a direct destruction by Russia, but simply Ukraine didn't have during those days the capability to restart the process of refurbishment, re-equipment, and production. Why? I already said between March and June 2022, half of Kharkov was literally obliterated. And even though the Ukrainians were pretending that the tank prom was still functioning, and we saw T-80s BV being attempted to be pushed in, they never came out, by the way. And most of the T-80s BV were actually refurbished in Lviv or in Kiev. That too, I mean, those two premises were visited a couple of times, but unfortunately, a big city like Kiev has more than enough storage room to be able to put together 10 to 15 refurbished tanks per month. However, a lot of this changed because they basically reached their bottom line. Second point that Karpenko said at that time was that they needed more or less uh, enough equipment. So we were speaking about more than 6,000 pieces of equipment in order for them to have 40 brigades, in order to be able to push all over the front line back then and to recover their territory and win. When I made my analysis on the maneuver assets alone, the troops needed, according to the Ukrainians themselves, between 48 and 60,000. Now, once we do this analysis and we see that they needed like 1,000 tanks, 1,000 artillery pieces, like 4,000 APC AVs, the logic was rather sane. Let's be honest about it. They didn't need that many tanks because the Russians were losing a lot of tanks given the type of employment they had. On top of it, in June, the logic was slightly changing. The Russians had completely moved out from the north of Ukraine. Kiev was quote unquote safe. Chernigov was safe. Sumy was safe. And in end of May 2022, the Ukrainians had achieved a great success by freeing both Chuguyev and Trostianets in Kharkiv, which allowed the train network, the rail network around Kharkiv to function properly again, and also to allow the western part of Kharkiv to be outside of Russian artillery. Now, as I said, this was one part that contributed to the counter later in September, but what it did, most of it, was that the Russians actually started to enact their own plan, which was Donetsk, Lugansk, Zaporozhye, Kherson. And through that plan, I think it's my sentiment, I'm pretty sure we're going to read that, at the moment when the buffer in Kharkov fell, the Russians had also understood that they had missed their chance for Nikolaev as well. And the logic at that point, don't forget that around the end of month of May, they also evacuated Snake Island, which was also logic because it's literally a post stamp of an island, so within reach of missile artillery and airplane from Ukraine. At that moment, that was an omen for, I think, the Genstab on the Russian side to say, okay, guys, what we did initially had a purpose. That purpose was more or less fulfilled. Unfortunately for us, we cannot. There is no more tactical sense, for instance, to occupy places like Tsaplinka in Kharkov Oblast. Balaklia was interesting, of course, but once again, it was a beachhead in a sea of Ukrainian forces, and also Kherson slowly, um, despite the control and the counteroffensive that pushed back the Ukrainians beyond Singurivka, was showing that the way out, in my opinion, once again, was to leave whatever they were occupying beyond the Dnieper, because sooner or later, given the capabilities that the Ukrainians got all along 2022, and the immediate start to target the Antonovsky Bridge, both the road bridge and the rail bridge, and of course the Kakova Dam, when they actually prepared the uh, large destruction and catastrophe that happened in the month of June 2023. Now, all this, I'd say, preparation, I think, had a profound and distressing signal for the Russian leadership, the political one, because the military, I think, started to say, guys, we need to get the fuck out of here. Even if we get to Krivoy Rog, even if we get to Nikolaev, right now we do not have the forces. Then the forces is not that much because there weren't troops. There were enough, I think, if they had tried for Nikolaev. But what there wasn't there was a artery with supplies. Given that the only artery back then was the trio of bridges, as I said, the two Antonov bridges plus the Kakova Dam, the major ones, because there's a fourth one as well. Well, you understand, you got a limitation. You're gonna have choke points, even if you are to push through. You are limited. It's not like in Zaporozhye where you have this whole fucking front and you can literally go through the steppe, of course, with sometimes very bad results. But most of it, once again, is that logistically, Kherson beyond the Dnieper was handicapped for both offensive purposes and defensive purposes. So I think somewhere around the month of June, the Russian military started this powwow within it to try and present a way to disengage from Kherson to the political leadership. I think that Putin found that extremely negative because, and in a sense, he was extremely right. You need to understand this. If you leave Kherson, it's not as much the signal that you get, but also leaving Kherson without reducing the threat that comes from the other side is just asking for trouble. And therefore, I think from the month of June, the plan was hatched more or less. So, how should they move out? I think the Americans knew of this. That's why they pushed the Ukrainians to absolutely start thrashing the forward lines in Kherson. And then, of course, Kharkov happened. But the point is that the crucial moment for the defense in depth that started to happen from November 2022 until even now, because they are still making trenches and defensive positions, dates from roughly the month of June. And I don't know if you guys remember, but month of June we had this concrete prefab positions that were supposed to cover the lines. At the beginning, I thought that it was going to be something serialized, and of course, Russian propaganda and military careers showed these things. We saw also T-62 make its appearance as a mobile pillbox, let's call it like that. And I thought that they were preparing for a defense on depth, and they were going to, although Kherson, North Kherson has not that much depth, we are speaking about 40 kilometers max. So basically, you don't have enough space to move. I already explained how it works with the backfield. It's a lot like American football, but basically, the more buffer you have, the more you can organize, especially logistically, on the back line. So North Kherson was in bad shape to that point. It had the inulets and other confluent rivers as a physical separation. But as you saw when it was crossed in August, the depth of water was less than a meter at some point. So basically, they could move on their own. So this whole perfect storm meant that end of June, the campaign to start digging and preparing the ground had its first iteration. The first campaign, I think, when it comes to Zaporozhye in trenches, was mostly to start measuring the fire angles. And this is what, at some point, we had these pictures of measurement radars in southern Kherson, but they weren't nearby the front. What they were doing, they were preparing fire lines, and they were mapping the fire lines over Kherson, over Zaporozhye, and over southern Donetsk. At that moment, I need to admit, I had no idea that they were going for that. I mean, nobody in around June and July and August was thinking about the Russians pulling out. Now, fast forward, they pull out in November, and from November about until March, you got the first level of fortifications. In March, Ukrainians try to interrupt around Robotine as a probe. They get creamed, but absolutely smashed. However, they also reveal that the Russian planning, while not being that bad, has omitted a lot of situational awareness problems. One of them, as I said, a couple of trenches are in the lowlands against highlands up top. Well, this thing was because, and now I understand it, and I'm going to take two cases, one around Kopani and the other around Verbove. Sometimes putting your defensive position under, although it is exposed from above, because both sides have drones now, makes it still very difficult for the attacking troops to see you. And this is what happened on the 15th and 16th of March 2023. The troops who were attacking the secondary positions of the Russian army did not see the primary positions because they were hidden under, I'd say, a tree line. And instead of keeping the bombardment from the higher point to the lower point, therefore suppressing them, advancing, taking the positions for the probe and setting the stage for maybe an exploitation, they actually advanced. So they went on counterslope and allowed the invisible so-called trench to absolutely decimate them. And this is where I think initially I had judged the Russians pretty bad, no mines, low land, etc. But actually the reality is that there was a method to the madness. It wasn't perfect, quite the contrary, but there was a method to the madness, and you could see a very good application. You guys probably or not have seen the tentative analysis by Tatarigami of hidden quote unquote positions within the Russian defense perimeter. Now we know, according to everybody that had partaken in this counter, that apparently, again, there was no hidden thing. There, everything was known to them. However, they still managed to get butt fucked by things that were so obvious to them. Now, let's go back to the third point that was said in 2022 in June by the chief of procurement of the Ukrainian army. The third thing that was said, first of all, was we lost that much. Second of all, we need that much, and they need mostly 40 brigades. And that there was a one line that nobody, I mean, I think someone paid attention because I did. And as I said, I'm not like mega brain, quite the contrary. But what he said is that with these forces, that would allow us to push for the whole line of front. But this was a mistake. And when we know now the analysis that happened or the wargaming that happened, the equipment required, although it was roughly 1/4 that was given to what was requested by the Ukrainians in June 2022, still relied on a very logic pattern from the American side. As you read the article, they wanted a mechanized push in a rather narrow strip and then start the exploitation. Now, this has to do with a lot more than just a bad idea, not enough equipment, and we had this situation because a second demand by Zaluzhny early in 2023 actually asked for about 10 brigades trained by NATO, about 1,000 vehicles. He got more than them. And he asked for a series of facilities like a lot of HIMARS, etc., 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 etc. So demining vehicles. Uh, so when you analyze what was said in June 2022, of course, the front was so large. That's why they asked for 40 brigades. But the reality, when you see it, they still wanted to go for the whole front. So my point is the following: Ukrainians, since the beginning, they were not going to start narrowing down their efforts. They have maximalist goals. The political leadership in Ukraine, unfortunately, is not a sane actor anymore. What they want to do is go back to the 91 borders, which would be legitimate for any government, by the way. I'm not trying here to be extremely pro-Russian, although I am. The thing is that if you are a political leadership embroiled in a battle for quote-unquote survival, and you have the possibility, thanks to your sugar daddy, to regain every single inch and some more, you will do it. That's the whole point of a war reversal. However, those maximalist goals mean that instead of going in the modern thunder run, as the Americans would have liked it, to cut the Crimean land bridge, which, by the way, that objective as well is completely retarded. Mostly because the Zaporozhye axis they're trying to exploit is extremely large. So you are going to have your lips from the gap that you are going to create closing up on you. And the only point to have enough space and also impede to those lips to go. And I said where to use the only terrain features that you have in Zapo, which is very flat, and it is a fake valley between two rivers. I already made a post over that. I'm going to post the plan that I had foreseen, which was more or less used by Ukraine, but it wasn't used as I thought it, which is basically you have all these brigades first open a large gap, then coalesce into a strong push, and then open back again to basically exploit what they have gained. This never happened because there was never a breakthrough. But the causes are coming, and now we're going to start the fun part. The fun part is that, and this I already made multiple spaces, the fun part is that since the beginning, what the Ukrainians wanted from the so-called allies was a streamlined, logical, Western equipped army. However, what they got was a hodgepodge of equipment. This I already said, I'm going to repeat it. You had completely unequal equipment given to them. You had Marders, you had CV90s, you had Bradleys, and at the same time you had BMP ones, which once again nobody needs to mock them. The issue is that it's just not the same. They're not compatible at all. Um, on top of it, all these IVs were not deployed into a logical orbit. So basically, let's say you have those 10 brigades, and every brigade has Bradley's, Marders, or CV-90s. That would be logical because the capability is more or less the same. Your equipment can communicate, and basically it gives you a official, potential, and reliable backbone. However, when you see, thanks to Lord Teixeira, of course, the compositions I already pointed out, you got places where your IV resource is 20 fucking scimitars. So basically, nothing. That shit is worse than the BMP by far. Then you got other places where 90 vehicles, armored vehicles, are max pros. Their firepower, and I'm sorry to say it like this, their firepower is basically a 50 cal. It's a heavy machine gun, but that thing is going to go against, let's say, a BTR 82. The BTR 82 is going to light that shit up before even they get close. And of course, that didn't even happen because those vehicles were so big, clumsy, and they needed a demine path that the Russians had a very fun time disabling them. So while Zaluzhny asked for something, he got something different. The mass of equipment that was given to Ukraine for its counter was still Soviet. Its maneuver equipment was mostly Soviet, so you had the PT-91s, the TN-72 M1s or MRs, and then you got the T-72 EAs. On top of it, Ukraine started to scavenge and find possibilities to modernize. I think they modernized somewhere between 10 and 15 T-64 BVs over 20 at the level over 22, which gave a little bit more oomph. On top of that, we saw also that they started to press far more numerously captured Russian tanks, which made it possible for them to sustain a lot longer than they were supposed to sustain their offensive actions. So the first main mistake from Zaluzhny is not to have a proper list. I'm pretty sure that he would have had a proper list, but beggars cannot be choosers, so he had to take whatever was there for him. And therefore, you have this hodgepodge of brigades when you got places and units like the 47th that has an extremely strong backbone as a mechanized infantry with its Bradleys. Although, as I explained, Bradleys have a serious lack of capability infantry-wise. And we saw this situation with the recent attack from the Vlazovites of the Free Russia Legion when they attacked the positions of the Russian military around the end of October, which ended, as you have seen, as I said, okay, that basically they lost both Bradleys, and both Bradleys have been captured, which is an absolute hilarious moment. But let's go back to what we said. You have units that are so powerful when it comes to the mechanized component, but then your armored component, your tanks are shit. Like the 47th initially was equipped with T-55s modernized. So can you even imagine what would have happened if those T-55s, M55s would have gone through and plowed the field of Zaporozhye instead of the Leopards? It would have been an absolute shit show. And probably they would have lost all the tanks right away. And not how it happened where some Leopards were possible to be salvaged. Now, the biggest secondary problem for Ukraine is that they took advantage of their surprising successes in Kharkov to literally, in my opinion, and Snake pointed that immediately, lie to the allies. And actually, I made a point about this hubris, and I said it's not possible for me to believe that the Americans are so stupid. They are somewhat stupid, but it's not possible for Americans to misestimate and underestimate or completely ignore the Russian capabilities in defense. Now we know why. The Washington Post, of course, is going to cover their asses. But if we learn that the capabilities of the Russian army were simulated given the data by the Ukrainians, then of course you are going to have a huge problem because the Ukrainians are not considering the Russians properly. And I said in that piece, I'm going to find the thing I wrote, that the Ukrainians unfortunately are lying to the Americans. They are saying bullshit because they want to put the Russians in this situation of inferiority. And of course, they're going to play the narrative of, see, we're winning, this, and that. However, during the preparation time for the counteroffensive properly, so between January and more or less mid May, something was happening. I already made a space on that, on the fact that the Russians knew. Therefore, that's what also led to a friction within Wagner, which was demanded to finish quickly in Bakhmut or just literally vacate the place and not request more ammunition. But basically, that was it. Now we know that the Russians had a timetable. They probably knew exactly when the counter was coming, and they also therefore engaged a auxiliary army to basically go after a strategic location like Bakhmut, while their own troops, first of all, were more or less preparing the mobilized to get reinstated, to get put in the front line with or less success. That's something else. But also, most importantly, in this part, is that the Russians, by first of all knowing a lot about the upcoming plan, also having a kind of validation through the leaks by the Turk Shaker, arrived to the point, to the position when, as I said, they had all the cards in the hand. They knew exactly where it was going to come. They knew exactly how many vehicles they were going to be used. They knew exactly who was going to be in front of them. And you know why? Because fucking Kiev Independent and Kiev Post made a whole series about the goddamn units. We had the name of almost everybody that counted in those units. I'm going to post you links if you want. Then, on top of it, idiots like David Axe and Hamling started harping about bullshit that wasn't there. Like at some point, Hamling spoke about in end of March, beginning of April, of a huge swarm of Ukraine's FPVs that were going to swipe the Russians out. The exact contrary happened. Now, once you start analyzing the process, how the Russians went from we gonna fuck out of Kherson, but we're gonna defend Zaporozhye, it's logical. Now the obstacles were in front of them. So more or less, after the leaks, Russians had a good idea of what was to be expected. The problem is that the Americans and Ukrainians absolutely didn't change a thing. And this is something I spoke about in the space over the interview of this guy or Fritz of the 47th that blew both of his feet. The dude, they repeated something over and over and over again before going to the location and after going to the location. So all the information, the way of dealing with obstacles and so on was based on information that was probably way too old to be properly exploited. And I'm speaking about minefields, I'm speaking about capabilities, I'm speaking about tactics, how to confront the Western vehicles. Now, the Russians did the same math as me. When you see the orbit of these things and you see that there are more or less 1,600 vehicles that were given by the West for the counter, plus let's say 200 or 300 on the other side, and you employ, as I said, a typical margin where you have to multiply 1,600 by 20. This is the margin I use for every vehicle that you're gonna get there, because you're gonna have logistics, and you go by 20 and you know exactly how many maneuver elements you're gonna have. So you are at 1,600 by 20, 32,000. I estimated them between 24 and 32, but let's say 32,000. Now we know, but I didn't knew exactly then. I surmised they would put 8 brigades out of 16 in Zapo, and then it's gonna be 4 and 4 for Bakhmut, and then for the north. But actually, the reality is, apparently, what we're learning as well is that there were supposed to be forces as well in Kherson for an attempt to disembark on the other side. Something that would look like what they're doing right now, but actually done professionally with pontoons and all that shit. Once again, when you analyze the structural forces, it's, in my opinion, and everybody's saying this now, it's made to fail. I said it before this started. I said it when it started. I said it in the middle, and I'm saying it now. When you see the kind of investment done to equip Ukraine, you have to laugh at some times. There is 1 brigade or 2 brigades that have fucking Russian senators as their maneuver element. That means they have vehicles that can be pierced by any kind of heavy machine gun. 12.7, 108 Russian, KPV 14.5. I'm not even speaking about the ZU-23s, but all this shows that some of the brigades had absolutely no place at the front line, let alone breaching a minefield. Yet that didn't bother the Americans. That didn't bother the English. Now we know, based on the article, once again, on the Washington Post, that they were gamed with the fucking equipment they wanted to give Ukraine. And they gave to Ukraine. Which meant an absolute nightmare, in my opinion. Whoever was going to operate with those, never mind how much they trained abroad or how much they trained in Yavoriv and all that shit, at some point you have to ask yourself, I'm going with a Russian senator. I do not even have azimuth. My fucking machine gun is gonna aim 90 degrees in front, and if I want to turn around, I need to put the pintle mount out and put it on the other side of the vehicle. So imagine how these guys with these handicapped mobiles were gonna fucking start and breach a minefield. The quality wasn't there. The sustainability of the system wasn't there, and on that I'm gonna add a little bit later. Um, the staging points were bad. They had already visited the locations, at least the focal point they wanted to attack, which was Robotine. They had done it. Now we know a posteriori that the logic was 1 day to Robotine, 3 days to Tokmak. Like, hello, motherfucker, what the fuck's wrong with you? And there again, as we said, based on what we know now, but we didn't know then, I think that I haven't even given too much credit to the Ukrainians. I thought they were going to, at some point, understand what was going wrong. They never did. And part of this problem, and then we're going to hit on Pindos now, was that the Americans knew, at least as I said, the CIA and Department of State knew about this problem, knew that the gains were going to be modest anyway. Yet they said, okay, whatever, it's their country, their rules, let them go. But what would have really helped the Ukrainians initially would have been aviation, because that would have pushed a lot of Russian planes way back for them to be really useful with the UMPKs. Even though the Americans didn't know exactly about UMPK right away, because the first real showing was March 2023, when they prepared the planning for this shit. But once I say this happened, one can hardly not think about the fact that the idea of not giving these planes, these F-16s, to the Ukrainians, actually took out their non-existing chance of breaking through. Now, we're going to push the analysis to something else. And we're going to crunch a bit of numbers here. And as I said, the main failure of the Allies was their lack of result when it came to forming enough troops that Ukraine could even lose them, but still have enough staying power. I already explained this. If you are forming a bit more than 5,000 troops a month, and you are expecting losses between 2 and 4,000 casualties a month, you understand that even if those casualties are not super heavy, but like the half of the casualties is actually problematic, you still are 3,000 out. So your new formation of troops is gonna just bring you the replacement for 3,000, and instead of being at 10,000, you're gonna be at 7,000. Those 7,000 gonna still lose 2 to 4. Let's say you got at 3, you're at 4,000. So in order to sustain at least one brigade, you need to lose over time 3 brigades. It's gonna be like this non-stop, and there is how your staying power disappears, and also how you cannot also the veterans, the guys gonna survive in the units are gonna be so low after 2 months that you will have to fucking rotate them non-stop. This is one thing that the Russians did pretty well. They had subunits every time, and unfortunately, they used a lot of VDV to cover the gaps. So basically, the VDV and the Marines were firefighters, if I may use that analogy. Now, once all this is said and done, there is a huge problem as well, which is execution. And execution from planning is always tricky. Why is it tricky? Because everybody was convinced apparently that Western equipment didn't need maintenance. Western equipment could eat kilometers and not need in between marches overall and refurbishment and repairs and maintenance. All this, apparently, the Western vehicles were fine. And this is also something that was already in the specialized literature. If you know how the fucking engine and generally the T-72 was rated, it's literally 2.5 hours of operation, you're going to have a problem. While the Leopard tank had a 25 hours, so 10 times better time in between failures or time in between repairs. Fast forward this war, the Leopard took, and initially a lot of it was due to the Ukrainians using it as shit, and in fact, apparently the first Leopard lost in Zaporozhye was from friendly fire. But the Leopard proved itself as an absolute shit show, that it was not adapted at all, or whatever was given to the Ukrainians. The crew was not adapted to the vehicle. The vehicle apparently was also not adapted to the place where it was supposed to attack. Of course, the minefields made it complicated, but we saw a orientation problem, something that for 2.4 and 2.6 should not happen, especially for a Leopard 2A6, so a 2.6. Those guys have BMS in there. They have GPS. Yet, in at least 3 occasions, apparently the crews of Leopards 286s lost completely their orientation and went so deep into Russian lines that they were taken out like champs. And they didn't go with a infantry or vehicular support. They literally lost their way in Zaporozhye, despite the GPS. More recently, we saw the Leopard 2A4 going through Kopani. You know the usual cope from Nafwitz. Crew survived. Well, basically, apparently there was a crew still on 204. The most important part of the neutralization of Western armor was that the Russians were not afraid by that shit. And that showed to me that there was a high sense of proficiency and training and preparation. And therefore, that's why I advanced the logic that, in fact, while Wagner was literally taking one for the team, and they would take one way longer than in Bakhmut, the Russians were actually training and preparing the defensive lines in Zaporozhye and elsewhere. To the run-up from month of April to almost the end of May, when the counter really started, Bakhmut was wrapped. And Bakhmut, now Artyomovsk, was a very difficult fight, but a fight also marred by a sense of frustration between the two components of the Russian forces in and around Bakhmut, Wagner and the official military. Sometimes the official military actually was also part of the Donetsk National Republic Army. So you had two approaches for Bakhmut. First of all was the Prigozhin approach. Bakhmut is an objective. We know how to deal with it. We are going to use what we need to go through. Plus Pierre, of course. And then you had the so-called local option. And the local option for Bakhmut failed extremely badly when they tried to go up north from the Vasilievka axis. They wanted to use their knowledge of the terrain to go all over and then pop out behind Bogdanivka and Chasovia. This, of course, needless to say, was a maximum failure and convinced the Russians to just go with Wagner and give them what they wanted until it just became unsustainable, not because there were no ammunition or whatever, but the biggest problem with that was that Wagner was hoarding a lot of very sensitive ammunition, and we saw they were attacking with fucking Gran, with Kilotovs, with Krasnopols, while there were whole areas in the Russian northern front when they could fire 5 to 10 rounds, so one fire mission or one and a half, and then they would fall silent and wait for the Ukrainian onslaught. So that part changed a lot, and that part was extremely, I think, both interesting and instructing for the Russian forces. The plan functioned perfectly because the Ukrainians showed themselves stubborn around Artyomovsk, Fortesa, Bakhmut, and so on and so on. And this not only damaged the troops that Ukraine should have had ready for spearhead both in goddamn Zaporozhye and southern Donetsk, but nothing came out of it. And the situation that Prigozhin left to the Russian military actually wasn't that good, because at some point they're stopped in they're pushed, or they were stopped in the lowlands around Ivanivsky, and they were very, 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 very ill disposed around Bogdanivka. So the reality is that both sides were having huge trouble, but the end game for the Russians in Bakhmut was basically taking the city, cutting out a very important alleyway for Konstantinovka, and adding more pressure. You could see that Bakhmut is in a certain line that I already posted out, which covers a huge part of Donetsk Oblast and literally takes out the roadway arteries of Donetsk Oblast. So that was one of the points that were supposed to fail. Of course, it took a lot of time, and there was the joke that Donbass is going to get taken in 2030. However, the difference actually is huge. And the difference was huge when it came to Bakhmut and the rest of the year, especially Avdiivka now, is that the Russians were ready to downsize as much as they could, but not lose efficiency down the road. And therefore, you had this fight between Prigozhin and Shoigu. And then the Russian ministry started to leak documents when it came to actual ammunition supply to Wagner. At the other side, Prigozhin would take the pulpit and start absolute shit show battles with whoever it was, Shoigu, Gerasimov, a series of lower officers and so on. But this, as I said, did not for a long while disturb the Russian military machine. Therefore, this was, in my opinion, the foundation act of the defense, because Wagner indeed took the city. That would mean for the Ukrainians a huge headache on how to approach and how to infiltrate the city, given that unlike what happened with the Russians that were going on, there were still people inside. The Ukrainians were using high rise and so on, but at the same time, they didn't have the resistance power. Now, the difference is that Ukrainians had armor, had fresh troops, and so on, and they went and made the stupid decision of splitting whatever equipment they had ready to go just to be used right now. So, once again, on top of the hodgepodge equipment, on top of the lack of clear and positive training for soldiers, as I said, we were around the 5,000 trained by Ukraine and co. All these things could not prepare us for what was going to happen by May 29th. As I said, one of the biggest problems, now that we also know the story from the other side, was that the planning apparently was absolutely shit. It was very comprehensible on paper, but the Snake said it best: you get shit when you put shit somewhere. I mean, you're eating what your ingredients are. You can maybe burn it, so fail to execute and so on. So that's again something else. But if you put shit in order to make a soup, you're gonna have a crappy gazpacho. So in that case, the Ukrainians. I'm not speaking about the executants. So anyone lower than major. I'm speaking about the head honchos. For some reason, they still went ahead with a situation and a plan that themselves were saying it was 50-50 in the best case scenario. So the failure, if you want, was pre-programmed. I already spoke about this. Troop number was not enough, quality of troops, too many differences between what is needed. One brigade had light wheeled tanks to fill up the quota for its tank battalion. Another brigade, as I said, the 82nd, was supposed to have challengers. But as we saw, they started having issues with the engine and motricity of the said tank, and only a few of them were anywhere near the line. And every time they were there, they had problems. One was burned. Then the accompanying 65th Brigade would lose two T-64 BVs over 22 and another over 17. So all these things, if you want, and I explained it what the problem was for Ukraine, never allowed the Ukrainians to act, at least on the ground side, as a NATO army. Not that it would be far more efficient. This is nonsense. But I'm saying that all these small delays, all these small cuts made it into a death by 1,000 cut for Ukrainians before even they had started their push. Now, the biggest problem at the start of the operation is that the start of the operation actually was a lot more successful than people think. Because the successes started in earnest in Bakhmut. So from the 29th to the 4th, there were very dangerous pushes in Bakhmut on its flanks. The Ukrainian army knew that it could not go through with the central attack on Bakhmut, so they stopped there. What they did, however, was very interesting to me, in the sense that they would do things in such a confident way, and then they would get kicked in the face, and then you had this feeling that their Russian character would pop out, they would start shitting the place or doing completely crazy heroical shit, but it was so off brand with what they were supposed to represent. Everybody saw the Minesweeper video. I don't need to represent it, but everybody is taking overly problematic chances in that video, and of course they pay for it. On top of it, one of the things that the Ukrainians counted on, but not at that point, was the Air Force. The Russian Air Force really showed up very early through either the helicopters or the aircraft. And then from there on, you would have this huge problem where Ukraine is doomed at the start. The guys know it. On both sides, they're coming. They have this huge buffer zone that Ukraine allowed the Russians to still keep in Robotine. We're speaking about more than 11 kilometers for helicopters. Helicopters could see them come almost outside of the staging ground. But all this meant that the first attack was extremely disastrous. You know how it was in Zaporozhye? It became a meme. The second attack wasn't even better. And the third attack that was supposed to happen in three waves. First attack was supposed to have a foothold in Robotine. Second attack was supposed to flank from the east. And then finally, the fourth wave and beyond was to actually be ready to take Tokmak. This, now we know, was a complete pipe dream for helicopters, guns, tanks, ATGMs, minefields, ISR, hate drops, Lancets, FPVs. All these things that we knew there. The Ukrainians knew them as well. But of course, they took the bait, and also they showed their hubris, and they literally got creamed. Now, we have numbers for Zapo, we have numbers for Bakhmut, and we have also numbers for the north. As you may remember, the first month the Russian army let everything go along. So we had these scenes about Bakhmut flanks were going to fall, defenses are crumbling, trademarked by Defense Politics Asia, which showed himself to be an absolute moron and a grifter, but we cannot have everything. Basically, the ratio that was calculated by a team or criminal, which was in manpower about 100 guys per kilometer, and in terms of vehicles, would be a company per day, happened. The ratio of losses happened exactly as we said it. I honestly am going to tell you something. The first day with a huge pile up and the absolute carnage was surprising for me. But when at least the first 2 months the things went to normal, we went to that one company per day of vehicles lost. And now the count, if you want to believe Nalcio, is at 550. I'm going to tell you is at least 710 for Zaporozhye, but it's okay. Let's roll with the Oryx number. So, 550, you are going to a roughly 16-week offensive. Well, because that was the thing of it. And the losses are there. 16 weeks multiplied for a whole fucking mechanized company, and you are at over 400. You have to multiply by 3 or 480 vehicles. Completely logical. Completely logical. There was like, we had this discussion with some people. I still to this day I cannot believe that was that easy to calculate logistically the minimum losses on the other side. Honestly, I'm completely bluffed that people like us, because you need to know we're not like brainiacs. It's just once we see numbers, we try to see what's behind it. Guys, you can do it. It's like there is a bit of autism that you need to have for some details, and you have to have a certain basis of knowledge, but you don't need to be a fucking genius for that. And the fact that it was defeated so easily on paper, of course, because you still need to fight, you still need to have that luck, you still need to have the information. But on paper, once you wargame it, there is no fucking way these people didn't knew that they were gonna get creamed. Of course, now the blame game and the logic is that the attack in Zaporozhye should have looked like actually the attack that the Russians did in Avdiivka. Jihadi Julian actually made that point. And to me, it was laughable because when I said this in beginning of October, um, everybody was like, haha, the Russians literally get slaughtered without actually paying attention to the point that they were losing key positions. Some NAFOids did. I can point them out, by the way. There's a guy named Toaster on Twitter, and he said, I'm not very sure what's going on, but I don't like how many tanks are pouring through the rail yard." And he was right. Some people can feel that things are not okay. You can understand what the breakthrough is, and the breakthrough was literally within a week. They had a foothold in the slag heap. 2 weeks they had control over it, and that slag heap is making it impossible for the Ukrainians to grab back anything from. Every time they try, they're losing positions. Of course, now it's slow. Positions are better, but we are in this grinding phase. At some point, the Russians are going to accelerate as well. This is what didn't happen for the Ukrainians. At no point, even in southern Donetsk, where they went through the small valley at the Vremensky Ledge, even then, at some point, they exhausted. Actually, at the Vremensky Ledge, they functioned like actually the counteroffensive should have worked in Zaporozhye. They used a lot of vehicles, artillery, and men to advance as much as they could, and then they were bingo on everything. And this is how beautiful it is. And this is, I think, in the Vremensky Ledge, that salient is exactly what the Russian plan was, to force a strong opponent to get into a funnel. Of course, there were losses on the Russian side. That's not. Of course, it was going to be like this, but into that funnel, the adversary lost more and more time to get those villages. It started initially with Skushne, and then the second part was already within a week. Third village was within 2 weeks, and they took easily for Staromarovsk and Uruzhany, they took easily 4 weeks for each. And then at Uruzhany it stopped. They were completely creamed. And once again, this literally show why the plan was crappy, because the only way it worked more or less how it should, the guys were exhausted since August. And this once again, we had surmised that if within 15 days certain targets weren't acquired, and the main target was Tokmak, then the counter was failing hard. Of course, they didn't even thought about being close to Tokmak with what fell into their faces. So in that sense, the only analytical, I'd say, tool that we have, except for Robotini, but Robotini is completely different because there they tried hard at the beginning, but then once they started to have major losses, then they reduced everything. So they didn't start to push, and they didn't even try to find another way to do it until they said, okay, you know what, we're going to start to kill our own people by sending them by foot under artillery, hate drops, FPVs, and so on. So when you think about it, you have an example of what they needed to do, which is Zerevsky Ledge. You have an example of what they shouldn't have done for no reason, and that's Robotine, because the piecemeal combat literally destroyed them in large part. And then we have, I'd say, independent solutions in this case, that the Ukrainians tried actually, and I explained to you, by focusing on one specific place and putting in there 10 brigades and 3 battalions, including the one special force battalion. And this was the, as I said, for Abotine, they were idiotic enough to actually post every single unit that took part in it. And I was like, oh my God, it's even worse than I thought. They had it so hard after the beginning that they literally had to pull even more units into there in order to make for the abysmal results. Now, what the Russians did that worked is something that they know perfectly, which is defense. But the most important part of this defense is that they had one major advantage, which is the helicopter. Of course, I would have liked a UCAV because at the end, those helicopters were firing about 4 Vic per mission. So in that case, a Orion would have done more or less the same job. But it was a risk because the Russians weren't sure about what kind of AD coverage they would have. This proved, in my opinion, wrong. They should have never done that. They should have taken the risk, but I'm not. I have no contact with the Russian military or the Russian Ministry of Defense. So sometimes we have had this discussion when we absolutely don't understand what they're doing, but still it manages to give a certain result that we would like to have. So let's go back to the first wave of attack. First wave actually was in Zapo front, it was in Novodonetsk. And well, you know how it went, so I don't need to tell you. I made a thread about it. They ignored everything that I were prepared to because, in my opinion, things started to get sore pretty early. And of course, within a day, they had lost all the attacking force that went back, which was a mechanized company complete. And of course, the 31st and 35th, they got absolutely battered. And you remember the posts when whatever was remaining of one battalion said, like, we just lost 2/3 of our guys in one attack between Novodonetsk and fuck, what was the name where Alyosha got his medal? Novodariivka, I think. Anyway, no problem. So basically, one attack there, complete disaster. Everybody goes home. And then nothing changed. The only big change on Ukrainian side was that they upped the ante and they doubled down with HIMARS. And once they started to show the hits, they made a very savvy PR of that. And there was this myth about 40 artillery systems destroyed per day on the Russian side, and the dooming started. Oh my God, there's no counter battery, and this and that. We had the Popov case, and within 3 weeks in the counter, we had the mutiny or the march for whatever bullshit triggers you want to do that. I'm going to call it the Shekel March. The feud between Wagner and the Ministry of Defense, of course, was long in the making, unfortunately for us, and it provided a very bad outcome for the Russians, because for exactly 48 hours nobody understood what was going on, and due to that mutiny slash hard bargaining, call it as you wish, the mind behind the defense situation, defense plan, that al-Harb was sidelined. And that was unfortunate for my taste too much. Why? Because that guy was the essence for the resistance done in Zapo. Of course, Dickhead didn't make any kind of exception. Prigozhin had his idea. He went through with it. He put the Russian military on the brink. He caused more damage in one day that the Ukrainians were inflicting on the Russian Air Force since the start of the counter, even beyond, because the last shot down plane was in May 12th, 2023, and the damage to the VKS was done, of course, in end of June 23rd and 24th of June 2023. So, yeah, the biggest problem that we can see here, that I already made a recap and we start with it, bad, completely inconsistent equipment, not enough backbone to become either a actual post-Soviet army or a NATO army. A lot of problems with the advancement of the offensive was also that the troops were lying. I don't know if you guys remember, but at some point they were selling this bullshit about how they were advancing 650 meters in the direction of Tokmak. And I'm like, bitch, you literally crossed a fucking forest line 3 kilometers from Robotine. What the fuck are you talking about direction of Tokmak? All these PR points, all this nonsense, all this lie machine hurt the Ukrainians so hard. And this whole bullshit about plans like secret, and you're like, what the actual fuck? We can see your tanks and your shit burning in the middle of Zaporozhye. What secret are you talking about? Because that's also one thing that needed to be really put down. The Russian forces that concentrated, and we have seen multiple footage of these guys. I personally have seen. I posted one just for you guys to know. The people who went to defend this place, they were equipped. They were ready. They were lions. They were fucking baboons. Of course, a lot of them died. Of course, there were casualties. But at no point these guys flinched. And now they're counterattacking with losses. And we saw the capture 204 is about 1.1 kilometer west of Robotine, but in the middle of the fucking stack. They're not counterattacking south west like back in the day. No, they're literally that high, recovering ground and pushing forward. And all the shit that Ukrainians did to capture Robotine is, in my opinion, and as I said, this is what the phase is gonna be: correct, streamline, and then big operation. Is in danger of being completely wiped out by the Russians again. And that was the plan from the beginning. It's like make them suffer for nothing and take everything from them. Once we are there, we are roughly in the month of July. Month of July, if you guys remember, there was a first problem of shortage of ammunition because these motherfuckers had overfired until the month of May all over the front to shape so-called the front. This only made Moscow angrier. Monkey just got a lot more banana envy. And the solution for the banana envy of the monkey, according to Pindos, to the Americans, is give them cluster ammunition. and strategically give them long-range attack missiles like the Storm Shadow. Initially, the Scud that followed. Storm Shadow, as I said, scored a couple of belters. It hit those bridges in between Crimea and Kherson. Those bridges were quickly fixed, but most importantly, we were expecting a lot better from the Storm Shadow. I'm not gonna lie. The impact that those missiles had, it was important. Nobody can belie it. It simply died down very fast, despite the very nice hits. One of the Ascold, when it was on the dock, one on the Rostov on submarine in repair. Very smart move, by the way. The other one on the other boat, Alligator class, big landing ship. So all this point right now, all this logic right now, is that um, the counter was in such a bad place and state that the Ukrainians started doing what they do best, which is literally fucking lie as they breathe. The use of clusters, as I explained, was a self-defeating option because it would mean that guns that could fire for longer ranges, more logical ammunition, were going to be a lot closer. And that's what we had so many Lancets taking out the guns. And on top of it, the clusters didn't provide, based on data that we have, didn't provide more death, at least for the Ukrainians. They were effective when used properly. There were people killed by cassette gas, but the frequency, the way they would die, was that it's just not. The counter wasn't going anywhere. The use of cluster didn't help, and everybody told it as game changer. I told you the article in end of July was like 3 weeks to Melitopol. We know that how it went. But the biggest situational problem is that Ukraine didn't learn from all the bullshit that it had peddled. And instead of saying, okay, guys, we need to change something, and we had that in discussion when Lloyd Austin said, like, a bit agitated, guys, you need to fucking move forward. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you not listening to our war gaming? And on that aspect, I need to tell that the Ukrainians did pretty well because I think the defeat would have been colossal had they gone uh, against the Russians the way they wanted to show. So we are roughly after the DPCM distribution. So the first strike actually wasn't even used in Zaporozhye or even in Bakhmut. It was used somewhere in Donetsk Oblast, and unfortunately, Misha from Donbass died from such attack. But it didn't change anything. Of course, Russian cause lost a guy, but the damages that were being done in general were more than manageable for the Russians. And we saw literally the confirmed killed Russians were at their lowest end of July, August. So at the thick of the cassette use. And I think that cannot be a coincidence. That is something that the guys who literally are there know perfectly why. And my answer to that was that Ukrainian lives do not matter. The goal is to just weaken and, if possible, destroy Russia. And therefore, they have this discussion where you're gonna start throwing everything at the Russians. It's not working. So the only possibility is that someone is not doing his job. And then you're gonna have all this bullshit about Ukrainians not being trained enough, or Ukrainians falling back to their Soviet system, and so on and so on and so on. The reality, however, is that there is no more edge to be had. There was no more edge. Ukrainians didn't have any edge anymore. HIMARS was being less and less efficient. And whatever it would destroy, that thing wouldn't impact the Russians in a way that actual breakthroughs would be created. On top of it, the Russians, according to almost everybody, including reports on the ground, introduced quietly, very quietly, a couple of systems of management systems that I've seen a couple of times now. If you saw the latest Ahmad video when they announced they got the height 2015.5 in Klishivka or around Klishivka, you can see that they have almost the same kind of display that the Ukrainians. The adaptability of the Russian command and control is such an evidence. That's why I'm saying that the Ukrainians didn't have any kind of chance, and every single advantage that they had, the HIMARSes, the accurate rounds, the GPS rounds, volcanoes, all that stuff, was simply not enough to put a dent to the defense system of the Russian military and the Russian state. So what happened in September? First of all, in September, I pointed out that around Bakhmut, there was a lack of intensity, and that was due to the fact that they tried something with a large ass column, including Rosomax, including I think there was a Polish tank, but basically a rather large convoy got completely smashed, and that one, in my opinion, was the end line for whoever unit was in the vicinity of Artemovsk and tried to push forward. Now, you know what happened in September? Basically nothing. And all this set the stage for the next step. And the next step would be basically the gradual and pervasive counteroffensive that the Russian military is actually, apparently, according to Ukrainians, performing. Now, Zapo was one thing. Bakhmut was something else. In Bakhmut, the gains were started to feel dangerous for the city, although they, as I said, they were also stopped in a way or another. And then we had a novelty. The Russians played their chances and their capabilities to the best extent by starting a creeping offensive up north, because they felt, as I had surmised, but as I saw them themselves, I mean, like, it's not me who told them, I just observed something, but they had a lot more insight, that the split would have been done 50-30-20 or 50-25-25, and then for as much as they wouldn't move in Zaporozhye, they would try and put more people there, so they would have to pick them from somewhere else. And the somewhere else was basically Northern Front, which was first of all almost abandoned. Then there was a reshuffle, more troops came in. These troops did not actually solve the situation, because now the Russians are still advancing, even at snail pace. So the biggest single problem for Ukraine at that point was that Russia was doing to them what they had done to Russia a year before. The northern creeping offensive was there just to fucking get them to send troops, and that's exactly what they did. They spread the little troop that had even more up north. Now, we are going to enter a phase that is going to be controversial, because we don't know who did it, But one salient point of this counter is a masterful stroke that a lot of people keep attributing to Ukraine. And I'm like, maybe not. And that was the blowing up of the Kakova Dam. The flooding killed people, put homes and houses underwater. It was, in my opinion, unnecessary. But if the damage was so extensive and the goddamn thing happens and gets blown to smithereens, well, what can we do? The flooding in that area made it impossible for Ukrainians to try anything that they might have thought to do. On top of it, for a long while, a lot of people were like, "Yeah, but see, that part there is gonna dry. They're gonna push every single tank and vehicle that I have, and they're gonna go through straight to Bilmak, and from Bilmak, they're gonna have to choose. But in any case, it's gonna be bad." However, the problem with that thought process is that it doesn't, it's not, I mean, seated in reality. As I explained, even if the ground freezes, the distance on the reservoir is beyond the shortest part is 11 kilometers. It's just going to be a robotin on steroids. On top of the fact that the moment the ground freezes enough to do whatever you want, is going to be maybe 2 weeks. We saw that with a way shorter territory, a lot more backfield, and a lot less obstacles. Robotin took an eternity to take and was still not 100% under control. So, all in all, once you see all the steps taken, I'm convinced of the efficient and solid defensive background. From the interloping ATGMs to the FPVs for select people, of course, Pseudo, Bobr, a couple of others as well. All these small things, these small details, getting absolutely smacked the first and second day. We have proper military logistics that were given to 404. And what we see 4 trucks getting torched by FPVs. Within them, there was an Avenger system. We see Tigers burning, we see Bradleys burning, we see whatever nonsense is being talked about. Now, I'm going to end the part here because I already spilled over in September and October, but mostly, roughly in the month of August, I made 2 threads about that. One was for the reverse forceps, the attempt to salvage something from the counter for the Ukrainians in order to both take over Robotine, but also open 2 main gaps, one around Prokopivka and the other next to Verbove, a bit up north to Verbove. However, I'd say the biggest problem that we're having right now with the analysis of this counter is that we do not have the story from the side of the Russians. We don't know what happened. We don't know who was mobilized. We don't know who were these guys. We don't know who commanded them. Of course, they are. You have commanding names, and you have ranks and everything. But I want to know the fucking plan. How much did they knew? Because they knew actually where from and etc. It's not the Taliban, guys. It's Russia. You need to respect that thing. And that's one of the things that literally, how can I say this, hurt me the most, is that Ukrainians should know Russians a lot better than the caricatures they want to make out of them. And this is something that, unfortunately for Ukrainians, they are just going deeper and deeper into that. Of course, the guy at the front line is shitting his pants, and he's the first to say, "Okay, the Russians are literally smashing us." He's gonna still hate the Russians, but we have had multiple clips where guys coming from the front, reading the press, reading the comments, and like, guys, are you even fucking sure about what you're printing? On the other side, you don't have idiots. You have smart guys trying to do something that ourselves cannot do. So in this whole thing, I think the rift was created within the Ukrainian military, and I think that rift is actually shining the most. I can point out to Butuzov uh, being unhappy with the lack of trenches and defensive positions up north of Avdiivka, which I already said is not true. Uh, Only the positions are way too far because probably the Ukrainians were expecting the Russians to move to a thunderous space. This isn't happening, but the Russians are there already. Reality is a lot more boring, but at the same time, this rift that you can feel every day when the guys at the lines are asking for donations, they are complaining about how the fact they have having problem with the Russians. I posted the beef between the 53rd and the 110th, and then you have tourist units who come there for FPVs, fire them to whatever, do some damage, and they get the fuck out. These mouth breathers, when it comes to anything important, they just cannot. I mean, the Ukrainian military right now is not, uh, if you want, accepting its faults. Zaluzhny goes on the economy saying, but we weren't counting on the meat market or the hordes. And I'm like, this is so much a Ukrainian thing to do, to basically fuck up everything just in order to displease the other guy. And this is unsustainable. But Ukrainians right now are in a situation, and this rift was eloquently put by Zorin, who says like the Russians are ready to attack us. They have more drones. Situation is difficult because even if we kill a gorilla of Russians, they have steady more. And at the same time, I see that in Ukrainian cities, far from the front, things are great. Like, is there even a war? And I think this is the biggest advantage for now, because whatever plan is going to be hatched, the Ukrainians are not united as they were at the beginning of the war, and for a good reason. Ukraine is suffering its first secondary consequences of the attack and the war. And that secondary consequences, as I said, is that a lot of the mobilized are not in the working market anymore. They are not in the labor pool anymore. There is a net loss. And for a lot of cities way beyond the contact line, especially in the West, the danger has subsided. It's not there anymore. So I perfectly understand the feeling, but at the same time, the infernal logic here is that, as I said, there is a huge problem within Ukraine, but also within its leadership. The Zaluzhny Zelensky problem that apparently, according to Washington Post, was in the beginning, is blowing up publicly. We had the most senior advisor of Zelensky allegedly cutting a new fucking costume to Zaluzhny in front of NATO officials. This is very weird, but it also proves, in a sense, that the faults in the counter were everywhere. They were absolutely everywhere, and this is the result. The real destruction is not as much the Russian missiles and cruise missiles destroying everything. The problem is that Ukraine hasn't gotten anything in terms of both material and personality. There is literally nothing. And this gets us to the last point of this space. The last point is that Ukraine now finds itself in the very same position it was roughly around the month of May last year, and with the possibility for the Russian side to choose where it wants to spend its forces. So, actually, a way worse position. Um, the biggest situational problem right now for Ukraine as well is that it's not as much lack of artillery, but it's the perfect storm. Its forex is going to shit. If they want to mobilize, they're going to lose hundreds of thousands of people that are not going to become productive anymore, but they're going to be paid by the state, by tax money. So basically, the state is going to lose money instead of, have this guy fight for a contract or whatever. So we now arrive to a point where the predictions are going to be both as simple but as complicated. Therefore, we first need at Timor Criminal to see where Avdiivka goes. If Avdiivka goes properly, and it's wrapped up, as I said, at the end of this month or mid-January, for the most part. So basically, they got IKZ, they are completely over Severne, and the way in and out the city is fucked. Then the advancement would be go up north from Opitne, take over Berdishi, take over Semenivka, and so on. And then indeed you have this game over, and we can rediscuss it more properly. But right now, we are just to a point that from May to August, there was only a redemption to the Russian military standards, to the Russian military officers, to the Russian military planning, and a complete beat down to every single of those categories when it came to NATO. And don't start telling me that it's the fault of the Ukrainians. The people who signed off this equipment was NATO and its allies. So the logic, once again, is that right now Ukraine is basically in a bad spot. Russia is in a better spot, but both sides need to have a uh, attempt at negotiations. And I said it has nothing to do with making peace or freezing the line. The attempt at negotiation in this case would be exactly what the Ukrainians did to the Russians in 2022. They went to fish for information, they pretended to be sincere, then they got everything that they wanted a bit extra. But that's the funny part. Nobody wanted that deal to succeed. So the problem that we're having right now is to see, okay, Ukraine is in the phase where when it bleeds, it leads, but where does it lead? Because right now they have presented also completely fantastical demands with F-18, fuck ton of tanks, half or more than half of the US stockpile of ATACMS, more planes, more ordnance, more of everything. slowly, it would be easier for them to ask for American intervention than to pretend that they want all this shit for whatever reason. Um, Unfortunately, it is what it is. Um, the Russians indeed they redeemed themselves through the defense and through the exploitation of Ukrainian gaps. But we are not satisfied. Let's be honest. We would have liked that a lot of the lost ground in Rozhany and so on was recovered, and also the ground lost overall as a, let's say, a sentiment, a sensation. You as any other Zigro right now, you are fucking wilding because the whole Ukrainian plan was fuck up. It fucked up, and they now are getting chased back. And the Russians literally launched their all their own variant of Robotine, and it's working slowly, but it's working a lot better. So in this case, in this logic, I think most of it has been done. A small recap is basically from the beginning, the planning for the Ukrainian side was shit. Um, on the other side, the Russian decision to get the fuck out in November started a long period of planning, acceptancy, and execution, while the Ukrainian side couldn't train with most of his equipment, and that I need to give it to the Ukrainians. They couldn't train with the whole of the equipment until end of March. So the real preparation, the real combined elements, maybe they were like rehearsed or whatever, but when it came to exploit anything, clearly there was not enough training. Despite the fact that everybody said that with the Americans who train, I'm like, yeah, but where is it? Like, what is the exact result of that training if you are clapped by some fucking Russian Mobik because you try to attack Novoprokopivka, you haven't cleaned your ass, and the guy comes in, slots your brother, you try perfidy, slots you as well. Tada, big victory. That encounter in Novoprokopivka, when one Russian guy eliminates two Ukrainians that are trying to direct artillery on the position, is what symbolizes that failure. Ukrainians literally went YOLO, all in with whatever they wanted to do. And now they are ending with an oversized RMV. And we have heard the cope about, oh, not a lot of Western equipment has been destroyed, so it's going to be used for the next counter. I'm like, yeah, of course, because what was destroyed massively was Soviet systems that Ukraine cannot replace, despite the fact that it's the only thing they have as tooling right now. But fear not, a rain metal factory is going to be built soon, and a ammunition factory is going to be built even sooner, minimum 3 years, in Ukraine by American contractors. Very funny thing is though that actually a lot of things in this counter make sense, and a lot of other things do not make sense. What makes sense is that the Russians were ready. What makes sense is that they completely fucked up the Ukrainians. What doesn't make sense is why the Ukrainians didn't stop this. Why the high command, Ukrainian high command, went for it in the worst fucking way possible. So, yeah, that's where we are right now. We are at the point where everything that was built from January until April was practiced between May and August, and the next episode is going to be with the consequences, the losses, the destruction on the forces. Because, of course, I can give numbers, but basically, as I said, straight up, within the two first months, we had 8,000 certificates for uh, people who were, in a way or another, wounded, killed, disappeared or whatever. And suddenly, when you make the analysis, you're like, "Oh my God, 8,000 certificates, even if it's one third of it, KIA." It was huge because 8,000 for a month or so. It was almost 40 days. You can see that with 120 days worth of counter, you are at 20,000 casualties, 24,000 casualties. At 24,000 casualties, killed, wounded, uh, missing in action, or prisoner of war, it's absolutely huge. So yeah, that's the biggest problem we have right now, is that whatever you might think of all of this, however you want to turn it, the incompetence of the strongest military in the world and its defensive alliance was exposed. For a long while, we had this fucking bullshit about how Russia is backwards and all that shit. Yes, there were problems. Yes, whatever you want, but what Russia is proving, and this is something I said also at the beginning of the war, is that they are having huge losses and are still moving on. There is no military in Europe that would be existing at this point, seeing how both sides are losing material that would make anybody like think twice. Ukraine is at over 700 tanks. Germany has 250 in total. France has 200, with at least 40 that are not functional or they're in storage. Italy has only 120 Ariete still running over the 215 that it's supposed to have. Spain, a small number. The UK, it's hilarious with their challengers. Also in the 200-300 numbers. Who else? You got Turkey, you got Greece. Of course, those guys are a bit schizo. But it makes no sample. It makes no difference at all, because at the end of the day, this was game for Ukraine, and America had literally prepared this to be an all-in. It would take them at least 6 months to rebuild anything close to what was lost in this counter. And this is the best part of it, is that the counter revealed itself to be a carbon copy of historical carbon copy of the Operation Citadel. Okay, we call that the Svinia del Ob. But this is a very dark omen for Ukraine, and we are hearing from everybody at the front. Now the thing is, and this is going to be for another space, what is going on? How suddenly, within 3 weeks after initially they were mocking the Russians in Avdiivka, how within 3 weeks that place, by what's going on there, is resonating everywhere else, because Bakhmut is going down, they are advancing Kupiansk, they are advancing even in the motherfucking Siversk front. That's the funny part. And whatever Ukrainians have tried right now to divert them, they're attacking Gorlivka, that was completely repelled via attempts to again prepare infiltrations in Belgorod and Bryansk. All this shitty, silly thing they're doing is not working. It's just showing where everybody didn't want to be, actually, but it's going there. And that is the fact that the escalation ladder right now, the Americans have reached a certain level. They could go up by multiplying whatever they can give on top of artillery rounds and systems. But I think the Americans themselves are understanding that, given that their production is not up to task right now, sending and losing more assets is just going to handicap them for the long term. I posted an article by the vice president of NAMO, who is a Norwegian ammunition company, and he said that the minimal investment for Europe as a whole, to be able to furnish Ukraine what it needs and have enough for itself, is between 100 150 billion euros. So we are looking at 10% of one of the world's richest men. It's completely fucking crazy. And the logic behind this craziness is that Europeans were having mostly peacetime armies. And for Europeans, once again, as I said, everything depends on this war. The investment on the military aspect of it, so for ammunition, for parts, and so on, is going to be only logical if the war starts for a long while. Therefore, why ammunition issues are so problematic, but at the same time, they do not show the reality. It's like everybody's memeing over that. So, yeah, right now we are at this point. Russians started preparation way before that, we think. This preparation was due to the fact that they are so clearly where the weakest points were, and they lost them. So beyond the Dnieper and Kherson, and a large portion of almost nothing in Kharkov. And suddenly we are looking at something completely different. And that is the fact that whatever we thought about the capacity of the Ukrainian army, they cannot go beyond their critical mass, or the critical mass woos in this case. They can try and have Uber tanks, Uber planes, Uber IVs, whatever. The reality is that those things cannot be efficient employed in lower numbers than the minimum they need to have any kind of impact. What is going on with the Bradleys is that they're pushing them one or two every time. So every time there is the risk of losing both of them. I explained the system, and everybody's agreeing now with me that using smaller units piecemeal only makes it sure, unless of course you are completely dominating your enemy, only makes sure that you lose more of them forever. Same thing for the lonely leopard trying to clear up Stepove. Same thing for, as we saw with the Bradley, who was trying to do the same, got an FPV in the face. And same thing for a lot of things I'm looking, being busy happening right now on both sides of the front. That there is no patience. The Russians are now, since over a year, beyond the Dnieper, and they still are preparing meticulously both the defense and potential offensive actions. And this is something that is completely missing right now on the Ukrainian psyche. There is a lot of gore. There is a lot of damage dealt to Russia, they think, etc., etc. But the biggest problem right now for these people is that there is a hubris and there is a genuine hatred of the Russian. There's like an insult to feel that the Russians could beat them. And that hubris, this part of the hubris, is exactly why I think Ukraine, if it doesn't get a pause, is going to find itself in a way worse place when actually no pause would be needed, because they would have lost the Donetsk Oblast. And once that happened, as I explained to you guys, the next in target on that area is going to be Kharkov. They're forced to go for it. They're not going to take the city. What they're going to do is exactly what they did before, is that they are going to put danger to that fucking place, and the Ukrainians would be forced to react. So what Ukraine did with that counter was abandoning every chance of getting the initiative back all over the front because it trusted literal conmen, political and military conmen, to explain them how things were going to go. But it's better for us, guys, because we are right now on the side that was supposed to actually flatten Ukraine. But it's different. It's a different war. It's a bean counters war. Losses are high on both sides, and they are also very extremely. I'd say, how can I say this? Yeah, shit, extremely shit right now because there is nothing in Ukraine unless there is another game changer coming in. I don't know, F-35, whatever. I don't see nothing in Ukraine right now showing any change. And then, of course, there are announcements made: factory in 2 years, factory in 3 years, 155 millimeter produced at home, thanks to the Americans, but probably not before mid 2025 to start thinking about a factory. So this whole situation is going slowly towards Russia, but at the meantime, the biggest problem that also the Russians have is that they haven't solved their own troubles that are for a part mirroring the Ukrainian ones. On case of Russia is its military political bet over the newly acquired territories is proving to be extremely complicated because um, yeah, there is a sentiment, as for some guys there is a anti-Russian sentiment, and this unfortunately changes every single equation because there is a brigading coming on there. There's a way of looking at things and doing things on the Ukrainian side, which is extremely reminiscent to what the Russians were doing, as I said, between May and July last year, which is they were completely ignoring whatever sign was there that was not fitting in what they were trying to do, so capture Lysychansk, Severodonetsk, and then they missed the big arrows and the big understandings, which is that the lack of pursuit by the Russian unit shows exactly also that the Russians are going for the kill every time, and are going to the essence of it. And the problem with this is that the approach is extremely cynical. I literally thought it immediately. They're going to sacrifice a fuck ton of people to gain the positions they want to gain. And then for those positions, they're going to lower completely whatever mechanized force there is. And they're going to go foot mobiles or with a small help. And it's proving, as usual, to be extremely positive. I'm not saying it's going to gain the war, but it is what it is. So yeah, guys, right now we've done more or less the discussion over what happened between May and August. A small recap. Basically, the counteroffensive was finally ready to go on. The troops were transferred from abroad to Ukraine. They had little time to prepare properly. They had to repeat to exhaustion once they were in Ukraine. But once they were there, they were spotted by the Russians. Hilarity ensued, of course, and the Ukrainian general stab at no point trying to change anything to the core of the operation, which was basically they should have just thrown the towel, stop that thing, and start forcing the Russians to attack them so they could defeat them piecemeal from defensive positions. That never happened. They never did. Some kind of mock counters that Russians did to one or two tanks were not at all meant to, although it happened from time to time, were not at all meant to absolutely recover everything. The point was to have the Ukrainians, especially Robotine, within the kill boxes, and this is what happened. Guys, if you want to intervene, if you want to take your word for it, it's up to you. Um, shoot. Okay, Gremlin and then Stick. It's up to you guys.
The Washington Times, the Washington Post article, and more or less they're already been talking about the disconnect between the Ukrainians and the Americans. And I would actually say that the article does land on a number of main points, and I actually would blame Ukraine in large part for how this unfolded because it seems like there is a kind of disconnect between how the two sides kind of envisioned this. I mean, it seemed to me that the United States basically wanted a kind of big counteroffensive and get to some kind of position to threaten the coast. Even if it doesn't break through all the way, you still be in negotiating position to panic the Russians and force them to negotiate. Whereas the Ukrainians, I think they approached this from the perspective of like a third world client, where there's like, oh well, if you give us stuff, you give us more stuff, and if you give us more stuff, maybe you'll intervene on our behalf. And I think that's what you're seeing now. Like you're trying to escalate what the things that they want, including THAAD and whatever. They just want an intervention. I mean, that's basically what it is the whole time. And I kind of thought back in April, May, when they kind of started dragging their feet, saying, "Oh, maybe we need some more time. We need to do this. We need to check this and check that." We don't have all the equipment yet, and Zelensky's kind of griping. Zelensky's griping. Like this is how it is. I mean, and then like they went forward because politically this is just untenable not to go forward, and they did it in such a way where they advanced very piecemeal. I would say that that again, I blame Ukraine for this. Like they advanced piecemeal in small groups. A battalion is even a small group. Like you want to just overload the targeting bandwidth of the Russian forces, even if it causes casualties. I'm sorry, that's the way this shit goes. I mean, you look at the operations where you had these last like forlorn hope offensives like the Ardennes and the Operation Michael in World War I. Like this is like again, like you're prepared to every single division that's sent to the first initial wave, like you're prepared to lose them, like basically 90% casualties within a couple of weeks. That's it. I mean, you have to be able to stomach those casualties. You call yourself cyborgs, you can take a hit. I mean, you shouldn't be bothered if half your fucking brigade drops dead in the first day.
But that's what we explained initially, that the biggest situation awareness for Ukrainians is that they knew that what I had demanded was not enough, and I'm going to join you to that. And I said, had initially, even before it started, the only chance for Ukrainians for this to work and for them to win the war is going to be an intervention from abroad. This we had. I mean, you know it. A lot of people have followed me. I said it. There's only one way this ends well for Ukraine. It is NATO intervention, US intervention, but with a catastrophic result. Now, on the other side, when I'm agreeing with you, but also a little bit disagreeing, I'm agreeing with you that indeed, just look at Avdiivka, man. Russians took the hit, could have been better organized, could have been better prepared, quote unquote, but they did what they needed to do. On the other side, and there I'm going to agree with you 200%, is that Ukrainians started big. First two sorties, let's say it like this, they initially used fucking whole battalions of mechanized troops. Maybe not exactly, but both failed gloriously. And one of the things that was discussed is that if they wanted more material, the logic would have been that they could sustain that kind of charges. Because if they had used, once again, 3-4 brigades sidestepping and converging, as I had envisioned when I thought they were going to attack towards Berdyansk, what was going to happen, that indeed they're gonna had huge losses, but the Russians would have been pushed so far back that to recover them, and if there was a breakthrough to pursue them until they would stop, would basically completely imbalance the Russian system of defense. So that's the blame on Ukraine. But on the other side, the blame on the US is that if you want it to happen like that, and if you want to isolate it on one point, which would be Zapo, then what you've given them and the distance they need to cover, if literally they believe the bullshit that they would have been able to move 30 kilometers in few days, despite all the stuff they had inflicted on the Russians on more or less similar situations, then on that part, it's not on the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians, of course, they went along because you got Uncle Sugar having your back and your butt. So it doesn't matter how much you get butt fucked. At the end, Uncle Sugar is gonna foot the bill for you. The problem is that the Americans themselves, they are getting to a situation now, and all this bullshit about the money. Of course, it's more politics within the U.S., but actually, it also shows something else. Americans now are in the crossroad. Okay, the F-16s are going to come, and maybe something else is going to be given to Ukraine. But at the end, they are realizing exactly what you said, that Ukrainians, since the beginning, they are counting on a get out of jail card, which would be a foreign intervention. And this, I told from the beginning, was the only possibility for them to get anything positive from the situation. And the problem is that now we are more and more hearing this completely outlandish and very rigid declaration about, oh, now if Putin beats Ukraine, he's going to attack a NATO member. But if Ukraine is in NATO, then Putin is not going to dare attack NATO. We are into this complete madness and this self-defeating and this self-engrossing logic where they are preparing in a sense, and I'm scared about that. Not that much that Russia is going to lose, but I'm scared about what he's going to get, because not everybody is as gung-ho as America, which isn't gung-ho at all at this moment. But we are going towards a situation where America will have to decide if they want to go to fight the Russians, or they would like to placate both sides into accepting something that both sides would not like. But I do not see the Russians agreeing to that. Now, the second point when I'm gonna target the Americans as well. It's true that the Washington Post piece says that Ukrainians got more material than they asked. And it's true that actually, once you look at what was given, even the things that were Soviet style equipment, they were good enough because Ukrainians are using them to actually, quote unquote, beat the Russians. So, on that aspect, I'm completely agreeing with you. America gave what Ukrainians asked for. Some of the items were not properly balanced and not properly, I'd say, thought for the offensive action that the Ukrainians were trying to lead. But at the end, given that they gave 50% more than what was asked, the logic is that Ukraine should have had enough. But once again, and you said it, Ukraine fed them shit. So if you are the greatest military power in the fucking planet, but you're gonna try a known fucking gambler and addict when it comes to everything, who literally fell off its relationship with its closest ally and historical, I'd say, brotherly nation, to use a certain term. Like, what the fuck are you even doing? And you said it first, and I'm at the beginning. I was like, but now I agree with you. Ukrainians played dirty. They hid a lot of shit, despite whatever Americans had as control. So on that part, I'm agreeing with you at 90%, but 10% still is on America, because either America didn't want to do the due diligence, and I can understand why, because then it's a different type of war. You need to give them even a lot more, but there is ammunition you need to the training is not good enough, and so on and so on. So there is a whole fucking spiral of things that the Americans couldn't provide on time, and therefore the counter could have only been arriving maybe what in 2024, but in 2024 it would have been maybe too late as well, given how Russia started to mobilize. So yeah, on that point, I agree with 9%, and 10% I have my reserves. Come on, Kremlin, and if you have to add something, Snake, no problem.
Hey, thanks. I'm probably going to go on a little bit of a rant over here, but I mean, it was kind of obvious that, even at the beginning of the year, Ukrainians kept saying this bullshit about. Um, they did this sort of emotional blackmail, trying to convince the Americans to, hey, you have to intervene, right? And then they tried pulling off this cheap shit with that missile in Poland. Here in Romania, we had triple. We had like three incidents with quote unquote um, Russian drones, right, hitting Romanian soil. Um, it's man, and also this kind of like you guys were saying, this whole perception of Russia and Putin. It's Schrodinger's Russia, man. It's Schrodinger's Russia.
Yep.
It's at the same time so fucking weak. It's the second best army in Ukraine, but they're also going to invade whole of Europe, and they're going to destroy everything. It's just insane. And I'm gonna push back a little bit on Snake, what he said. I mean, listen, if you think this whole counteroffensive wasn't like put into place piece by piece by the US, especially, and the UK, you got to be crazy. I mean, I don't think that these guys are just like, oh, okay, Ukraine, what do you want? Here are the keys to the garage. You take whatever you want from here, right? And you do whatever you want, right? You're the guys running the show. No, obviously these guys did it, and the fact that there was a lot of equipment sent to Ukraine. I mean, just think about it. The whole Soviet era equipment within Europe is pretty much gone. Like Zelensky came here in Romania like several weeks ago or something like that, and even though these little cucks in the government never ever said anything about it, he went on TV here and said, "Oh, we appreciate Romania's help. The 15 um, arms packages that they sent us are invaluable." So this guy basically let the cat out of the bag that a lot more equipment has been sent to them, especially Western equipment, right? Than any of these countries wants it to be let known publicly. So I don't know, man. It's just hubris, It's fucking insane. They thought that, and you remember reading all those articles about Putin's conscripts are going to be swept away by
Challenger
uh,
2.
sorry.
The Challenger 2 tank. I have
Yeah,
the article
and and
still
and
in my idea.
and you remember one article I kept posting it all fucking summer. The first 24 hours of the counteroffensive are going to be crucial, right? They're going to be indicative of how the counteroffensive goes. What were the first 24 hours, right? They kept denying for a fucking week that the counteroffensive started. It was just probing, bro. Remember? Just probing. Just probing.
Yep.
It was a failure from the get-go, and right now we're basically kind of reaching this point of the big escalation crossroads. There's this shit going on Twitter. I don't know how true it is that Lloyd Austin and a couple of other folks are saying that, listen, if we're not going to pass funds to Ukraine, we're going to send American troops over there, which I think is fucking crazy. First of all, because the United States will basically be switching from having Russia into its proxy war into them being baited into China's proxy war.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna if they think that they're gonna put boots on the ground to fight the Russians, and China and a lot of other these countries who have a big fucking gripe with the United States from all the shit they've been doing lately are not gonna have those factories working 24/7. And I wouldn't be surprised if you'd have these far eastern Russian soldiers speaking Mandarin at one point.
Yeah, but this is what's going to happen because China has bet the fucking house energy wise on Russia, and it's not Russia as the state; it's Russia the fucking current government. On that part, I'm completely agreeing with you. At one point, I was saying that China can, at any given moment, just level the playing ground technologically. But if it comes to the fact that for one reason or the other, the Americans are toying with the idea of repelling the Russians by intervening in them themselves, on top of the risk of getting a fucking tactical nuke somewhere at the border between Poland and goddamn Ukraine, where the victims would be American speaking troops, to make a joke.
But
What the hell? What the hell do you want the Russians to do? Sorry, guys.
man, it's even worse than that, because I'm just gonna quote something. Even though I dislike Obama, he said something that I think holds true to this day. The Russians have more escalatory power, right? Like, just look at it this way. Okay, you have U.S. troops in Ukraine, and you're going to have jets flying, bombing the Russians, right? What's the furthest they can actually take off to be effective? The F-35s. It's a maximum of 1,000 kilometers. The F-35 with ordnance on it has basically a range of 1,400 kilometers. So that's 700 kilometers back and forth.
Yep.
Another 200 to maybe 300 kilometers, whatever missiles you're going to use. So that's 1,000 kilometers. So you're basically going to be in Germany. You think that the Russians, if you attack Russian troops and eventually hit into Russia proper, they're not gonna fucking nuke Germany? Yeah,
No, but
they're gonna.
that's what I've been saying more over and over again. The biggest problem is that the guys who are gonna pay for this war, if it gets to that point, it's not gonna be
Europe.
America. It's gonna be Europe. It's gonna be
Yeah,
us, and therefore everybody who is super happy about the fact that we are reducing Putin's power or whatever, they don't understand that we are going to a place where we are gonna fucking get cooked.
yeah.
America is gonna maybe lose 15, 20, 25,000 of its troops and quite a bit of equipment, but they got the fucking ocean in between them. And on the other side, Russia is not gonna even fucking bother with with Alaska. They're just gonna fucking nail Europe because at the end, that's also the battleground here. Beyond,
Exactly,
beyond.
exactly. It's like they could nuke Europe, and what are you gonna do in return? I mean, you're already attacking Russia with conventional weapons. If you hit Russia with nuclear weapons, then you're basically inviting Russia to the full nuclear strike on the U.S., and you're not gonna do that, right?
Yeah, I completely
It's
agree.
so at the end of the day, it's just Europe that's gonna get butt fucked if the United States intervenes.
I completely agree with you on that. I completely agree with you with that. My main concern is, and I'm going to repeat it. My main concern, what makes me extremely uneasy about it, is that if this type of language is already circulating, they are going to go. They are going to do it because that's the biggest problem with America. America cannot let the rabbit out of the hat because then they need to eat it. They cannot put it back in, and this is every. It has happened like this every time. When it was with Saddam, when Saddam invaded Kuwait, they said, "Oh yeah, it's a matter between Arabs. You solve it." But the moment that was said, I remember my dad telling me they're gonna fucking hit that place, and I was like, "How do you know?" I said, hey, "That's one thing that my dad told me, is that they are always giving you a contrary sign." And if you don't get it, then you're stupid. And if you get it, but you still do what they don't want you to do, then you are suicidal. And in this case, the problem is that, okay, Russia is a completely different cookie, but the fact that there is this talk, there is this veiled or unveiled threat, to me is like, okay, now maybe guys, it's time to stop iodine, or is it a kind of threat to put everybody in the negotiation table? But as you said, my biggest scare is that it's not going to be some kind of nudge towards the table. My biggest scare is that the Russians are going to be, we're winning this shit. You want to take the victory out of us? No problem. They're going to whole consultation with the Chinese would be super happy to actually do what they want to do, which is tie the US in a war in Europe, humiliate it, beat it.
Exactly, because that sends a message to whole fucking Asia, the rest of Asia. Like there are these countries that currently are being sort of like on the fence because of the U.S. intervention within their government, like Thailand recently, and obviously the two main puppets, like South Korea and Japan. If the United States gets like humiliated in Europe, these motherfuckers have absolutely no chance. The, the very next day they will bend the fucking knee
Yeah,
instantly.
I know, and this is. But the problem is that at the end of the day, and it's sad to say it, but at the end of the day, this was still going to happen. This century, unfortunately, is belonging to Asia. Critical mass, manufacturing base, ethics. When it comes to how they see their nations, of course, there is a population graying and lower fertility and all that stuff, which is good because if the Chinese kept going at 3 kids, there would be at 3 billion now, not 1.4. But the whole thing I want to say with this, it's the pivot towards Asia when it comes to hegemony is inevitable right now, and it's not because I like them or I dislike them. It's just the critical mass is way beyond what we can control in the West, and the war that we're seeing actually in Europe is exactly why the Asians are completely going to overtake us, and it has nothing to do. Once again, I'm not xenophobic, and I'm not fearing that because I consider the world as it is and not as I want it to be. I do not have this hubris that it has to be a white guy dominating everything. I know that a lot of people maybe are not agreeing with me, but to me it's like this: there are numbers, and the only way to bend numbers is a force multiplier. We do not have that force multiplier anymore because we decided that for a small quarrel, the Russians weren't good enough. The Russians weren't there to share the responsibility of the system they helped to build, by the way, after World War II. So we lost that game. We lost, especially Europeans. We lost that train. The ship sailed, and now we are literally going back to 17th, 18th, and 19th century bullshit with intervention from outside. Before it was between countries like France and Germany. Now it's between continents. And on that part, right now, Europe has shown that it has no independence. Europe has shown that it has no uh, self-preservation instincts, and Europe has also shown that it is ready to literally disintegrate itself, literally glass itself, just to prove that it cannot be bent in a sense or another. But that's the biggest problem. Both sides here are European. The EU and the Russians is the same fucking continent, and it should not be like this. But unfortunately, it is. And my fear right now, the way it is going, is that maybe we're going towards something absolutely more atrocious and a self-fulfilling prophecy from the Americans by literally them going to offensive. So yeah, sorry guys if it was a bit rantish as well. Um, yeah, Johnny, if you want to intervene, or Snake, sorry, Snake, because
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to mention that I always have problems with narrative saying like, "Oh, everything's playing Washington," because this was always a narrative that was basically coined by the Copetards, who were more or less trying to give Ukraine a pass or let them off the hook and say, "Oh, it's not really their decision to do these things." No, really, you should never overestimate the agency of a patron, nor underestimate the agency of a client. I mean, Ukraine from the beginning, I've always kind of maintained that Ukraine wants a Western intervention. They're still to this point like pulling the U.S. towards it. The U.S. Basically did not. I mean, do you think the U.S. would actually said back in February 2022 that they'd want to occupy or do something in Western Ukraine to actually to step in themselves? I mean, it is not something that they planned as a part of master plan. They were walked into this, and part of the walking involves like Zelensky and people in Ukraine leading them to it. And in terms of the way battle plans unfold, like yeah, the West and the Western allies like give them certain equipment and give them certain pointers and certain planning. But the things when it comes to executing, like it is up to people like Zaluzhny and fucking idiots like him and Sirski and other people to actually go on the battlefront. And you think I mean I would say like Washington. The Pentagon planners would be horrified to see them just advancing these small groups of infantry and just trying to claw away, doing these infiltration tactics. Because what's the whole point of this? Like, if you're just going to move like 5 meters a day, what the fuck
Yeah,
is it?
but
It's like
I
it's
said
completely
it.
pointless. All you do is get people blown up. Like the three guys in a trench get blown up by FPV. That's
Yeah,
it.
but the thing is, I told you it's 90-10. For me, it's very simple. The 10% that the US bears responsibility for are not the planning to intervene. What is going on now is that they're going to lose face. The problem is, for whatever kind of intervention the US is going to go there, is because they fucking put their face into it. And whatever they were given by the Ukrainian side as intelligence, as insurances, and also as this Potemkin village of an army that they built, because that's the part as well. I'm not saying that the Americans had this pre-planning to go straight to wage a war in Europe and save Zelensky's ass. However, what America, I think, overlooked, and this is a bit more cultural than military, is that I'm sorry, they had to underestimate the Russian defense. Okay, based on information intelligence from Ukraine, but on the other side, they have the eyes in the sky beyond everyone's reach. China is the only thing that would come close, and we spoke about this. I think a good portion of the Russian resistance is due to the Chinese helping them in a way or another, because the Chinese I think, have this feeling. First of all, of course, they bet, as I said, the energy security on Russia, but on the other side, they have this feeling that it's unfair. Whoever looks this outside of the logic, east-west, so partisan logic on both sides, the first thing that you remark is that the West is saying shit that is doing itself, but trying to forbid other people from chiming in and doing the exact thing they're doing. The first threats towards China: if you intervene, help Russia, you're gonna fucking suffer consequences. But when you analyze it completely factually, who the fuck are you to tell us to do something you're doing and you're not doing it to help anything? This helps promote your geostrategical interest. It has nothing to do with helping Ukraine survive. This was always the point that China has pointed out, that they would like Ukraine and Russia to solve their problems through negotiations, uh, and respecting, quote unquote, the territorial integrities, but yet solving the problematic through negotiations. This kind of, a bit empty discussions, but with each part having something in it, is how China was looking at this problem. And when we see what both sides say about March 22, about where the Russians wanted to go with the negotiations. Russians apparently, literally, Putin, he wanted his show of force. This show of force more or less failed to achieve what he wanted from Ukraine, which is Ukrainians just roll over and say, okay, you know what? Take the Crimean corridor, and we're gonna not stay in NATO, and our army is gonna be small. Ukrainians, of course, pushed by their own hubris, but also by insurances from the West that they were pushed, would help them to defend themselves, quote unquote, chose for the fight. And it went to the point where we are now. So basically, by knowing all this, by knowing that the Russians from the beginning weren't there for what's going on here, I can perfectly understand that the Chinese, knowing this and seeing all of this, are like, wait a minute, guys. You want a war? We're gonna give you a war. And also, it's normal that the Chinese are opportunistic into this, and the Americans made the major blunder by pushing Russia into China's arms. And of course, it's not that they had any more choice. I mean, like, they had put so much trust and interest into Ukraine, and also into a way that the situation would degrade to a point that Russia would try to intervene, lose the war, lose its face, and then you could impose whatever you wanted on Russia. Unfortunately, uh, that didn't happen, mostly because, and I have given too few credit to the Russian economy planners for that. Apparently, Russia was preparing itself economically a lot better than militarily. And on the military side, it's not bad either when it comes to the raw power.
Matt, sorry for cutting you, but a little bit in, but it makes perfect sense why you want to prepare economically at one point more, at least in the initial phase, than militarily, because in the long term, it will having people like not be in economic turmoil. It's going to give you that loyalty of the population.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But the thing is, with the Russians, I actually follow the Russian economy a lot. For people who know me from 2014 and beyond, they and who have seen my posts before uh, these iterations of my existence on Twitter and X, they know that I would point out every time when the agency for the Russian economy would go up and down. And the problem with the Russian economy was it was still very opaque until roughly 2018. And 2018, something changed. One that of the things that really changed that Russia had completely reversed its dependency when it comes to the food dependency outside. Of course, the food wasn't as good as there's always this joke about so many cheeses in Russia, but every one of them smells like shoe and tastes like shoe insole. But still, it's cheese, you know. It's maybe not the gorgonzola. It's not maybe not the parmesan, whatever you want to call it. But it's there. They can afford that for their population. In what quantity, in how, and etc. etc. That's completely different. But at the end of the day, that switch in my idea, in my mind, was like, okay, these guys are preparing to ditch us. That was the whole point. At the same time, they tried for a long while to have Nord Stream 2 activated because it's literally like a pusher to a junkie. Once the second needle was in the arm of Germany, this war, in my opinion, would have never happened. The Germans, within 5 years, would have pushed the Ukrainians to shut the fuck up, accept to lose Crimea and the Donbass, just because the economical interest on the German side would have been so huge. First of all, Germans were going to make money out of Nord Stream 2. It's not just for themselves, just for the manufacturing. No, they were going to be the main dealer for the Russian Federation. But on second point, it would have helped them also completely solidify their position in Europe as big master honcho. Right now, Germany is the weakest side within Europe because most of its production capability was linked to a relatively cheap gas supply from Russia. And that allowed them to do a lot more than everybody else. It allowed them to have the cost lower, it allowed them to have more investment and so on. The moment Germany had to pay half a fucking trillion euros just to cover for its energy and the transition from Russian gas to LNG, was game over. Germany is a 5 trillion economy, more or less nominal. And they just fucking gave away 10%, more than 10% of that just to have energy security. Just fucking think about these guys. It's just fucking crazy, and nobody's like, this is the thing also in Germany, and the Greens for that are honestly, I don't understand how the fucking the Greens became literal Nazis when it comes to that, because it's so comparable to what the Germans did when they tried to become autarkic, when they cut their economic links with a lot of countries slowly. Here, Baron Bock and France literally cut the fucking lifeline for the German manufacturing sector, and it almost got killed now. I'm not saying that it's going to be like doom and gloom. Germany is going to rebound. It's not that. But right now, for the moment, when Germany is needed to, support Ukraine and so on, they are not there. On the other side, I agree with you. It makes sense to first bulletproof your economy. But whatever I was looking to them, the intervention, the war, and so on, to me, looked for 2025 and beyond. And I had this idea that the Germans, to avoid what was going to come, because the Russians were not going to be what they did right now, that out of the fucking blue, you had these stories about, oh, suddenly everybody's getting bombed, and they took the pretext of the Bayraktar attack on DNR troops. This is the whole point. Like, I wasn't expecting this from Russia. The other thing as well, and this is where the informer circles of that fucking economy play such a huge role, is that Russia, within 6 months, completely replaced a huge part of the world's shipping sector in such a absolute determined and fine and precise way, probably taking into account the experience of the Iranian oil, because Russia started doing the exact shipboard to shipboard tactic as Iran does with its oilers. But that for me was unexpected, because every single thing pointed to a Russian economic system being plagued by inertia. These guys, within 2 years right now, are world beaters in anything. They found a way to circumvent the sanctions. They have no problem using their own unified market. The whole point for Ukraine was to be in the unified market that's being used right now with Central Asian states to circumvent the embargo. I mean, if people think that Russia has less influence, is isolated, has no ways to go out, just look at the way they're fucking are circumventing the bans, the embargoes, and look with who they're doing it. Turkey, the best frenemy they ever had. I mean, at that point, I think Erdogan and Putin should literally marry themselves. They're the exact mirror of one another. And this is such a
You just
huge.
made me laugh out loud so loud.
Bro, I'm sorry, but
No, you're on
when
point. You're
when
100% on point. It's just hilarious.
and that's how I'm saying that it's so bad. I mean, the preparation, the second line preparation from the EU and the US against Russia is so bad. And of course, they seized or they're frozen actually, supposedly over 300 billion dollars worth of central bank reserves. And of course, they made a lot of damage, especially when it comes to medication, chemicals, and a lot of other stuff. But at the end, because the war is starting to creep so long, Russia is having the time slowly to adapt itself. This is also something I said almost immediately. If this war goes where I think it was going in 2022, which would mean Russia would fucking pull this as long as possible, not because it had hopes to avoid intervention, but it would literally kill off Ukraine as a military power. And this is what is happening right now. Right now, Ukraine, if it doesn't get a shot in the arm, it's not going to spend a nice winter. We're going to find ourselves in a situation completely unknown to us so far, except for about a month, less than a month in 2022, where Russia was going everywhere and nowhere. Here, the effort is far more focused. It's smaller, it's more tactical, it is costing lives, but so was also the huge Arrow offensives in early 2022. So the fucking problem with the situation is that we are getting to where I thought we were getting at the end of 2024, at the end of 2023. So on that aspect, I'm going to bounce back to what Snake said. This has a lot to do with Ukrainian leadership itself, trying to do the exact same thing as Russia, which is not mobilizing the whole society, but well, Russia does it mostly because Putin doesn't want war to get inside the homes of everyone. Okay, by now it is there. Like you cannot avoid it. But Zelensky cannot afford that because the war is in his country, it's not in Russia. For everybody who said Ukrainians have liberated 50% of the ground that was occupied by Russia, it doesn't matter where the war is right now. Are they fighting in Anapa? Are they fighting in Sochi? Are they fighting in Khabarovsk? Are they fighting in Orel? No. They're fighting in fucking Lugansk, Donetsk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson. And sometimes there are attacks on Crimea, and sometimes there's shit that flies in Kiev and elsewhere in Ukraine. They burned the filling plant in Poltava this evening. So once again, this whole shit show of a war is that the two sides are miming each other, but the difference is that while Russia can afford this stance, how long? That's another question. Ukraine cannot. And therefore, we have this situation when Ukraine thought that it was going to do something. There was an attempt, quote unquote. This attempt was a failure from the start. And now, indeed, we are finding ourselves in this situation where we are a bit fucked. Where the most, dooming of our camp are already seeing something that, of course, I thought was going to be a possibility or probability, which was Western intervention. In which kind of capability, I don't know. Maybe it's going to just be a stabilization force because Russians are pushing too far. You're going to beat them back to a certain line because you don't want to fight the war for Ukraine. Why? Because right now, on both axes, be that in Romania and be that in Poland, there are not enough forces to sustain the kind of battle that you would like. Probably all in, you could have about 15 to 20,000 American troops, but they need to go from so far back, and they need to stage their point. And we all know the Americans are not going to go the way the Russians and the Ukrainians are doing right now, which is starting to camp in companies, inside of small companies and so on. It's simply not efficient for them. Americans, if they want to intervene, they're going to try and pull another Desert Storm in select areas of Ukraine. But the problem is they need to stage that shit. And to stage that shit, given that the Russians have chosen the best way to do it, which is at the easternmost of the Ukrainian territory, that means that to get there, you're going to be visible from fucking the other galaxy, and with possible, I'd say, less than positive effects for whatever American troops are going to be there. Now there is another possibility, which is a purely kind of no-fly zone installed. So basically, Americans are flying against Russians, and on the ground, the Ukrainians are doing the fighting. That, in my opinion, is not going to be good enough because, as you said, you need to point your planes. You need to park them somewhere they could be relevant. And that place is going to be either Germany, either somewhere around Uzhhorod in Ukraine, either around Lutsk or beyond that. But any single time, it's not going to be away from Russian missiles, be that conventional or nuclear. And this is the biggest problem right now, and I am agreeing with you, is that if you are just keeping this as a Ukrainian Air Force, the losses that you're gonna pack are just gonna send us to a very, very bad place in Europe. In Europe, I'm saying, of course. If your air campaign doesn't work properly, then you are left with nothing else but an actual proper intervention, which would take even more time, which would cause even more death, and which would ultimately lead us to a problematic situation when, well, you're gonna get us nuked, basically, as simple as that. And I'm gonna say something. Okay, my homes, one is in Lyon, the other is in south of Albania, so I'm not risking that much in absolute terms. But I can really start feeling very badly for people in Brussels, especially because the NATO headquarters are there. Although they don't fulfill a huge, I'd say, role, still it's a very nice target. Ramstein is a nice target. Warsaw is a very nice target. Of course, they're going to be a reply towards Russia as well. But I'm just saying that this thing is not the way out. If Americans think they're going to do this, unless it's a very complicated and a very inefficient way of intervening, then it's not going to happen. And I hope it's not going to happen. Johnny and then Aiden.
I gotta jump on a little bit later. I'm gonna listen for now.
Okay, Aiden, it's your turn, man.
Yeah, I'm actually doing a lot of work. I just wanted to come on here and say that it's really awesome listening to you guys. I never get to listen in on your spaces, so I appreciate that. And it's always humbling when I come in here and realize that I'm like probably one of the least educated and smart individuals in this information space. So I really appreciate you guys talking.
No, it's okay. I mean, it's not a matter of honestly. I didn't. The thing is, this space is most of the time when we are discussing this, and they used to be a lot more detailed and a lot more, I'd say, micromanaging a lot of stuff. But I stopped doing this because I started trusting people like Snake, like Gammon, like everybody was basically part of the, in a way or another, of the Team War Criminal crew. But I just feel that, and it's not to stroke the ego of whoever I called right now. I just feel that at some point I wasn't understanding a lot of things of this. Then when you put all these people together, then you have, I'd say, the teamwork criminal experience. But anyhow, thank you very much for the compliment, and you're welcome
I thought
anytime.
that guy was just a bona fide Kremlin agent. I didn't think that was a real person.
I mean, I have a YouTube channel. You can go watch me be an idiot on
No,
YouTube
I know that.
anytime.
I've been watching you for a while, but it's just you never. It's just funny hearing a real voice in real time. You never know what to believe. You
Bro,
never know what to believe anymore.
bro, I asked you like a couple of times, what is that song you have in your intro in your episodes? Like, it sounds really cool. Is it some stock music from? Is it a band? What is it? I couldn't find it.
Yeah, it's stock music. I can send it to you.
Please do so. It sounds really
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, I'll send it.
Yeah, here I can talk now. Now, one of the things, I think this is something you're not talked about as much. This is like a totally crucial, like a fatalistic game theory mistake. It's usually made in business, not in war, but, here we see it in war. The Ukrainians, we talk about, are the Ukrainians scamming everybody? I mean, they're always scamming everybody. They're Ukrainian, but I think they really were fucking high off of their own sala. I think that the worst thing that could have happened to them happened, which was, Russia, ran into a brick wall like a drunk driver in an X7, because it was a nice car, he walked away and he jumped in something new. But in the meantime, the Ukrainians are cheering, like, holy shit, we stopped Moscow. So they really started actually, the most dangerous thing you could do in life is you start believing your own bullshit. So I think
Yes.
that I think this has to explain at least 40% of all this. The Ukrainians legitimately got high off of their Sala and just they really they get high off their own farts. They really believe their own bullshit. They really, really think they can beat Russia. They really think a country that has to import literally everything besides shitty quality wheat to stay alive. I mean, they really think they're going to be the country that has unlimited quantities of every raw material known to Earth. It's, and like you said, in a bean counters war, it's never going to add up. I think that's honestly the biggest factor to me. And I like the comment about winning from an economic perspective. Yeah, I mean, Russia definitely did a better job there than anything else. Obviously, I mean the initial scare of the Ukrainians didn't work, so now we have to actually go to war. But yeah, I mean, they wanted an intervention since fucking 1991. Come on, are you serious? I mean, it's they've dragged the Americans into everything they've tried to do, and the Americans never trusted them. If you really read what the Americans thought of the Ukrainians in the 90s when they were, dealing with them on the Budapest Memorandum and a million other things, you got to remember that the nukes were just one part of it. There were strategic bombers involved. There was a lot of other hardware involved that Ukraine had, that it wasn't even Russia pushing the hardest for them to get rid of it. It was other countries. It was the United States. Because, I mean, that tells you a lot about what they think of the Ukrainians. That they don't want to, they don't want to beef them up as their own power. They obviously want to, take arms out of the equation, but they're not trusting the Ukrainians. So, I mean, here's what I forgot, because I keep listening and I can't always talk or doing shit. This is something to me that smells really funny when we talk about boots on the ground now from America. Honestly, as much as in a sense I'm cheering what's going on with aid not happening and very serious preconditions being placed on it now. I mean, basically the Republicans are completely refusing to even talk about Ukraine if it's not completely decoupled from Israel, and B, there's a secondary condition, but that's the big one. So basically, in my mind, the death knell for Ukraine, the very obvious death knell, if you're decoupling the aid from Israel, that means you're not remotely serious about, getting anything
Bro,
in any due time done.
hello? Yeah, bro, do you mind if I jump in real quick?
Go for it.
Yeah, like partisan politics in the US aside, I think there's a more serious issue at play. And it's that the United States, as well as like the rest of the collective West, has kind of realized that our capacity to provide the Ukrainians with sufficient ammunition, weaponry, and even moral support, it's starting to wane. So we're trying to step back a little bit. And regardless of like the partisan divide, I think Israel's just given the West a convenient excuse to decouple from an adventure that we see that we're failing at, if you know what I mean.
No, definitely. It's a great out. It's absolutely a great out for the United States to switch gears. You know what it is? Just like Russia had no real end game when they invaded in 2022, now the shoe's on the other foot. And now the United States has absolutely no end game. It's like the Mike Tyson quote, everybody's got a plan till you get hit in the face. When Russia got hit in the face, it had to regroup and decide, okay, do I want to do this? The United States, I mean, they had their front man get hit in the face. Ukraine got fucking wrecked, just like Mearsheimer said they would. Um, and they said they saw that hit take place, and now they're saying, do we really want to follow through with this? I mean, it's not. Ukraine doesn't mean anything to Americans. That's the bottom line. It means absolutely nothing to anybody in America. I mean, nobody gives a shit, really. With
Um,
Israel, it's different because the power structures here in Israel, it's very incestuous, but as far as Ukraine goes, like we talked about, Ukraine was a very willing party. It was like the United States and Ukraine were using each other very conveniently. It was a perfect storm, But now at this point, it's a toxic relationship that's run its course. The United States really, the upside is non-existent. So it's like, is Biden gonna go
can
balls?
I just
Go for it.
jump back in real quick, bro? Would you not agree though that at this point, considering like the tangled web of relations between nations, that Israel, perhaps counter to common sense, is in fact the United States' sole bastion in the Middle East.
Not as
And that,
but really, at the end of the day, it's Israel's agents being very, very good at getting what they want here, as opposed to a legitimate wholesale
yeah,
interest. Even, honestly, here's the thing: there's a lot of
bro,
division in the
can I, ju-
intelligence community, in the
can I
United
just say
States.
one other thing real quick? But it's not solely Israel, but also Ukraine. Ukraine is a direct proxy of the United States, primarily considering the arms shipments and intel supplies. However, I think Europe on its own is more naturally inclined to have an amicable relationship with Russia.
Europe's dead without Russia.
And with Iran and the rest of the Middle East, because
Absolutely.
they're simply not our natural they're not our natural enemies. We don't, as a combined Europe, we don't actually have any natural enemies, because every European state is sort of dedicated in its own way to peace and prosperity, including the Russians and the Ukrainians. Although corruption and bloc politics might, force their way into the situation from time to time, I think absent American influence, Europe would be much more peaceful. However, absent American interference in the Middle East, I believe Israel would cease to exist.
Oh, definitely. Israel would be a thing of the past. The second, and everybody's touched on this, Teresa's touched on this. I'm literally taking his quote. The second, Big Daddy America is gone. I mean, and it's obvious, but the second Big Daddy America is gone, Israel's a thing of the past. I mean, there's no other way to slice it. I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, they're going to do something super dirty, obviously, in that scenario. Oh, that's actually so, not to circle back to this, but I don't think it's being talked remotely enough about the potential for Ukraine to do something really crazy. Seriously, everything that we've talked about, everything they accused Russia of maybe doing, and everything that, like, early on we thought Ukraine might do to trigger an intervention, I think they're really in that desperation phase. What if, like now, if you want to blow a reactor and get America involved, now's the time to do it. And that's what scares me.
Personally, I'd believe that Ukraine's been in the desperation state since day
Definitely,
one.
but it's getting worse than ever now.
Um, However, I think at certain times the sort of the perception of unlimited Western support, as well as the idea that perhaps in the future the Russian demographic, the Russians within Eastern Ukraine, as well as, I think they were more relying on the Russians of St. Petersburg and Moscow to sort of say, fuck this. We've had enough of sacrifice and of our guys dying. We're done. I'm thinking that they've banked too much on this idea, rather than understanding that, well, once we start bombing the Russians, once we start killing their sons, perhaps they might mobilize and they might show some grit. And I think it's been this and the economic resilience of the Russians, due to their relations, as 323 said, their relations with Iran, China, India. They have a vast network of partners that they can call on to facilitate some sort of circumnavigation of sanctions. And I just think that the Russian will and the Russian economic apparatus is proving far more resilient and more powerful than the West expected.
And that's how, actually, what's funny is the way that everything happened in the opposite sense. It's funny, like the people got the opposite of what they were expecting to, and really, as much as there was definitely this desire in the West for the city dwellers who were used to all the nice imported things to say, fuck it, I'd rather have, a new BMW every year than Putin. Basically all they did by, putting in economic sanctions was really make that war everybody else's war. Because now it's like, that now ordinary citizens felt targeted. So now, like, they're buying into whatever Putin is doing. So, yeah, no, there's definitely so many things they've done, really worked out counter to the intentions, economically, socioeconomically in Russia. So it's really only worked in Russia's unifying favor. And it's funny too. So you were talking about like cheeses and stuff, and honestly, it's weird to say. It's like cynical and almost sick to say, but in a sense, the war is almost like the best thing that ever happened to Russia. I mean, I wish there was no war, but I have no other way to like. There was no other scenario I could have imagined where Russia finally figured out a way to get all these sleazy international oligarchs to park their cash back in Russia and actually start producing shit in Russia. Like that was previously like unthinkable for that to happen to the extent that it did. Everybody got chased off from the offshores. Everybody had, like you couldn't park your yacht anywhere you wanted to. And all that basically did was reshore all that Russian money, that was missing for decades and decades. So that was definitely like a major unintended consequence, because they thought kind of the opposite would happen.
I'm just waiting for the host. If not, I'm happy to continue.
Well, basically, what I'm wanted to add to the discussion is the following: is that the problem with the U.S. is that the system it built. There was this discussion about 4 or 5 months ago about the legacy of a hegemon, and America, its time as hegemon was roughly 25 years. After that, it had challenge after challenge after challenge after challenge.
W-
I'm gonna
w-
finish.
and I agree that its perception of its hegemonic status gave the US great confidence and such. But would you not say its actual hegemonic status was less 25 years and more 10, maybe 15? Once it managed to spark the OPEC crisis and knock down the price of oil, like
No,
sort of
because
crippling the
the thing is,
USSR's external economy.
no, the thing is the following. I base my view of America's hegemonic power uh, literally when they had their first encounter in the Gulf with Iraq. There, they literally aligned everybody, every single one. Even okay, the USSR at that point was the sick man of the world, akin to what the Ottoman Empire was in the late 19th century, early 20th century. But it aligned every single one.
Once more, there, I'd have a slight disagreement that the USSR wasn't necessarily the sick man of the world. Its population didn't necessarily agree with its core principles due to the fact they were outdated. However, the underlying ideology of socialism is one that most Western nations still follow to today. Social democracy, social republicanism, a fact of giving back to the nation from the rich, and having some leniency in economic matters,
Yeah,
allowing for
you can
capitalism.
absolutely keep that point of view. I'm not going for that. What I'm saying is something else. The point was that America imposed its will in 1991 to a large array of countries that had nothing to do with America's core tenet in that war, which was basically establishing what it back then thought was going to be its firm foothold in the Middle East. And it literally trashed a small country of 25 million people by
And and is this Iraq you're talking about?
yeah, Iraq, of course, Iraq. Actually, it absolutely obliterated.
Whereas Iraq at the time did say it would cause casualties to the United States that would make Vietnam appear as a playground.
Yes, but the problem with
The Iraqis on paper had the third largest military on the
no,
planet
that,
after the
please,
US
please.
and the
No, no,
USSR
no,
at the
no,
time.
no, 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 no. At the end of the Cold War, Iraq was far from being the fourth, the fifth, or even seventh. I've already had this discussion multiple times with people who keep parroting this line. Iraq
No,
was
no, no, no. It's not that I'm saying that it was a fair fight. The US Air Force is a force that even today it would cause Russia significant pain if it came to a hot war. If they said, all right, let's put nukes out of the balance and let's leave it Air Force and anti-air, like missile defense, Russia would be caused significant
Well, I would
casualties
hope
by the
so if you're
United States
spending
Air
eight
Force.
hundred billion dollars
no.
a year for 20
No,
fucking years.
that's not the point. My point was not the detail or the minutia. On one side, you said that
No,
Iraq.
no, but it's not that Iraq was a defenseless nation. They played a game.
It
They
was
what they did
No, no,
was
no.
Iran.
Actually, a lot
Iraq
of people
just came out of a long war with Iran, like the bloodiest war in
exactly.
the last.
That's what I wanted to
It was
point out.
under sanctions. It had a debt of $200 billion. That was one of the reasons they invaded Kuwait.
indeed, but then the fact that they
It's
did
it was
invade
basically
Kuwait
Ukraine after this war, Iraq.
And the other part, the most important part, is that the war, actually, the first Gulf War, didn't took place all over Iraq. It took place in two very narrow strips that were around Kuwait and in south of Iraq. Because Saddam Hussein made a stupid mistake. Actually, it was the mistake because if you want to invade someone, you need to be there. What happened is that most of the Iraqi forces were in and around Kuwait, which meant that it had created the perfect shooting alley for the American
I understand what you mean, but by the time that American forces had engaged decisively, especially on the ground, a majority of the Republican Guard had withdrawn, which American military scholars such as Douglas McGregor, who was there at the time, states was a massive mistake, as what the Americans were truly aiming for was to cripple Saddam Hussein and usurp power in Iraq. Not so much because Iraq was a threat. Their air force quite obviously smashed the Iraqis, even before ground forces had ever been committed. But what was a threat posed by Iraq, and a threat that was shown with the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, was that if Iraq was allowed to operate unchecked, they could possibly corner the world's oil supply, therefore negating any advantage any other nation had globally, due to the fact that Iraq essentially would control the world's oil supply.
the
Their
problem
war
with
with
that
Iran
problem with that
was one attempt at this, but their attack on Kuwait was also of a similar
but
motivation.
that's the thing. If you understand that Iraq couldn't manage to hold, even to have a foothold within Iran beyond 1983, and
Yeah,
technically,
but what I'm trying to say is it's a gamble.
but it's not. That's the thing. You cannot gamble with these things. That's exactly
Yeah,
why
see, this is the difference between the realist point of view and the libertarian point of view. Libertarians believe that things happen because they happen, and realists believe things happen because people have thought about it. But as John Mearsheimer has said on many occasions, states don't always act rationally.
But
Sometimes
the
states
rational part.
take
The problem
gambles.
with war is that you can act completely irrationally. That's exactly what Putin did the first 3 months of this shit show. The problem is that after that, his fucking military told him, brother, whatever you had as a fucking idea, you are handicapping us. We know now by the leaks, I had completely overlooked this, but the military laid out a certain number of targets, strategic targets within Ukraine. They could cripple the first week. We're speaking about 8 bridges.
Yeah, but I'm not one of those people who believe in the whole Russia was attempting to like smash Ukraine in the first week sort of vibes, because I think it was a calculated show of strength to say, mate, we have a stronger standing army than you. We can fuck you up. Behave. Come to the negotiating table, and everything will be calm.
Yes, but then
Whereas
how you can
the Ukrainians, I think, were actually quite willing to go along with this. They said, Tavarish, okay, we see you fucked up our radars, you've smashed our most militant forces, you've decimated Azov, you surrounded Mariupol. Fuck this, we're not about this smoke. We're gonna lose millions of men if we have to fight this war.
it
We're
is
not. We're not going to. And
if
then
it was like
Johnson
that,
and
then
Trump.
they would have actually asked Azov to stop defending Mariupol, despite the fact that we're encircled by the week 3. The issue,
But they weren't asked. They weren't asked by the central government to stop defending. They were asked to try and break out. Like
this never happened.
yeah, of
If
course
you
it
see,
never happened because the Russians aren't stupid, are they? But
but
like,
it has nothing to do with Russia. When you see how the
no,
Mariupol defense,
all that is it's domestic politics within the European bloc and the NATO Atlantic bloc. It had fuck all to do with Ukraine. The Ukrainians were just dying there in the place of like
yeah,
Germans and Poles.
now we have a small disagreement here. We are jumping from subject to subject. Well, I'm just trying to show you a couple of things. First of all,
Okay, Tavares, pin me down. Tell me exactly what you want to tell me.
the hegemonic era of the United States, it starts basically with the first Gulf War. It peaks with the global war on terror, basically with the 9/11. At that point, nobody dares to even fucking look America the wrong way.
Bear in mind Yeltsin.
Helsin actually was the epitome of America completely dominating because he literally.
Exactly. Without Yeltsin, even a weak Russia, with its massive nuclear, political, and historical reach across the world, the Soviet Union made many friends, which now Russia is still banking on.
But the problem,
It's not
the
that
problem is,
Russia was
once
entirely weak, it was
once
that
the Soviet
Yeltsin
Union
was.
fell, Russia couldn't even discuss with the same people it called its friend. When Eltsin, Kuchma, and the other moron in Belarus did the Pact of the Three Thieves, basically
Exactly.
separating. Yeah,
Exactly.
but that's the thing. Once they did it, everybody thought everything was going to be fine. The
Yeah,
communists.
until a little KGB agent called Vladimir Vladimirovich,
It has
and
nothing
Mama
to
didn't
do.
play
It
the
has
similar
nothing to do with
games.
Putin. The thing is, once again, that's what Snake said initially. Ukraine, for a long while, the nationalist forces within the country yearned for a long while. First of all, to get back at Russia for what they thought was the grudge that should help the
Oh,
Holocaust.
all right. I'm British. Yeah. Can we agree that the Crimean War, fought in the 1850s, was between Britain, France, the Turks on one side, and the Russians on the other side? Can we agree this?
Yes, but
Okay.
what's the
Right. Can we agree that the cities of Odessa, Sevastopol, Melitopol were founded by Catherine the Great? Can we agree this?
it's a historical fact? But what's
Okay,
the point?
right. Yeah. No, because with the West, sometimes things aren't historical fact, they're opinion. Right? And can we agree that Russia had made repeated attempts through Minsk and through its positioning of military forces and asking for an accommodation with the Ukrainians? Can we agree that Russia took every fucking reasonable step to try and make peace?
That's a bit more complex.
Yet, it's
Right?
not. It's not more complicated.
Russia tried to impose a solution that, in its interest, when we say this Russian state, would not cripple Ukraine completely, but
Yeah. Okay. All right. But if the
at the same
Ukrainian state, I bear in mind, take Britain as an example, because my politicians like to say we're a very stable state. Okay. We had open rebellion with loyalist and separatist forces in Northern Ireland. Okay. Is that historical fact?
But that's, once again, you are mixing two things here.
No, it's not. It's because there's a significant British population who consider themselves British. They speak only English. They're loyal to the crown. Their flag is my flag. I'm born in England, so we have the same flag, the same tongue, the same cultural heritage. When they were attacked, the British state decided decisively that our subjects cannot be open to assault in broad daylight by military means without the state intervening. Right? The only difference between Ukraine and Russia in the same circumstances is that those provinces belonged to Ukraine instead of Russia at the time. Whereas we had the island, North Island, that's under the British jurisdiction issue. Yeah? So our state military acted decisively and actually went there to protect the Catholics who were the separatists. And then it got engaged into some massive fucking quagmire of a war and everyone got slaughtered. Right?
Well, but that's the thing. The problem for Russia within Crimea and the Donbass are actually as far removed of the problem of the British with Ireland. For one main reason, Russia had 20 years to actually push Ukraine to agree to something very simple. And I'm going to tell you what it was.
We had military supremacy and
No,
we forced the opposing state
because
to
right now
agree.
you're jumping over, and I wouldn't like to cut you off. But the thing is that following Russia from 91 to about 2004 had every single possibility to push Ukraine to agree. There was multiple mutinies of Black Sea Fleet. Guys hoisted the Russian standard. Eltsin had every single chance to get through and have the Ukrainians leave the Black Sea to the Russians by giving away Crimea, because the Crimeans, for a long term,
See, this is a very good point, my brother. And I really don't want to cut you off, but I actually want to reinforce your point a bit more as to why the Russians did this. It's because by this time, by 2004, 2008, you're not dealing with Yeltsin, you're dealing with Putin. And by this time, Putin is a lawyer by trade. He abides by law. He's not an individual who's going to say, all right, let me start an unwarranted war of aggression. Let me just...
what he did actually, the plans to take over Crimea were drawn by Alpha services in 2004, 2005.
Yeah, but you know what that is? That's the mixture of realist protocol with legalism. That's Putin saying, right, by law, technically, we have original jurisdiction and claim over this land, over this area. Our Black Sea fleet is the Black Sea fleet. It's the only fleet that's ever been based here while there's been a Russian Empire or a Soviet Union. Because of the collapse of this, we can't allow NATO to take this from us because it will be a dire strategic threat.
Yeah,
And that's and the Russians were happy to give Ukraine subsidies, provide them free gas and oil, which also protects the local environment in Ukraine for any environmentalists, while still providing a nice surplus to the Ukrainian economy, all at Russia's expense, just so they could keep one sea base, not Crimea, just one sea base at Sevastopol. And the Ukrainians attempted to defy this edict, to cut the Crimeans off from water before Crimea was annexed into Russia. And then Russia took the steps it did. By British measures of like 1930, 1920, it's mild. And it's the one thing that Putin actually says recently quite often: I fucked up. When Ukraine was weak, when their military was corrupt, when half of those fuckers were willing to join us anyways, because the more militant guys came from the east anyways, and those were the guys who joined the military, and they were mainly Russian. Like, I should have just taken Ukraine. I should have annexed the whole fucker. And that's one big mistake on Russia's part.
Everybody in Russia says that. Everybody in Russia says they should have done it 10 years ago.
The problem is that 10 years ago, there are multiple problems there. The Russian military wasn't ready, and even now, despite all the investment there is a real problem, a real fuck up that's
Agree with
going
that
on.
also. Agree with that also. Russia's like 5 to 7 years behind where they need to be if they keep going at this pace, you know. But even still, I agree they're not even caught up.
Is that Russia was shown basically that any fluctuation in the oil market would put its finances not only in jeopardy, but would literally kneecap the whole Russian economy. The point, though, and where I want to go with all this is that when Putin drawn the line and said the way it's going after Yushchenko, the first so-called nationalistic pro-Western president, he said this shit is gone far enough. We are going to draw a line here. He asked the group to design a plan on who to contact, who to buy, who to enlist, how to control everything. For about 6 years, if you see the numbers and who was elected in the Crimean parliament, all those guys were philo or pro-Russian because they were Russian by birth. The plan actually for Putin to take over Crimea was based on something that he saw as inevitable. And by doing this,
Inevitable, why?
but it's very simple. You had a push towards the east when it comes to NATO. Everybody's talking about Russian imperialism, and I'm like, in 1997, Russia was literally a fucking clown. I mean, Chechnya was fucking.
Russia was not. See, this is another thing. You see, this is something that the West uses to hammer against Russia. Fam, listen to this. Yeah, we dropped. We did it. The Americans engineered the oil price collapse, which inevitably fucked the Soviet economy, especially considering the fact you were in a war with Afghanistan at the time and your military resources were being like fucking shredded. And it was expensive to like repay for that shit and increase the living standards of your populace. Yeah, it was a fuckery. The Americans engineered the collapse in the price of oil. And nowadays, the Russians have said, well, you know what? We're not the Soviet Union. We're not an ideological hegemon anymore. And we're talking some bullshit about a multipolar world order, which really and truly will just be a NATO with multiple United States rather than one. It will be like the triumvirate in Rome: Crassus, Caesar, and
I mean,
Pompey.
it's better than what we have
It'll be
now.
exactly. That's what I think. But Russia is not allied itself, but it's aligned quite sneakily with some very significant powers. So Venezuela now, who's going on its bullshit rant about let's start a war in Guyana. Fuck the war. Guyana can't exploit those resources anyways without Western corporations footing the bill. If Venezuela takes them, however, Venezuela will have basically an energy monopoly in the entirety of the South Americas. Whereas with Saudi Arabia, with Iran, Russia, and BRICS as an economic entity is already beginning to slowly say, we're within your system, but we're taking significantly more and more power away from the central state, so America. And if this slide continues, especially with countries like India and China becoming ever more reliant on Russian gas, Russia will maintain its financial position, if not increase it substantially as a resource superpower. Because the other major oil producers in the world are aligned with them and happy to keep prices at a fair balance so that all make some form of profit rather than a subject to US diktat.
The problem is the following. All these are very nice pipe dreams, but the reality is that the system as it stands right now is rigged, and the only possibility to break out of it is to push the nominal hegemon right now to the brink. And that's what's going on. Now, the situational problem that we are discussing here that nobody seems to actually address, whatever happens in Venezuela, whatever happens in Gaza, whatever is happening in Ukraine, whatever might happen tomorrow in Asia, those are mini crises due to the complete structural cracking of the system. And this has to do with two things. First of all, when it cracks, is that nobody's happy. And the first guys not being happy are the
What enforces a crack though? What enforces a crack? If Ukraine is beat, oh shit, we lost.
But that's
That's it.
too.
No, but no. But if Israel loses,
America would gain a lot if Ukraine loses tomorrow. If Ukraine is losing tomorrow and they're fucking dragging the Ukrainians to sign off about 40% of the country, overall Ukraine is almost sold and America wins on that one. I'm gonna tell you why. America right now doesn't have the time to stay 3, 5, 6 years after Ukraine's ass to still see it lose, while the Chinese are having a free range to do whatever they want. I always say this on
see, this is something that people don't understand as well. Like, people have the idea that the United States is just some like bloated fat fucking waste of space. You do know that the United States is the United States, innit? Like, if they get on a war footing and they're not fucking around, they can mobilize their technological supremacy. The fact that they have
Dude,
extremely high numbers of well-educated people.
80% of army applicants fail they fail physicals. Now that's the big problem. Like, listen,
Yeah, why?
all
Because they're
these young
looking for
kids
green
are
cards.
fat
But
and
yo, if it's a
retarded. I'm
time of
serious.
war,
Nobody's
if it's a
fighting.
time of war,
Nobody's going to war in this country. Trust me. And a professional army, yeah, we have a huge
what for
professional
any
army.
reason?
It's not
What
big enough.
for any reason? I have the same dubious mentality about people who say the US is incapable of putting up a fight
No,
as I have
technologically, the
about the
U.S. is
people who
numero uno
say
still,
that.
no doubt. But I mean, in terms of a world war, it's not the same kind of fighting men that they used to make. I sound like an old timer, and I'm only 30, but it's not the same kind of fighting men that they had back in like 1940. It's not guys that
But then
grew up
what's it going
eating
to be?
nails.
All right, if the United States entered into war with, let's say, Russia or China, okay, and they stood up their conventional militaries, went at it. Obviously, everyone can say the first shot of the US military would be unleashing hell with air power, right? Let's say that goes okay, and then ground forces go in and get decimated. What will the next shot of the United States be? It will be either to turtle up and protect the continental United States using its fucking massive submarine force primarily to sink any enemy convoys, transports, warships headed for its soil. It'll either be to turtle up or to launch nuclear strikes. It'll be one or the other.
Matt, can I jump in a little bit just so we can kind of get to understand things, how the way the world works currently because of the United States. The United States pretty much right now is kind of, I would describe it as a table with 2 feet. It needs a third foot, which is Europe, in order to be stable. And if it has a fourth foot, which is usually like Asia, that part of Asia, it's even better for them,
Japan is
right?
integral for
They have
sure.
to. Sorry.
No, I'm just sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I just want to say Japan. I agree with what you're saying. Japan is integral, though, for sure. I mean, America's like minimum one extra foot, probably two. I mean that Japan and maybe even South Korea, but really Japan. I mean that's a crucial
I'm
part of the
speaking more
U.S.
in terms of,
hegemony
yeah,
globally.
I'm speaking more in terms of zones, right? Europe is like that third foot that you need to sustain yourself. Thing is like this: in order to keep that going, you cannot have this sort of. This is like the craziest thing people don't know. You can't just take your military from all over the world, which you need it in order to kind of like have a foot in the door everywhere, and just go to one place. You simply
Exactly.
cannot do
Well
it.
done. That's called force commitment. Well done.
Exactly. If you get out of the Middle East or out of Asia right now, you're not coming back unless you're super victorious. Otherwise, you're not coming back there. You will not be allowed to come back. So that's why they can never dedicate that many forces to a single region. And the fact that people think that the United States is going to be
Yeah, but
attacked,
then
that's fucking
here's the
hilarious.
problem for the
Nobody's going to
United
attack the
States.
United States ever
Yeah,
in
but
this
then
way.
here's the
Nobody's
problem for
going
the
to
United
invade it.
States. Russia will deploy all of its force to Ukraine
Exactly.
if
Russia will
necessary.
deploy all of its forces.
China will deploy all of its forces
Exactly,
to
because it's
defend
their
eastern
backyard.
China and China coast. They will do it.
Exactly.
But the
However, the
United
United States
States, if
cannot
it
do
does
that.
that, it instantly collapses its global hegemony in order to win a war that they might not win.
I
Exactly.
greatly
Exactly. That's what I
suspect
think.
this projection that the United States does on Russia. Just one quick comment on Russia about internal instability in Russia. You see all the propaganda headlines. Oh, the Muslims are rioting. Oh, the Tuvans are rioting. It's always somebody. There's always some alleged instability that doesn't actually exist. I actually think that's a lot of projection, and I think the United States is actually domestically incredibly weak. And you're seeing these first I'm not even talking about like BLM or anything like that. Just recently with Israel Palestine, I mean, it is getting bad. It is getting bad between Jewish folks that own very big companies, their
Yeah,
employees that don't support them. You know, they flex their power at every turn. It's turning bad. So if the United States doesn't have the appetite for war domestically. The U.S. military
do
could
you
take
mind if
on
I jump in
somebody,
real
but
quick?
domestically, it's a nightmare in a way. In the same way they project on Russia, Russia can't handle a war; it's going to collapse. Putin has no support. That's actually, I think, the reality here. I think if anything got serious, whoever was at the top would lose popularity and would be shown the door so quickly it's not even funny. And at the end of the day, it's all popularity politics. So I don't think that. I don't know. I really don't think that America has the stomach for it.
I'd like to just quickly say that although I agree that honestly I believe that the United States is done with defensive wars. They've had Iraq, they've had Afghanistan, they've had fucking Vietnam before that. There's been interventions all across the globe. Half of them have ended in catastrophe, the other half have ended in triumph and then catastrophe. Um, I think the US is done with offensive wars. But I do not believe, honestly, and I think this is something that everyone should take serious. When an animal is cornered, when a dog is wounded, that's a time to give him some food and to say, all right, lad, get back to the table. Yeah, I know you were trying to be the hegemon. Fucking hell. We all try. It's okay. Don't worry. Now you've been defeated. It's okay. Come into the fold, right? But if it's a case where the world tries to isolate the US will turtle up. It will take its allies close to its chest and will say, yo, we have to wage another ideological war. And I don't think it's actually necessary because I don't think humanity is actually divided on lines of ethics or ideology. We're divided more on lines of governance.
Well, it would be hard to pull off just because, unless they just went full George Orwell on the information space. You can't, pretty much in every era besides this very recent one, in every war besides this very recent one, it was basically the government, every government, the United States, the Soviet Union, Russia, whoever. I mean, they would have their own propaganda. That was party line propaganda, nothing else. Now you have people talk to each other,
Yeah, yeah.
so
I.
you can't
But me
hide like
personally,
bullshit motives
I'm a
anymore.
historian. I'm a historian. I don't really tutus give a fuck about propaganda.
Okay,
But
guys, let's end the subject of when it comes to propaganda, not propaganda. We have a call from Snake. Snake, if you want to go through, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to just remind people that this is not the way that the world works. Isn't like we're just going to declare a mass mobilization. We're going to go to full war footing. This is not the way the world works. Even Russia at this point is not at full mobilization. Ukraine's not full, at full mobilization. Even like right now, to expect the pivot to Asia, the U.S. is not going to just redeploy all its forces, reindustrialize, do all these other things. No, they come with opportunity costs. What actually will happen is that it is a matter of producing at a rate that your industry or your industrial base can sustain, and with a sort of balance with other industries or other sectors of your economy. I mean, it is not. And this is why this issue of war production in the U.S. is very difficult to solve because it only has a few of these specialized production facilities. It has very few shipyards that are still open and capable of producing, it's producing naval warships. So this idea, like theoretically, the U.S. could do it, but it's not as politically and practically unviable. And you really have then this question of pivoting Asia is actually a pacing is actually what they discuss as a pacing problem. What can sustainably be produced within the economic and industrial base of the U.S. and the collective West.
Yep. That's the biggest problem that we have right now is exactly that the fact that for some reason there was a complete abandonment of what used to make America great, which actually has gone since the 70s. But in general terms, as you said,
but can we not all agree that America is actually a good thing? Like, although its government might not always be great.
I've let speak quite enough. And first of all, I'm going to tell you as it is. America is not a good thing. And I'm going to tell you why. I lived for a short while under a rather contrived system, a unical party, and there were things that you knew you couldn't do, and there were things that you knew that you could do. That system was a bona fide dictatorship. I was too small to know it then. I understood it when I was.
Can, can I ask where? Can I ask where?
Finish. Let me finish.
Yeah. But can I ask where? So
Okay,
it's got more
Quit
context.
hogging the mic. Just let it speak.
please. The thing is the following: if America was a good thing, if America once again was a good thing, it would be so much more difficult for any other competitor to unseat it within its own game. Why? Because everybody would be okay with America being what it is right now. The problem is, America is not a good thing, not because the Americans are bad or evil per se. Some people think that like that. I don't. I think that the Americans are using greed on a completely different level than everybody else before. But per se, that doesn't change much to the fact that greed is part of human nature. The biggest problem with America is that at some point, a bit like Ukraine, they started to believe their own nonsense. And this is absolutely everywhere. And the best part of it is that at some point, America had eloquent leaders, and most of the time they were figureheads. Uh, One of those, honestly, a lot of people do not like it, but I think that Truman and also Eisenhower had a very deep eloquence, a bit simple, a bit normalized. But this, when you hear what Brandon is saying today, or when you hear his aides bullshitting by saying that on one sense uh, you got A, on the other you got B, and both of them are completely interchangeable. That's not how a hegemon is supposed to work. A hegemon, a system, dominion, doesn't work like that. At some point, I would even emphasize that the fact that the UK, Great Britain, stayed so long on top of the European game, despite the fact that it had the least advantages. It was a motherfucking island, for fuck's sake. Bigger countries than itself, with more resources. When you think at Spain, how Spain lost its primacy on the seas, England did that by cunning, by being extremely, extremely calculating. America has stopped calculating since it won World War II. Since it won that motherfucking war, America has been working on one single point. They are first. Everybody else goes second.
Do you
And
mind if I make a quick distinction in my point?
right now, no, because I'm gonna finish this part and then you can
I
intervene.
go on. No. I'm happy, and I actually agree with most of what you're saying, but it's just not applicable to my point. I mean, America as the people, as the state, as actually their constitution says it should be, not the actuality of the state. Do you know what I mean? Like, fucking hell. Nazi Germany that says kill all the Jews is inherently a fucked up state. Whereas a state that says, yo, we should be fucking bound by like freedom, freedom of religion,
Are
right
you
to
sure
bear
you want to
arms,
go
all this
there?
shit. It's something
Are you
different.
sure you want to go there? Because initially the Constitution of the United States said that a black man was 3/5 of a white man. Do you really want to go there? I thought that you were a historian. I really, I'm gonna tell you two things because right now
All
I'm getting a
right,
bit fed
riddle
up.
me this. All right,
I'm
where
gonna,
exactly in the United States Constitution
I'm
does it
getting a
say
bit
that a
fed
black
up.
man
So please,
is
could
three
you just
fifths
cut it?
of a white man? In the United States Constitution, I'm almost certain it doesn't say that.
It literally says that as an amendment later. They'll change it later.
What the fuck, man? You're supposed to be a historian. What are
Bro,
you even talking
this is
about?
really
So what,
common knowledge.
am I a
This is really
historian or am I
common
fucking
knowledge.
Wikipedia? Like
No,
no.
There was
On
a
God, is that what
there was a civil
what? So
war
is that
fought
what
over
you're
it.
saying that the essence of the United? No. Give me a second, right? Is
I'm
that
not
what you're
giving you a
saying that the
second because
essence?
you blew one thing. You are talking about America as a the house on the fucking hill. You know that
No, I'm
what?
not talking about America as like the house on the hill. I'm actively supporting Russia in a war against America's proxy.
But that's
How
not
does
the
that
point.
count?
We're not speaking about that. You literally said that now that you respect
No, I
America, the
didn't
idea.
literally say that. What I'm saying is, do you not think America, as an institutional fucking force for good, has some merit in the modern world? Do you think we
Absolutely
should just
not,
what
because it's not a
nuke
force for
the
good.
Americans?
You are confusing two things. You are confusing
No, I'm not
American
confusing
propaganda.
two things. You're conflating the issue between American foreign policy and how a few fucking pricks act in Congress and direct the United States military
Okay. Can
versus
I
what
ask you a
America
question?
is
Can I
and is
ask you a
supposed to
question?
be.
Can I ask you a fucking question? And
Go
then you're
on,
gonna reply to me.
go on, go on,
Can
go
you
on.
tell me more about the Sackler affair? Can you talk to me about Enron? Should we speak about Fannie Mae? The problem with
You're
America,
talking about the acts of institutions and corporations. You're not talking about the body of the people.
the body of the people allowed
So,
all that stuff to
all right. So
happen.
Martin Luther King is a fucking imperialist expansionist until he was shot dead. For what? For his civil rights. John Lennon was a fucking I don't know, sycophant
You're
Terminator.
making an argument that's it's a false argument. I mean, you're
Bro, that's
putting
hilarious
words in his
because
mouth.
you are going to something that I'm gonna also say my
I'm
fucking
No,
so
language.
I
confused
think
by
the
this
issue is
guy.
you're
Honestly,
conflating
Bro,
institutions.
bro.
how do we choose these
Bro,
Ben, you're
subjects?
honestly,
conflating the
you are going to
institution with
keep
the
a fucking
individual.
line of thought or I'm going to mute you because right now you are going from point to point and at no point you're stopping. You are disrespecting everybody by cutting every time. And when you are confronted with a fact or an argument, you are always fucking trying to jump around it. I'm going to give you the right. I'm sorry because probably you're not very happy with that, what I'm saying about America, but I'm going to give you a right of passage right now. The problem is that America as an institution, you can decide to appreciate it. I personally do not, for one main reason. I like when people tell me the truth. I like when people literally spit in my face by telling me we hate you, motherfucker, or we love you. I do not accept someone who pretends to be my friend and at no point gives a fuck about me. That's America right now. America is a system who literally grasshopped its fucking way all over its direct surroundings, who took by purchase, by fucking war, by fucking conspiracy, place and ground all around it, and then created this myth that somehow it was the land of the free, home of the brave. But the point of America, the main point of America was to build something that was false from the beginning. And this is something that to me, it reminds me, unfortunately, all those previous socialistic, I would call them dictatorship because I lived in Albania. I lived in one, okay, for a very short term, who would peddle something that they knew perfectly well it wasn't true. There are two faces to every single system. One face is the one that you live every day, and you might see only part of how the system really works. You can feel it though, because either you can go fast or slow within your system. I'm gonna tell you something. I was born and when I started my life in Albania up until I got enlisted, my future as I saw it was bleak. Honestly, I couldn't escape enlisting only because there was this fucking civil war. And we couldn't be enlisted for the year I was supposed to go through. So they had to grab me the next, a bit like the Ukrainians are doing. They had to grab me in 1999 to get through. The point is, once that I had that, something great happened to my life, and suddenly I discovered something completely different. That my system and another system in the fucking country next to me, okay, not very next to me because it was France, were completely different. Where there was still a notion of meritocracy, but was France perfect? Me still living part of the year in there, I'm gonna tell you, it's not. A lot of things happen that I cannot believe that France would still sell this bullshit about the land of human rights and the first declaration of human rights and so on. You got major issues in France that cannot be covered, but its history is rich. The idea of France is beautiful for the French. The same way the idea of America is probably extremely beautiful for Americans. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the way they are. You cannot confuse what a country represents for you as your personal lecture, as your personal feeling, and what it represents for everybody else. And you can also not try to put factual evidence and a concrete analysis to how you feel. If I want to say how I feel about America, it's not going to be very great. But I need to tell you something. I fucking follow the NFL. I fucking follow the NHL. The culture of America has something special for me. I'm not saying that it blows me away, but there is something there that to me it, it it's still attractive. Do I for that much want all America to die or whatever? Or on the other side, am I completely pro-American? No, everything can be picked up. You can like something despite whoever has made it. And this is one of the things I want to tell you. You can absolutely have a different opinion than me on America, but factually, the way America has been throwing its weight around, you can pretend that it was nicer or not nicer, but it's not. The difference, though, and when we can agree that America has had a completely different approach because it was a different ball game, a different level. America is playing globally. Very few nations have been able to do that, and it's playing globally in an age where humanity has been larger than ever. So, of course, quote unquote, mistakes are going to be made. The problem with America is it is not even trying to amend itself. You know, the Soviet Union fell because it tried to amend itself. America is not doing that. It is accelerating in a sense that is, in my opinion, and that's why we're having this fucking space, extremely detrimental to us all, especially in Europe. They are not ready to give up to their hegemonic position, and they're not ready to give up to something that would put America in a completely different level. If Europe had any chance to exist for what it is, which is a rather rich continent, populous as well, Russia was the next link, the natural link. America with NATO, and that was the fucking motto of the thing, is keep the Germans down, the Americans in, and the Russians out. It's as simple as that. America found a perfect system to be able to eat from within, and it's working. But don't you dare telling me that America is, in a sense or another, a force for good. It's stabilizing Europe for its interest. But look, the moment Europe was at risk of getting to the other
You
side.
definitely misinterpreted my point. I never meant as in the modern times. I meant just like as an idea, as an institution, as it should be, rather than as it actually is. I
But
can see
America
that point.
was
You're
based
entirely
on
right. Everything
literally.
you said has been entirely correct.
But
But
America, as an idea, was built upon spoliation of a land from its people, and this is a constant in history. Most modern nations or most powerful nations had to spoil land from the who was even there. But in this case, America was literally a foreign implant. Its population X is
I
there,
agree. I
so how
agree
can it be a
entirely.
force for good if you're already tainted at
Because
your
no, because
origin?
where are the Native American nations who could now then take up that mantle? It's sad, but they're gone. The only force we have in that like hemisphere is either the Americans or
I'm
perhaps the
so
Brazilians.
confused by these points.
Yeah, yeah, I
No,
don't
no,
know.
because
I don't know.
I'm
Okay,
thinking,
Aiden,
all
I'm
right, no,
sorry, bro. I'm gonna put you on, Aiden and Kaiser, and then so we can move on with this. Sorry, bro. Pup, pup, pup. Go on, Kaiser. Go on, Aiden.
But can we just all agree? Can we just all agree that space communism is a force for good?
Yeah, I mean, it's 333. You made awesome points. I just want to say one little thing, Jay. I mean, you will get no argument with me to say, yeah, that Nazi Germany was evil. But at the bar, you know, I mean, you are an historian. You say you're an historian. To take this as your comparison, I mean, that is the lowest bar possible. And what 333 is saying, what he's literally saying all the time is, the idea of one thing is one thing, okay? The idea can be it can be self-depreciating, it can be a lie, whatsoever. What he is talking about is the lived reality of the life. You can say that the idea of America was from the get-go, it was an honest idea, but they just weren't able to make it work, or you can say it was a lie from the it was a lie, a big lie from the beginning. People were lying to themselves. I'm not sure about this myself here because
It's
as
an
we
ongoing experiment.
yeah
It's an ongoing experiment. Who
as
knows how it's going to end up?
yeah, second to 100. As we is saying, the difference is, I mean, yes, I mean, when new countries rise, empires rise, people are being conquered. That's normal. So I think this whole stuff about colonial settlement, this is really retarded American liberalism. But here's the difference. When new people come, or let's say a new empire rises, people actually mix. Let's say this is the reason why when you look at the genetic mix-up of Eurasia, it's all over the place because actually people mix. And the big difference is when it comes to the United States is the natives basically they were basically there is no mixing that regard with the new people. And that's very telling, actually, you know? Like, when you look at the Turks, for example, the Turks are all over the place. You get those Turks, like, from the OG steppe nomadic pastoralist to the blonde, blue-eyed Turks. And they're all Turks. You see, that's just the empire, which was obviously people were mixing. I'm not saying that the Ottoman Empire was great whatsoever. I'm just saying it's very telling that this never happened with the United States. Or look at Russia. All over the place, ethically speaking. And that's also a telltale. And I will say something else here. I was also born, let's say, in the GDR. That means we were part of the Warsaw Pact. And I will not, it would be stupid to say, oh, the Soviet Union wasn't a hegemon. Obviously, they were a hegemon. Obviously, you can say, you can make an argument that was an empire. But here's the big difference. I will tell you, Jay, and I'm not lying. The attitude which the United States, not the average American people, the average American people are normal people like everyone else, but the attitude which the American mainstream, let's say, intelligentsia, let's say the media class, the political class have, and von Clausewitz knows that. I'm literally arguing with it in the spaces. People will tell you, for example, when it comes to Nord Stream 2, well, guys, we warned you. Don't do that. Don't buy Russian gas. You didn't want to hear at us. Boom. So this attitude, and that is totally normal. It's like, and you can argue, you can arguments. Hey, but guys, why didn't you sell us your gas, which is so cheap? You know, we never had an offer. Oh, well, blah, 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 blah. The thing is, the Soviet Union never. And this is, I can swear on the name of the Bible, the Soviet Union never ever had this attitude towards its Warsaw Pact members, like this really paternalistic, I'm the boss, and either if you don't listen what I am doing, I will just fuck you up and no second guesses here. And this arrogance, this hubris, and you would think, hey, actually, hey, aren't we friends? Like, aren't we like, hey, we are kind of friends, aren't we? Like, we're not just some kind of hillbilly backwater. No, it's intrinsically. And when you see that, when you argue that, I mean, there's a huge difference. I will tell you one thing. The Soviet Union, you know, all these gas pipelines, oil pipelines, which are now going out of the Soviet Union towards Europe, especially gas, you know how they actually came to fruition? I mean, and you can say, that is actually, it was a project of goodwill between the Soviet Union, who had that shit, and all these little countries around. They built it together. The gas pipeline Druzhba, for example, where then every country came, hey guys, you know what? You get a 500 kilometer kind of part of that. You build it. So that was like the Poles came, and the Germans came, and the Hungarians came, and they built together. Like everyone was responsible for their part of the pipeline. They built it together. I know no one talks about this in the West, like, and it's always like talk, the Soviets just wanted to keep control. No, I mean, they were basically giving away their richness to help other countries. I'm not saying that they weren't an imperial hegemon, but there's a good imperial hegemon and there's something else. The difference between the Roman Empire and the British Empire, I will say it in 1 minute here. I mean, the Romans, you know, they were, if you denied them, they could be genocidal. No question about that. We beat the asses in the Teutoburg forest. But here's the thing. The reasons why the Romans are still held after 2,000 years in high regard is because they gave something. They not only took something, they gave something. And this is why all these people, these tribal people, are still somehow grateful. When it comes to the British Empire, they were just exploitative. They gave nothing. They just took. They took. I mean, and obviously we'll have some British retard telling me, but we built some railways in India. Get the fuck out. You had 100 years, 150 years in India, 100 years in Africa. Those places must have been, I mean, honestly, if you really gave a shit, those places would have been on an industrial level, not even comparable. But the British never gave a shit. The British were always
Those
only
railways
interested.
were just to take minerals out.
Yeah,
They only
exactly.
went from inland to the
Exactly,
ports, you
exactly.
know.
The
Yeah.
British were only interested in wealth extraction. And this system continued actually after World War II, when the British realized after India, hey, they cannot hold to their colonies. They were smarter than the French. They realized, okay, we need to set up a new kind of system to continue the wealth extraction. Et voila, we have the offshore kind of financial system with all the little offshore account islands, where you can where you can transport money from one point to the next. And you see, this is actually where 333 is coming from. It's not important what, let's say, an empire tells to itself. Important is how it really, the acts. And I mean, again, every empire will tell themselves, they have this glorious notion about themselves.
No,
At the end of
how
the
do
day,
you treat counterparties? Yeah, no, it's a very simple
it
concept. I
just
agree.
matters at the end of the day what they're giving. And I would even say until 89, the American empire was actually relatively smart. But they were smart because there was this huge counter pressure with the Soviet Union. They had to play nice because they were fearing if we are not a little bit smart, the Soviets will just take over from within. And as soon as the Soviet Union was gone as a counterforce, you saw the true face of this empire. This empire which doesn't give a shit about its allies, which is playing one ally against another ally, divide and conquer. They're basically taking the worst things of the British Empire and continuing this. And I will tell you one thing. There's a reason why the Brits, they faded away so quickly. And the legacy which they will leave behind, you will see in 100 years, no one will talk about the British Empire anymore. It will be faded away like the Dutch or whatsoever. And that's the difference compared to the Romans or others. But okay, thank you very much, 333, to giving me the opportunity to talk with the historian here. I mean, honestly, man, this is basic knowledge. Whatever.
Kaiser, if I could piggyback off what you said, I want to say it's kind of a mistake. You know, if a lot of people here obviously read. I think it's a mistake to look at the United. I used to commit this mistake to look at the United States and England as a separate entity. One is really a continuation of the other, and if you look at the economic history of the United States, the very first economic boom the United States really had was a railroad boom, and all that money exclusively came from the city. It exclusively came from London. It wasn't American money that was financing all that growth. All the main infrastructure, the massive canal projects, the shipping, ports, I mean, it was all funded with British money. So, I mean, and then Wall Street eclipsed them after World War II, only after World War II. So it's really the same empire. And then there's a really good book for anybody who's interested, and they made it an hour-long YouTube video too. What is it called? Like the Shadow Empire, the Second Empire, or something like that. If you just Google the Britain's offshore banking system, it's really amazing how, what England gave up in terms of like military might, it actually still, like, the stranglehold it has on the global economic system, like, pretty much if you think about all the economic activity taking place in South America, Africa, everywhere, all this money sits in British bank accounts still to this day. I mean, it's not like, I mean, that's why every time there's some kind of like offshore papers leak and you're like, oh my God, all these people have all this money offshore. I mean, not that it's a shocker, but nothing ever really gets done about it for the simple fact that if you really clamp down on it, the United States and England couldn't do business as usual. And that's just a non starter. So, but yeah, I would look at it as all one kind of the continuation of the beast. The United States, they made it, the U.S. made a good effort to try and break free, but I mean, the ties that bind are very, very old. I mean, it's an Anglo-Saxon cultural thing. I mean, it's basically the
And
only thing ever.
Johnny, to your point, I mean, the difference between the French and the British is the British were smart. After World War II, okay, forget about Suez, you can say, It was a dick
I know where
measuring.
you're going with
Yeah,
this, and you're exactly right. You're
I mean,
exactly
the
right. It's all
Americans made
money.
clear when in 56, Eisenhower made clear, okay, guys, now we're the top dog and you will follow us. And okay, but the French were stupid in comparison to the British. The French really thought they can hold on to their empire in a physical means. The war in Vietnam and Indochina, and then immediately after that, the war in
Algeria.
Algeria, yes. And the British were way smarter than this. They set up the whole offshore account system, the whole financial system.
It's
With the whole,
genius. It's
it's a
honestly
genius.
genius.
Yeah, absolutely.
So fucking
The
genius.
private equity system, the playbook, has been written by the city of London, and it's great.
100%. New
It is
York and London. Yep.
absolutely. And when you look at it, it's crazy that a country like the UK, which is a rather small European country, has still so much financial influence all over the world with private capital, private equity in particular. And yeah, they were smart, but it's a continuation. Unfortunately, I do think that the United States could be something else. There could be something different, but that is up to the Americans to decide. Which direction they want to go. Unfortunately, it seems that they are just continuing basically the extension of the British Empire. But Kremlin, my friend, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something while we're on topic of empires. That this is kind of like my take. I think that like these former colonial empires, like France, Great Britain, and Spain, right? They did, let's say, empire in a relatively smart way compared to what the United States is doing right now. Is that what I mean by smart way? You have all these countries, other countries, regions that you control. You extract wealth from them, but in the same time, you kind of like share it or partially share it with your population. So you work towards having loyalty of your indigenous people, so to speak, which will help you in the long run in trying to maintain that empire as much as possible. Whereas the United States isn't doing that properly. They're basically just just look at it in all these wars they got into. If you look at it basically over time, you'd see that for the average American, they didn't get a slice of the pie, let's say, of whatever United States benefited from. It was actually worse. They were like the guys holding the bag. They were the whole had to pay for the check, and in the long run, this will not guarantee you the loyalty of the people. I mean, obviously, you can dump a shit ton of propaganda on them like they're doing right now, and all this sort of bullshit that you see on the media. But in the long run, people will have less and less incentive to support the power structure.
Don't underestimate, the power of the jobs creation program that is the military-industrial complex. I mean, this is literally how they sell this shit in America. It's jobs
Uh,
in your district.
but Johnny, I agree with you, Johnny. What thank you. This is where American self-proclaimed Marxists have it completely wrong. This is because they cannot see the blind spots. Yes, there is some certain benefits, obviously, that you're the imperial core, when you want to call that. But honestly, that's the bare minimum. The MIC, that's the bare minimum. Considering the resources which America has, considering the potential it has. I
No,
mean,
it's such a
honestly,
drain. I agree
yeah,
completely. No, it's such
the
a
thing is
drain.
because
Such
this
a
is what I'm
fucking drain.
always so tired when American Marxists, I mean, when they start talking and they don't know shit. Like the United States, even if it weren't an empire, if the rest of the world would disappear tomorrow from the world map, they have all the potential if they have smart leadership to become a super prosperous nation. I mean, they have all the potential, but as Kremlin was saying, that is so spot on. The American elites, they are actually stupid because they share the bare minimum with the indigenous population, whereas the French were smarter than the British. So you buy basically yourself the loyalty of the normal average people for a long, long time, and the Romans basically did the same. And the American elites don't do that, and that's actually interesting. Why don't they do it? I mean, do they think that their own population are so retarded and stupid that they don't have to do it? Sometimes you get that impression, you know, when you see the political charades and the candidates out
It's
there, which
slowly
are,
imploding. It's slowly imploding. The
yeah,
only
it's
thing that
imploding,
keeps
absolutely.
what
But
keeps it afloat, though, is there's still, if you want to talk about like critical and cutting edge technologies, it's still in the United States. I mean, certain things China has definitely eclipsed us. I just came back from a trade show where I saw shit like it's consumer electronics based. It was just wild, absolutely wild what China has. So, I mean, if you put that in a military context, what they're capable of, it's scary. I mean, not like in a bad way, but it's just scary that anyone's capable of that, honestly. Anyway, but you know, that's the United States has this really healthy part of the country, which is, all the technology companies, all the .com companies, a lot of proprietary university research, which, the big corporations just take and use for free, while people who actually come up with the technology make absolutely like no money, which is hilarious.
Johnny, I will say just this before our esteemed Dr. Snack goes ahead.
Oh
The
yeah, sorry,
Romans,
I'm not
the
looking at the screen. Sorry,
yeah,
sorry.
the Romans, they had Panem et Circensium. They knew the population of Rome back then, the biggest city in the world, over 1 million people. They were basically, I mean, they knew, okay, they lost their jobs, so to speak, due to imperial stuff. But the Roman emperors were smart enough to give them the bread and the entertainment. When you look at the United States, there shouldn't be, in an imperial court, there shouldn't be like 3, 4 million homeless people. This shouldn't exist. There shouldn't exist abject poverty in the case of
A hundred
drug
percent.
addiction.
No,
And
a
this
hundred
is a good,
percent.
when you compare this, you see actually what
A
Kremlin is
hundred
saying
percent.
is so spot on that let's say the establishment over there, that don't actually care about their own, let's say, actually the fundament of the empire. But because who's fighting the wars? At the end of the day, you need those people. Or you can do what the Romans did in the later empire. You can rely on mercenaries, in most cases German mercenaries. But then, what will happen if they're strong enough and civilized enough? They will just take over because they think, hey, why the fuck are we ruled by Rome? We can do our own shit, you
Well, that
know?
was Iraq. I mean, if you
And,
really want to look at Iraq and Afghanistan, at one point, I mean, they were, what was it, three quarters? I think Trista probably has better numbers on this. Trista, what percentage were private military contractors in Gulf Two? Wasn't it something like 60% or 70%? Like when you counted like all the logistics and support and everything else, it was some insanely high number. I mean, it was like really a privately fought war, and the government pays through the nose for that. A Navy SEAL makes chump change, but if they get hired through a demi or whatever the hell they're called now, it's like $3,000 a day. So big difference.
And it's not just that, this thing that has been circulating in the media recently, where these guys are saying, you know what, maybe we should do something like offer citizenship in exchange for
Oh yeah,
military
no, they're doing.
service.
Aren't they doing that for the Mexicans? I thought they've been doing that for the
Yeah,
Mexicans.
yeah, they're basically at
I
that
know.
point where
From
they're
what I understand,
hiring the
from what I
barbarians.
understood, that was always a way to get your citizenship in America. If you were here illegally, if you signed up for the military, it was. I mean, and it's not like a conspiracy thing. It was kind of like an unspoken thing. You could always, if you served in the military, I forget how many years, but you're automatically granted citizenship. And in high school, they used to show us videos of guys like that who like their citizenship awards in their uniform and everything. So it's definitely a thing. It's always been a path to, and that's an old path to citizenship. That's since colonial times.
Yeah. Okay, Snack and Aiden and Snack, you guys decide.
Yeah, I just want to comment on the Roman thing. People often actually forget like the empire is in many ways more progressive than the Republic, because the Republic was actually like Rome as basically Roman supremacy on the island and also Italian supremacy. Whereas later in the empire, you actually had this declaration of universal citizenship, which is actually done for military purposes. But it was more about what it actually ended up doing is it actually end up leveling the kind of the Roman law and provincial law, because it's not standardized. The citizenship across the empire. And the thing is, like, it's not I mean, people often have the stereotype of like mercenaries, like bringing the Roman Empire down. And that's not necessarily the case because from the 3rd century onwards, you did have a lot of people who were foederati or other tribal auxiliaries who actually ended up being Roman. But here's the thing: many of those were already like Roman citizens because they lived within the borders of the Roman Empire. So that's what people kind of forget. I mean, they actually did for a time actually make. No. I'm saying they actually did make it work. I mean, but the issue is actually came. If you want to talk about the mass like Gothic migration into Germany, from Germany into the Roman Empire, that actually happened like at the end or at the beginning of the 5th century. And what actually the result of that is actually very idiosyncratic to the politics of the Roman court at the time, in particular between the East and the West. Because what actually happened in the late 4th century was there was an emperor, Eugenius, who had a magister militum, who was a Frank, and they actually oversaw a kind of revival of paganism in the West. And Theodosius, who was an emperor of the East, could just not tolerate this, and there was actually a holy war, more or less, waged on the West. And this ended up killing a lot of the experienced Comitatenses troops and other Frankish allies that the Western Rome had. And what actually then the next decade, when Stilicho was actually had to defend again, the borders of the Western Roman Empire, he had to pull troops from the Rhine. And at that time, it was actually just the Frankish auxiliaries who were still there, but they did fight. And they fought even when they had been banned by the army. They did fight, but eventually were overwhelmed. They could no longer defend the borders of the empire. So the issue is it's very difficult to say what the Roman Empire would have been had this sequence of events not played out. You would still have had a very solid alliance of the Franks and the Western Romans, and they would have still watched the border for perhaps more centuries. And it might have been even the case that you would have seen the Gothic migration get stopped within a certain distance of the border, and then eventually those people would have been absorbed and acculturated just like the Franks were. It's very difficult to say, and a lot of the sort of inevitability narrative of Roman dissolution, or whatever, is very much based on this teleology that kind of read everything back as inevitable. But I don't think at the time, a lot of things were in play.
There's spaces where they literally banned talking about the Roman Empire. I'm not even kidding, just because of how much people get into it.
Okay, Aiden, it's your turn, man. I'm sorry for letting you wait.
No, it's all good. I was gonna say something back when you and Jay were talking, but it's all good. That was forever ago, and I've already lost it.
Aiden, you're still there, man?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
He's asking you He's asking you if you can hear him.
I cannot hear him. That's the funny part.
Okay, it's all good. I don't need to speak. Somebody can just say it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
I hear everybody.
It happens.
Can somebody tell him that I'm good? I don't need to speak.
Yeah, he said he's good.
And guys, Aiden and everyone here, and Johnny, the thing is always, and I always say that, this is not like the typical, it's not, you're just anti-American. That's nonsense. I mean, as Sweet is saying, actually, we all love, in certain ways, American culture. There's awesome stuff. And the American people are American people, but the thing is, when you see how the elites are acting, how they are basically enforcing their imperial rule, it's crazy. Honestly, I was talking. Okay, Patrick Fox, but he's basically mainstream when it comes to Ukraine in many ways. And when we have a discussion, he's telling me, "Yeah, well, guys, we warned you. You didn't want to listen to us, and if you don't hear, you have to feel." Talking notes, and I was saying, look, Patrick, why didn't, let's say, if America is smart, why didn't they offer Europe a counter proposal? Let's say, guys, we understand you need gas and oil, for your economy, and you need the supply stability. Guess what? We found a lot of shale gas, and it's fucking cheap as dirt. We will sell you the stuff for the same price which the Russians sell to you. They never made that offer, but they expect then everyone to stay loyal. And that's the thing. You cannot stay loyal if you don't offer anything back. And to not go back to the Roman times, because Rostek is right. There are many, many reasons why things happen what they happen. But they fucked up, for example, the Gothic situation, Dr. Snack. The Goths just wanted to settle. They didn't want to plunder and pillage the Roman Empire. But yet, that was 376 when, what was his name? Valeri, not Valerian, Valians, that just decided, fuck that shit.
Valeri's the Ukrainian guy.
Yeah, we will just smash them, and that is when things got rolling. Stupid decision, and you see the same kind of mistakes at Americans. I mean, how do you expect your European allies to stay loyal when you obviously are willing to sacrifice them basically as a sacrificial lamb? Why should I? Look, honestly, this is what people don't understand. I'm not a fucking banana republic, man. Like, you have to treat people with respect. And this is what, if you don't understand that, time is long. This is Americans often lack the historic perspective. 100 years are nothing. What are 100 years? You have people come and go. I mean, the Romans were longer in southern Germany for 500 years. Then the Americans are now they're 80 years. 80 years nothing. So the thing is, if you want loyalty, you also have to be loyal to your allies, to your clients, or whatever you want to call them. That is a very stupid American policy, which started with Clinton, I would say, after the fall of the Berlin Wall. They completely said, "Hey, we are so super powerful. We are like the superpower, the hyperpower. We can do whatever we want, and we will get away with that. And we do not have to care if let's say, of the well-beings of our clients, because hey, what you gonna do about it? What you
Can I
gonna
give you
do?"
a take, Kaiser? Can I give you a take? I don't. I think it's been a long time since the United States has acted like a state actor in a cohesive fashion, and because it's not really one actor. I think a lot of people you say, oh well, why doesn't the U.S. offer Europe cheap gas? I mean, just like there's clans in Russia, there's clans in different countries. There's business clans in the United States that want different things, and what might be beneficial for the government may not be beneficial for private industry. So if the U.S. oil and gas industry is lobbying, I mean, they spend ungodly amounts on lobbying. If they're shooting for some kind of deal, to sell to Europe, they obviously want to get top dollar. They're not looking to be friends with you. They're looking to make money. They have shareholders they answer to. They don't give a fuck about about Europe or the United States for that matter. It's all about how cheap they can get it. But no, listen, it went sideways before basically, in the United States capital had to negotiate with labor, but with the advent of outsourcing, which was incredibly beneficial to the American elite, you didn't have to negotiate with labor anymore. Labor was in a different country, so to circle back to your point about sharing, you don't have to share if there's no checks and balances. Basically it's China's labor's China's problem now. You just you just sell products to Walmart. That's basically it. But it's there's factions, the Ukraine was a faction for years. Also, if you look at how much money Ukraine has spent lobbying the United States, those two huge Ukrainian art collectors, what who am I thinking of? The Pinchuk and who's the other one? I mean, he spent more than the Saudis in D.C. at one point. I mean, he was throwing money around like crazy. They were trying. I mean, they were spending on Democrats and Republicans for years to get this level of support from the United States. It didn't happen overnight. So, I mean, the United States isn't like. I think it's a mistake to think the U.S. is a state actor. The U.S. is. It's like this blob that's just. It can be. You can jump behind the steering wheel if you have enough money. Whether your interest is Israel or your interest is oil and gas or your interest is soybeans or your interest is selling planes to the Chinese, everybody's got their different, thing that they're angling for. And it's not there's no cohesive overarching strategy. It's a financial free for all. It's everybody for themselves. That's the best way to describe the what it's like in the United States. It's everybody for themselves. Companies and people alike.
I think that's a good description, Johnny. And I do think you're correct. Absolutely. There are always different power factions. It exists also in the United States. There's always sometimes in the geopolitical spaces, people are treating as if there's just one direction. This is nonsense. In every country, there's so many different flows and factions. But the big difference I do see compared to the past, in the past, those power factions also existed, yes, but there was a common understanding, a certain decorum when it comes to, let's say, things bigger than your daily policies, that you're all on the same side, which
Presidents
is
couldn't always be bought, believe it or not.
and that's over. It seems, it's really over. That's not good. You need this, let's say, this consistency, and so basically that you cannot give over the staff, from one president to the next, and common understanding about how things are working, irregardless of faction and dividing policies whatsoever. And that's actually missing, and that's a problem. And yeah, Ukraine is a very good example. It's actually crazy. I mean, now, they're trying, Aiden and Dr. Snack and Clown, you are way more up to date. I think they're trying to backtrack right now a little bit, or maybe a lot, not only a little bit, but it's too late. And the damage is done, everything, and to expect, I mean, you are now in a position of weakness. That goes for the US and it goes for Europe, Western Europe, or the EU, or NATO Europe. I mean, what you're gonna do now? The Russians will do what they will do. They have their own agenda, and you can do nothing. You have no, let's say, diplomatic wiggle room. You have no negotiation leverage anymore. Everything of that was clear from the get-go, and everything was clear already 2 years ago. Nothing of that is new. But this is, I find, so insidious. There's no learning effect. There's nothing. It's done. The damage is done. The long-term economic damage for Europe is done. The only way out of that would be, and that's actually funny and ironic, the only way out of that is, this in the midterm, is as if let's say, major European powers would say, okay, fuck that shit, sorry America, you're imagine you're the Roman Empire, now you're shitty, you did a shit job, now we switch over to the Persians, to the Sassanids, they are better, and the Russians are the Sassanids in that regard. But obviously that will never happen, because the United States will never, let's say, even though it treats its assets like really shitty, like really like bitches, like dog bitches, they will never let them go free. So I mean, that's the thing. But you will not create, and yes, Twitter, you have these psychopaths on Twitter, but that's not the reality. The reality is what happens on the street, in the job market, and now people, now it's always, now they're starting to see the repercussions, which are long-term, and they will not go away. A huge problem, and I'm actually looking forward, like in a little bit of an interested way, how we will solve that. What will be the next thing? It's like we are really living in historical times. As someone who is interested in history, it's actually awesome to observe what's going on here.
Something that I'll never forget. I mean, seeing a major financial company CEO when going through a pitch deck about what Build Back Better means, for the financial industry. The phrase left his lips. How is this not open economic war on Europe? I mean, that's literally what everyone on Wall Street, they see it for what it is. They can't believe what a fucking shitty deal that is for Europeans. I mean, if you look at basically every aspect of trade with Europe is getting phased out, at the expense at the expense of Europe, obviously. And I mean, if we have Europe to thank. What BASF is opening up an enormous new facility in the south. They shut one down that was like what? It was. I don't even know if I'm exaggerating if I'm saying it was like a $20 billion facility. I think it was literally that big. right? I mean, and then the other Swiss chemical company that had a big facility in Germany, they shut down, and then they're in the United States also. So I mean, it's like a soft economic war that the United States is winning big time right now. I mean, if you look at the PMI numbers for European manufacturing, they're through the tubes. American numbers aren't so bad, honestly. And that in an economy with high interest rates like this, basically, I don't believe that there's any organic growth. Anything that's a positive is like parasitic coming from somewhere, and it's coming from Europe. It's the sucking sound coming from Europe
And
right now.
Johnny, 363, now I'm asking you a question. And a really, let's say, blasé question without emotions. If, let's say, if the imperial core is sitting on its imperial provinces and actually plays one province against the other, let's say Poland against Germany, for example, why should those provinces stay loyal in the long term to the imperial core? Why?
Oh, they
There's no
should. I
reason.
can't believe how cucked Europe is. It blows my
Yeah,
mind. It
I,
absolutely blows my mind. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what does Europe gain from any of this? And what are they worried about? Getting cut out
yeah,
of like
but
the
Johnny,
U.S.
Johnny, here's the
financial
thing.
systems?
Here's the thing. The who is cucked? The thing, it's not being cucked. Like cucked would be okay. Certain people are cucked. Cucked would mean that I, as an average citizen, go along with that. I don't. What has happened is that our elites in Europe, and it starts with in
No, of
Brussels.
course. I mean, nobody goes along. Well, nobody picks these politicians in any of these democratic countries. That's obvious. Nobody really picked Joe Biden. You know what I mean?
It's not even that they're not picked. The thing is, I have no alternative. It doesn't matter if I vote for the Green Party, for the Conservatives, because all
We're
of the
on the same
leaders.
page. No, I agree.
Yeah, and but here's the thing: things are changing. It's a slow-moving process, but once it gets rolling, I don't know what the outcome will be. I could see big European civil wars coming. I could see that 10 years ago. If you would have asked me if that's a possibility, nah, I would say nah, won't happen. Now I could see easily. And honestly, again, if let's say why from a very
Misery loves company. Misery loves
the
company.
thing is, from a very objective point of view, like total rational, if the imperial core doesn't care anymore about its imperial provinces or just is sitting on them,
That's
why?
how collapses
But
happen. I
Johnny,
mean,
no, the
that's how.
question is, let me finish my question here. When another empire comes across, let's call it China, let's call it Russia. Why should I stay loyal to one particular empire when they don't give a shit? I have no reason. I have no reason to stay loyal. Loyalty goes both ways. And that's the thing what a lot of these American pundits, like Patrick Fox, like CNN, like even Fox News, they don't understand. You cannot buy loyalty with buying off the elites of a country. That doesn't work, man. Because sometimes heads roll. I'm not condoning violence here. Just saying those elites, those satraps, the Persians is a good word for that. Satraps, they can be replaced. But then, yeah, why should I stay loyal with the American empire? If the Chinese are offering me a better deal, I go with the Chinese. If the Russians offer me a better deal, I go with the Russians.
And
And
we're
that's
already seeing that. We're already seeing
exactly, exactly. It's already happening.
it's basically the entire. I can't believe how much money the U.S. put into the Middle East. In terms of influence and economic development and investment, and in the course of like 2 years. I mean, they say this war is destructive economically for Russia. I honestly don't see it. I mean, I do, but I don't. If you look at the damage America is doing to itself, it's so much worse in the long term. Maybe not in the next 5 years, but like maybe even in the next 5 years. Truth be told.
Okay, Clan added you, but apparently you are not able to.
You still alive, Trista?
Yeah, I'm still alive. Don't worry.
Wer ist der deutsche Quatschkopf?
What is
Wer
it?
ist der
3 o'clock in
Quatschkopf?
France?
What?
Wer ist der Quatschkopf? Der Deutsche. Sprich mal. Ja, du bist der
Not.
deutsche Quatschkopf, ich weiß schon. Du bist ein Quatschkopf.
Okay, bro. No
Ich bin
problem.
kein Pro. Fuck you, buddy. I'm kein Pro. Du bist der deutsche Quatschkopf. Fuck you.
Dude, what the fuck?
Fuck off, you motherfucker,
No,
man.
you're a fucking deutscher
Was willst
Quatschkopf.
du?
Du
Was
weißt
willst
wohl,
du?
was ich,
This guy
wovon ich
retweets
spreche, ja?
Scaraschenko.
Ja, was
Du
willst
weißt
guy
du?
wohl, wovon
retweets
ich spreche. Du
Scaraschenko.
weißt
Von was
überhaupt
denn?
nichts.
Ich
Du
weiß
weißt
nix.
überhaupt nichts. Du bist ein echter Quatschkopf.
Komm, halt die Schnauze, verpiss dich hier. Was
Ja,
willst du?
This is
halt dein
Sie-
Maul. Ja, ja, du auch.
retard
you
Ja,
see, here we have
ja,
some of
komm
those
doch.
Shut up, retard Nazi.
Fuck you.
NAFO, fuck
Retard
off,
Nazi.
NAFO,
Fuck
retard,
you.
man.
Lick my boots. Fuck
Retard,
you.
NAFO, retard,
Fuck
incel
you.
faggot.
You can suck my
NAFO,
dick.
incel faggot.
You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
What are you talking
Oh,
about, you
yeah,
motherfucker,
buddy.
man? Huh?
Ja,
Oh, yeah.
fuck off, Quatschkopf. Du
Oh,
weißt
yeah.
schon,
Komm,
wovon ich
schleich
spreche,
dich.
ja?
Schleich dich,
Fuck,
Loser.
ja, scheiß dich. Du
Go,
kannst mich
go
mal.
to Ukraine, man. Go to the
Ja,
front
ja,
lines. Go
fuck you.
fight, you
They're
motherfucker.
so,
Ja,
they're
fuck you.
It's
so
amazing.
mad right now.
Du
They're
weißt
so mad
überhaupt
right now
nichts.
that Ukraine's
Kleiner
gonna
Schwanz.
lose so
That's
bad.
the
Kleiner
best part.
Schwanzkopf. Ja, ja.
Ukraine
let
is
it go.
losing so
Ja, ja, ich
bad.
weiß schon.
Ukraine is losing so bad.
You're in a fucking circle
Ukraine
jerk
is
with this fucking
losing
German
so
dude.
bad.
You guys are all fucking jerking off with this German fuckhead.
Ukraine! Oh no!
Yeah,
my
fuck you.
Ukraine!
You guys are working with like a 3
not my
centimeter dick.
Ukraine!
And you're being
Ukraine!
led by this
Oh,
fucking
no,
German
not
dude.
my Ukraine! No, please! Not my
All right,
Ukraine!
that's funny, dude.
No, please!
All right, you're
not
on the
my
fucking circle jerk.
Ukraine!
I'm gonna shut up now and I'll listen
If
to
you
the
cannot
circle
give
jerk.
us
You guys
money,
have
Listen
fucking
here,
small
buddy.
you
dicks.
cannot give
Listen
us,
Go
here,
ahead, go.
mister,
please,
before I
just
take
give
out
us
my Smith
credit.
& Wesson
We
and
will
show
pay
you
back.
what's what there, buddy. You came
Yeah,
into
right.
the wrong part of town.
Shit runs so fast from you, you little small dick.
Dude, you're such a faggot. Like, go sit on the 13-inch dildo, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
What happened? Your boyfriend's not fucking you tonight.
You
What
know
are you-
what's interesting, guys, with these NAFO psychophants? They only exist on the internet. In real life,
Also,
they have
kleine
no
Schwanz,
balls.
No,
Mann.
he's
Mark,
fuming.
you have
He
no
gets angry when
balls.
you say shit in
Mark,
real life.
Come on.
You get
come here,
smacked the fuck
come
up.
to Frankfurt.
Komm, du bist ein
Come to
kleiner
Frankfurt.
Schwanzmann.
in
Come to
real life.
Frankfurt. You
Ja,
little
ja,
You
moron.
get smacked the fuck up
You
in real
are
life.
being
Ja, kleiner
paid. You are
Like the little
traitor.
bitch that he is.
Traitor to
Hab
your
dich schon,
people. A
schon
traitor.
genannt. Ja, du bist ein kleiner
Du bist ein
Schwanzmann.
you are
Ich kenn dich
traitor.
doch.
You are
Ja, ja,
traitor.
klar. Kleiner Schwanzmann, gut.
You are traitor, man. Fuck off, you fucking traitor, man. Fuck you.
Nothing makes them honestly. Nothing makes them angrier than anybody that disagrees with them. I mean, it's like they.
I don't.
If
What are you
anybody
disagreeing
goes,
with? I'm not
if
disagreeing with anything.
anybody
You guys are a
goes
bunch of
against
guys
the
in a
Borg
circle jerk.
mind, if
I'm not
anybody,
disagreeing with
if
you.
anybody goes against the Borg mind,
You're an
come on.
embarrassment,
What
man.
am I
You're an
disagreeing with?
embarrassment,
I
Mark.
didn't.
You're an embarrassment. An embarrassment. An embarrassment.
Okay.
Komm doch.
No,
Du
no.
weißt schon besser. Ja, ja, klar. Ja, ja.
Let's have our friend Mark explain us over what are we a circle jerk. Please, Mark.
You guys are all in this little room together, right? You all have your little schwanzes out. Yeah, und your little host knows exactly what I'm talking about. And you're all like jerking off together, right?
Please stop projecting. You may be gay, and it's okay. You can be gay, bro, with your own natural friends. Just please don't project on others. Now, tell me
That's
why.
not what your wife said, you know.
Oh,
but
nice
that's okay.
one, buddy. Oh, that's a real nice one. Oh, you got him there.
Come on, bro. Bro, come on, tell us why we're in a circle jerk. Can I ask you?
You're the head of the circle jerk, buddy.
I'm Yisrael
Can I ask you
High. I'm Yisrael High.
Guys, relax. Mark, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead.
How would you, I'd say more or less, describe the title of this space that you're into?
I actually have no idea. I stumbled on this shit, you know, and I heard this German dude out there talking like he knew what he was talking about. And obviously, that wasn't true. So that's why
I told my mommy.
Yeah. Okay. You know, Mark. Then I'm gonna ask you a second question. How would
you can ask all you want.
How would you describe the counteroffensive from the Ukrainian side?
So all I can tell you is there was no offensive. So how can you have a counteroffensive if the fucking the Russians are sitting there in a circle jerk themselves? They're getting the shot to shit, right? So how can you have a counteroffensive when there is no offensive, right?
Okay.
So there you go.
So explain to me.
Come back at me,
You
buddy.
told
I
him
need more
there,
questions.
buddy.
Last question. I'm gonna.
Oh, man, we got a live one.
Question.
Can you tell me the
Your wife's next to me, so you can ask me all the questions you want.
Okay,
He's
you're a
married
drug
to a
addict,
he's married to a
Mark.
go-bag.
If you're a drug addict,
Mark,
you're
Mark,
obviously
Mark,
a drug
Mark, Mark,
addict. Go and take your drugs, okay? Piss off.
Mark? Honestly, you know the whole wifey thing. It's all fun and games.
All right.
The
No
problem
more
is that
wifey
the
things.
problem is that you're getting butt fucked. Your friends of Nifel are getting fisted so fucking deep, and that's what
All
you're
right.
reaping right now.
Uh,
You know I have this inflatable shark if you want, and you can
that's not my
put it
problem. That's
inside.
yours.
And
That's
can you
not my
have your
problem,
pump? I have
buddy.
a fucking pump, you know. I use it.
I
I
can't
use
pull
it.
it. If you pull it out of your butt first, then you can talk about it. But it's 10 feet up your butt, so
Dude,
Sure,
how
good,
sure,
good.
butthurt
sure,
are
sure.
you that a
So
country with
how fucking
1/20th the
mad are you right
GDP
now?
of yours is literally fucking
Once,
kicking Ukraine's ass right now with every single NATO intelligence asset, every single satellite, a little bit less so with Israel now, but 24 hours around the clock, picking targets, designating targets. I mean, the whole apparatus can't fucking stop Russia. It's fucking pathetic. What does
so,
Russia have? 1/20th, 1/40th of the GDP of the NATO
wait.
countries?
So Mark,
Okay,
just a question.
go
What's
ahead.
going on? What's going on right now? Why suddenly
Okay,
you
so let
stop
me
going
describe what's
forward?
going on. You got a bunch of IT support guys beating the shit out of fucking Russians, right? These drunk Russians, and these IT support
They're
school
so
teachers and
drunk.
plumbers are kicking your butt all over Ukraine. What
All over
happened to the
Ukraine.
world's second best
Can you
army?
explain
Tell
it to
me,
me?
what happened?
Why do you have your Ukrainian guys literally begging the American Congress for money? Please give us credit. We're gonna pay you back.
If
We
you
Bro, how
cannot
cannot give
just
us
pathetic is
money,
it that you set
explain to
Ukrainians
me
you
up to
what's
go
give us
happening.
fucking
credit.
die by the
We're
thousands and you
using
won't
we're
even give them
using
the
our
cash you promised
toys.
them? It's literally just a fucking
Our toys,
political football,
my
dude.
man. You are
We're
You should be
using
literally,
our
you
ashamed
are
of
toys
yourself.
to
You
literally
should
shove
be
it right up
paying
your
fucking
butt.
ashamed of
top
yourself, Mark.
dollar
Mark, you
for
should be a
shit
fucking
that you can
ashamed of
produce
yourself. You're a
yourself.
pathetic loser, and everybody you're in with is a fucking pathetic loser. You like
I'm in the circle jerk, and I'm the only one not
Okay,
jerking. You guys
you're
are
the
all
only
Mark,
jerking
one
off, so
a
I
sucking
can't
a
help
question,
you.
Mark.
big fucking
What
Ukrainian
nationality are you,
dick.
Mark? What nationality are you, Mark? What you see? You're living in Switzerland. Are you from Switzerland? I cannot imagine. Where are you living?
Well,
No, he's
I'm
He's
just
an
half
some
American.
American
American.
faggot. He's an
He's
Ameritard.
American faggot.
He's a
That's what he
fucking
is.
Ameritard. He's a butthurt
But your
fucking
German is
Despite
You
actually
the
know
Democrat
where
quite
fact
I'm
that
well.
from
He's a
he's
originally?
getting
You
his
know
butthurt
where my
ass
family is
Democrat
rammed.
from?
voter. He's a
You know
butthurt.
where my family is originally
From
from?
He's a
where?
From
he's a
Russia,
butt. Oh, he's
from
a fucking
Kaliningrad.
Jew, dude. It's so obvious. He's an
No,
American
I'm
butthurt.
not.
Shut
Kaliningrad?
the fuck up. Shut the
Kaliningrad,
Wait a
fuck
It
bro.
up,
second.
was a
you
joke. I'm not a
diaspora.
Jew, but that's
A second,
Shut
okay.
you
the fuck
guys.
up, you
You are a liar.
diaspora.
You are a liar. You are a liar.
I'm from
I'm from
Kaliningrad.
Pommern, you Arschloch. No people from Eastern.
Nee,
No people. No people. No.
Ostpreußen,
Ah, du
Arschloch.
bist nicht von Ostpreußen. Du bist ein
Ostpreußen.
amerikanischer Du
Ich
bist ein
bin,
Verräter, Mann. Du
ja,
bist ein
ja,
Verräter. Ein
ja.
Traitor. Fuck
Du
you.
kannst mich mal, also gut, du weißt schon,
Du
ja,
weißt schon,
ja.
du weißt schon, look, du weißt schon, ich kenn
Bro,
1000 Leute aus Ostpreußen, Westpreußen, aus Schlesien, aus Pommern. Was du erzählst, Mann. Du kriegst, ah, weißt du was? Wenn
Don't
du,
get
no,
excited,
if
dude.
you
guys,
Stop
were,
getting off.
if
doesn't matter.
this dude
Guys,
were from Eastern Prussia, he would know actually what's going on in Ukraine, this war, this sacrificing of
I feel perfect.
100,000
No,
people.
guys,
You are a
don't worry,
lapa.
bro.
He's
It
an
Fuck
doesn't
you.
matter.
American.
Just laugh at
He's
it.
an American that
So,
speaks German. It's so obvious.
bro,
well, I'm
What's
not. I'm
going
a
on?
half German
What's
who
going on?
speaks
You're a
American.
100% faggot.
Mark, what's going on? It's now month 22nd,
That's not what your
and
mother
Oh,
said, but
nice
that's
one
okay.
there,
the
buddy.
month 22nd,
Whoa!
bro.
Yeah.
Month 22nd, and Russia was supposed to, dismantle washing machine to make missiles. What's
And
going
they're
on?
not doing a good job of it. Yeah.
Yeah, what? But
Why
they're
can't
killing
you be
Ukrainians, and
Russia
you
if
got
it
the
sucks
money.
so
Why
bad, huh?
you
Why
cannot
can't
defend
Joe
your
Biden
bitches,
beat
Mark?
Russia, huh, faggot?
Mark, you cannot even defend your bitches on the fucking curb. Your money maker is losing it. You know
All right, listen.
what kind of a pimp are you, man?
I, I'm I'm interrupting your circle jerk. You guys all get together, and I don't know what porn you're
Dude,
watching, but it's not good.
We're what?
You
You
know.
know what we're
So you,
watching? We're
you
watching Ukraine getting,
Ukraine gets
opened
and
in
fucked by
two
and the
giant
and
Russian
rammed.
and it's
rockets.
not working for you, right? Yeah.
It's working perfectly because the legs are only like 40% of a body, and that's exactly what's happening with Ukraine. 40% of it is literally getting rammed. All the rest, It's for
Okay,
you. You can
stop.
enjoy it.
Mark,
Sometimes
Mark,
the mouth is good.
Mark,
And
Your
Mark,
this
mother's
feeler of all the
embarrassed here.
Ukrainians,
She's sitting
bro,
next to me
Mark,
here.
perfect.
Bro,
She's
your
embarrassed
Mark,
by
mother's
you.
fucking
just a
addicted
second.
to opioids. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Mark, it's relatively true. We are circle jerking. We were
Get your
missing
hand
a
off my
bukkake.
dick right now, Kremlin.
We were missing a bukkake queen, and
You're now
it
our.
just happened to
We
come in here.
nominate you as our bukkake queen, Mark. Get on your
You
knees.
are it, Mark. You're it. You said you're the only one not jerking here, so you're gonna take
You're
the
either
load.
Yeah,
jerking,
you
you're
have to
either
I'm gonna
take
jerking,
it,
leave
or
you
you're
Mark.
guys
twerking,
alone. You're
Mark.
Mark,
having
I'm
Get
too
the
sorry,
much
you have to
twerking.
fun.
take it. Take
School
go.
schedule.
Mark, on a honest the most insidious part about UNAFO is you don't give a shit about the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians dying.
Oh, they
You
don't
don't
give a
care.
fuck.
They
They
don't
don't
give a
give a
fuck.
fuck.
Yeah. And this is so you're a
I'm not.
psychopath.
They thought
A
Ukrainians
fucking
were all fucking
psychopath.
scammers and toilet washers and hookers before the war. Like that was the average American perception of Ukrainians, like for the record, is that they're all fucking scammers. They're all into some kind of scam. Half of them don't have citizenship. They're doing some kind of sex for marriage scam. They're washing toilets. They're working in hand job parlors. They're doing Medicare insurance fraud on a high level. I mean, it's really I can't believe how overnight they somehow sold this whole these wonderful Ukrainians in Ukraine need help like they're such innocent
Yeah,
people. I mean,
because
it's
you don't
fucking
know anybody.
comical.
That you don't know
It's
anyone,
fucking
so that's the
comical.
problem,
Oh,
right?
dude, shut the fuck! I
Listen,
employ
guys, you
literally
guys
over
have your
400
fun.
Ukrainians. You stupid fuck. You
You,
don't know who you talk to anonymously on the internet sometimes. So sometimes you should
yeah,
shut
that's
the
true.
fuck up. Get
It's
on your
okay.
All
knees
right,
No
and
need to
take
get
this
all bothered.
bukkake load, you
It's just
fucking faggot.
all right. Listen,
It's all
I'm gonna
good,
let
my man. He came,
uh,
he saw, now he's gonna leave.
I'm gonna
Okay?
let you
Fine.
guys
He's been
touch each
used
other
like the
and have a lot
dirty
of fun,
fucking slut
but I
that he
gotta go.
is. Go
Of
get your
course you
Joe
gotta
All
go.
right,
Biden
guys.
dildo out and sit on it.
Please come back next time at the next space. Probably you're gonna still have a bit of Avdiivka, and then Zelebova is gonna come to the Congress and ask for more money.
Please,
Maybe give a
please, I
blowjob to
All
need
right.
Vladimir.
money.
No
You,
problem, bro.
I know you guys are close right now, so I'm gonna let you be in private, and I'm gonna
Yes,
have you a good night.
I like
Okay.
It's
American
Take
all
care.
honey.
perfect.
Very nice. I like to bomb Russia. It's very fun. Very nice. I like a condo in the Miami
Okay,
Beach.
Pete, go on, man. After this small interlude, let's go with Pete Liquid. Oh, go on, Pete. I'm
Bye
sorry that
bye.
you had to listen.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Jesus Christ, what was that? Unbelievable. This fucker comes here whine. Jesus Christ. Pete, my friend, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm too late. I mean, I wanted to have a go at him, but yeah, but it's yeah, all
Oh,
right.
don't be
I
sad. Don't
wanted
be
to get
sad.
brutal.
He will come back.
I hope I did you proud, Pete.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I like to have my own fun, you know.
Let's
I
bring him
mean,
back. Let's bring him back, everybody.
Hmm? Hello, guys. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so because you said that Ukrainians are associated with scams, right?
Unfortunately, for a while, yes. I use the no. I'm not proud of it, but I use it. I use the term Nigeria of the North.
No, but that is actually quite true. I mean, of course, some Ukrainians are okay, but there is an incredible amount of scammers, you know,
They're
thieves,
top
and
tier. They are top notch fucking scammers because they know all the technological side of it. You know, they work for these tech companies. They're very good. That Soviet math and science. You know, they steal out of your pocket physically, and then they'll
oh,
also hack your shit online. They're
yes,
very
yes,
good.
yes, but I was talking also about like everyday stuff, about business practices. Basically, if you deal with Ukrainians, it's like you have a very high chance of being scammed in one way or cheated in one way or another.
100%.
Also,
Well,
That's like
that's
everybody's
how I
experienced that
literally
in
I
every
started my
country.
love-hate relationship with them.
also
They literally scanned me. So
yes.
No,
Yeah,
honestly,
it
that's
took me.
really that's 70% of the origin of my Ukrainian hate.
It
Also, I tried to be so friendly
it
with so many. I speak their language fluently, and it's still it's amazing. But they robbed. You know what they told me themselves. They told me that they themselves like will rob their own mother at times. Like if
Huh?
that's how they if they feel
Huh?
compelled to.
You know what?
That's the culture. It's the horse dealing
Huh?
culture. I hate to attribute something to an entire culture, but that's really been the experience
Huh?
7 out of 10 times.
I want to tell you one funny thing. Like in the West, what kind of jobs in the West get you great sex life? What kind of jobs? Like
You're a
a
prostitute.
celebrity? No. Listen. In the West, what kind of jobs get you a great sex life? Like getting laid like a king? Well, probably being a singer, an actor, right?
I mean,
well,
go on, come on, bring
Uh,
this train of thought around. Come on.
well, you are probably wondering where am I going with this? Well, for example, in Ukraine, to get like a job which is getting guys laid great is being a hospital director. Why? Because there's corruption in Ukraine,
It's the worst
and
in medicine. Yeah.
no, and it's one thing that some people pay in cash, but it's also practiced in Ukraine that Ukrainian girls like basically fuck the doctors, you know.
It's a great fringe
oh my
benefit.
god.
In America, the doctors fuck the nurses. That's usually how it
Uh, uh,
goes. It's a
and
bit
and
more economically
and and,
developed than that.
you know, like there's this image in the media of the conservative, traditional Ukrainian girl, you know.
It's hilarious.
It's so fake. In reality, they are such fucking
It's
hoes.
sad, honestly. I laugh about it because it's so fucking sad. If I could be honest, like I don't even want to laugh at their situation, but that's what it is. That's real. That's really how fucked up their country is, and I think
Yeah.
that's why they lash out so hard. I mean, because it's
Yes,
they're
yes,
really that fucked. I
yes.
mean, they're seeing their entire female population get trafficked into sex trafficking. I mean, that's what's on a massive scale right now.
Yes, listen.
Guys in Poland must be having the time of their life right now.
Well,
Single guys in Poland, Jesus Christ.
man, I'm Polish. I live in Poland. I don't have enough courage to fuck an Ukrainian girl. I'm afraid of
They might kill
STDs,
you and
man.
rob you.
Listen,
Steal your identity.
listen. It's actually documented then that since the wave of Ukrainian refugees arrived in Poland, AIDS is skyrocketing. AIDS is skyrocketing. Other STDs are skyrocketing. It's
So the Ukrainians do have a space program. I didn't know that.
yeah.
The
Yeah,
glee's a
I
little
mean,
strange, but the statistics
Michael,
are true.
Johnny, it's actually, yeah, it's funny, but it's also sad. Honestly, super
It's
sad.
super sad. That's
Yeah,
and listen,
yeah.
I'm not trying to get on
No,
my
no, no,
moral
no,
high
no. I
horse.
get
I
it.
laugh
It's
at this
funny,
shit
man.
worse than anybody.
I laugh
I'm
my
so
ass
bad.
off,
I'm
but
so
it's
bad.
no, no, no. It's okay, man. We are all the same, but it's actually fucking sad when you think about it. If you go back in time 10 years, okay, and you rewind time and you make different decisions, man, there was a potential for Ukraine to
Oh, they
really
could be
be,
flourishing right now. They
yeah,
could be the
man.
fucking IT outsourcing. They were on track to be basically the 51st state of America. They were going to be like every single major tech company had a major department in Ukraine. And that was such a big thing that like even companies like, I was shocked when I learned Grammarly was all Ukrainian guys. That's like a major, still, like at this point, a major company. And there's a couple other ones. And they basically fucked all that up. I mean, they completely wrecked any chance they had for true nationhood. Because, if they ever had a brain drain before, I mean, fuck is their brain. They were talking about, oh, Russia's going to have a huge brain drain. All the Russians just went next door to like fucking Kazakhstan and Armenia and Georgia. They'll be back when this is all over. You know, the Ukrainians are gone for good. I mean, no Ukrainians, like, they're coming like a tsunami to the United States. It's more than ever in the last year. And I mean, none of them talk in a way that they ever want anything to fucking do with Ukraine. They all don't want anything to do with Ukraine. That's the irony. They're such patriots. But like they want, and they openly and outwardly, like even Russians
No,
who, you know, they say, oh well, you know, Russians, they love to be pro Putin but not live in Russia. You know, they'll never say, those Russians will never say they don't want anything to do with Russia. Ukrainians will literally say like they want nothing to
yes,
fucking do with
yes.
Ukraine.
But you know, it depends. Like the Bandera loving types from the Western Ukraine,
There's a lot of them here. There's a lot
they,
of them here.
they are different. But I would say that people from Eastern Ukraine, they assimilate quite quickly, and they shit on Ukraine.
That's actually
Yeah,
true, Michael. That's actually true
yeah,
because
I
they're
agree.
normal people. Like this whole fanaticism. You know what you see? It's crazy, man. We have like in Germany right now 1.2 million Ukrainian, yeah, they're not even like the refugees from the east. They're people actually. It's a scam, man. Most of these people are
Well,
from.
no, because yeah, they get benefits. They get monthly
The thing
benefits.
is, they're from Galicia. There's a whole. I mean, from
Well, Western Ukraine's so poor. I mean, I listen. I
30,
got a
30
guy.
buses. Look, guys, there's a money scheme. Even the people who are actually affected by the war in the east, they're not coming here. It's people who are actually not that affected, but they will take. And you know, our politicians. I mean, they're so stupid. But it's stupidity. It's like 70%. Look, 70% of the Ukrainians are on basic social benefits. Why? Because they made a decision. You get everything. If you're an Ukrainian right now, you get preference treatment. If you have to go to a doctor, you get even. I didn't know that you have a free travel, fast rail, ICE through all of Europe. You get it for free, like all these programs, and you get if you need an apartment, you're on the first on the list. Like they're
See,
treated
the
like.
EU stepped up in that regard. I actually give the EU a
I
lot of
know it's
credit. You
not
know,
good,
at
bro. It's
least they
not good,
kind of
Johnny.
own their
You
bullshit,
cannot
their
you cannot
stupid
treat.
bullshit
The thing is,
decisions.
you cannot treat those people better than your own citizens. If I have to go to a doctor tomorrow, and then the Ukrainian will get preference treatment, but I'm
As they
paying.
should. Ukrainians are the best people on earth. Don't you know
I mean,
this? Like,
yeah, from that perspective, yes.
have you
But
not been
this,
listening to the news?
yeah. Anyway, the thing is, it will all anyway collapse, man. It will all collapse. And the cash. The thing is,
It's already collapsing. All the Polacks are so mad.
for the
All the
first
immigrants on
time for
social
the
media, they're all
first
the Polish are furious already.
for the
They hate
first
them.
time
Yes, I'm furious.
for the first time after the World War II, for the first time, the cash register of Germany is empty. We have no cash anymore.
I
It's
can't
empty.
believe it. I can't believe it.
It's happening, bro. It's empty.
Manufacturing powerhouse in the world.
It's empty, man. There's so
Yeah.
much money being spent. It's crazy.
No, it's
And
wild. War is the worst investment ever. It's listen, everybody here loves to read history. The one universal truth since the beginning of time is that war is incredibly expensive and it almost never pays. I mean, it's just a losing proposition, and you're seeing it. You know, you're seeing it now. You know, the treasury's drained. There's going to be nothing to show for it. Nothing to show for it
But you know,
besides
Johnny,
death.
I don't want to be a crybaby. It's actually exciting times, to see what's going to
Yeah,
happen. Let's
yeah.
see what will let the ball roll, let the ball roll. And honestly, I mean, as I said earlier, 10 years ago, if you would have asked me, can there be big European uprisings, revolutions, civil war, I would have said no. But now everything is possible. Who knows how how it will look in 10 years? No one can tell you. No one. We are ruled over by imbeciles who are stupid, like retard stupid, and they are sellouts. They're selling out their own countries. It's unbelievable. But I only have one hope. That one day they will have to pay the price. Like if I look at my politicians here,
I don't want anybody to pay the price, honestly. I don't
yeah,
want to put it to anybody.
Baerbock and Habeck and those people, they should pay a price.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's never, but unfortunately, throughout history, unless you cut their heads off, it's never the elite that pays the
Disavow
price.
no violence
Pete,
here,
you want to
guys.
jump in here, Pete? You've been sitting on
Disavow
your
no
chips forever.
violence, bro. We always have to say that. Disavow no violence. Obviously, we're talking peaceful here. Okay, it's important to say.
Agreed. Mr. Pete. Hello.
Mr. Liquid,
Okay.
Liquide. Hey,
Yeah, okay. I have a question for Michel. Actually, I want to know. I can understand, that in the beginning of the war, that Poland took in a lot of Ukrainian refugees, but I don't understand how the Polish, keep swallowing, the influx of Ukrainians. I mean, if you look at the history, the history is not really friendly between. The eastern Ukraine
Okay.
and Poland.
Okay, so listen. For me personally, it is a great tragedy because I have really lost faith in the intelligence of my people. Really, like how fucking. I mean, many Poles are so fucking stupid. I mean, really, I mean, I don't know how can anyone, especially a Polish person, swallow the bullshit about Ukrainians being some kind of great nation, a great country.
Nationalism and hatred of a common enemy is a hell of a drug, man. It's a hell of a drug.
Yes, but but it's still dumb, It's still fucking dumb.
No offense. Listen, no offense to you and no offense to the Poles, but one thing I say all the time is like, the Poles will vote in Hitler just to piss Russia off. Like, just for the sake of pissing Russia off, they'll do it, And that just like seems to be like the common attitude. So if I had to speculate on why, why it has to be that.
Yes, sure, I get it. I mean, but it's really, it's useless to hurt ourselves just to hurt Russia a little bit, like a small.
No, I don't think.
But
I don't disagree at all.
the thing is, Michel.
That seems to be the only thing that could possibly explain like Poland's tolerance of like basically, I don't know what else to call it, but Ukrainian nonsense. Because you know how they act over there, much better than any of us do. So.
But Michel, the thing is, I mean, I can understand, that the government is trying, to kind of being kind of the pseudo good guys and this and that. But are the people also thinking this way or not? Are the people saying no, we don't want it, and the government are imposing it upon them, or how is it going?
So basically, it's there is a division, and slowly more and more people realize that more and more people realize that the propaganda about wonderful Ukraine was just propaganda. Funny enough, it's also a funny case of incredible Ukrainian stupidity, because on the place of Ukrainians, I would be very careful not to make the how to say it, not to make Polish people realize that it's false. Instead, did you hear about the rocket falling in Przewodów? About the rocket? Do you know about this?
With the farmer, right?
Yes. Basically, a Ukrainian anti-air defense missile.
Yeah, that was a big episode. Yeah.
Yes, he killed 2 farmers. Okay. I mean, okay. It was an accident. I understand, but the normal course of action would be, to apologize, to give some money to the families, and so on, right? The good behavior in such case. But Ukraine insists that it was a Russian missile, even though USA claims it was Ukrainian missile. So and there was no apology, no nothing. But basically, also there are other such cases when Ukrainians are acting like they are some kind of major power, like some kind of lords of the earth or something. I don't know.
Oh, they're
It's
love. Listen, this is Ukraine's. What's happening right now is what Ukrainians have always dreamed of. Ukrainians are finally the main character. Like all eyes on them. I mean, you saw, you saw the bitter thrashing when the whole Israel thing happened. So I mean, boy, they were like, I can't believe you're not paying attention to me. It was just hilarious to watch.
you know what?
It wasn't even like they were worried about something like bad happening to their country, like funding being taken away. They legitimately were just upset. They're like, oh, but don't forget about Ukraine. Oh, keep talking about Ukraine. Literally, that was the hashtag. Like it was fucking pathetic. They
I
got to
have
be like the victim, the victim and the hero and the champion, like all at once, all in one shot. I mean, they like,
I,
I heard somebody say like, oh, they should thank Ukrainians if they ever run into them in an airport early on in the war. I mean, that shit was fucking comical. It was next level. They were really sniffing their farts on some next level shit early on in the war. No, like I said before, honestly, like the worst thing that could have happened to them happened. They stopped Moscow right away, during the first, I don't know, through Ukrainian horse negotiating and through, Western arms, they managed to, put a big dent in Russia in the early goings on. That gave them so much fucking hopium to live on. They got so fucking high off of it. It completely fried their prefrontal cortex. They completely lost their ability to reason and function like at all. And this is what you get. I mean, you just basically like now it's like the rudest awakening of all time when they see literally nobody gives a fuck about Ukraine on any real level. It's such an extreme to go from that to have the spotlight on you, like in their minds and in reality. To go from that to now, I mean, honestly, now everybody's like, how the fuck do we just unwind this, like, fucking
you know,
capitalist,
but
asshole?
Johnny, one thing is, I mean, and that's the tragedy of it all. All of this, it's not that's not hindsight. All of this was 100% predictable. Everything. Yes, I actually agree with you. For the first time in history, since the Zaporožhye uprising, and maybe not even then, the Ukrainians are now the main cast. They're the center of attention. But you know what? You're just a potato, and as soon as you're not
Exactly.
as soon as you're not usable anymore, you will be let fallen like a hot potato, and that's over. And
No,
now
exactly.
the Ukrainians are realizing that now, and it's actually sad because the country is game over. All the smart
No,
people,
they wrecked their
everyone.
country. They wrecked
It's
their country
over.
just for
It's
a little bit
over.
of hubris and
It's
ego.
over.
It's
And the notion, like the rebuild. Who the fuck is rebuild Ukraine? Who has the money?
no.
America.
Everybody's going for good. Everybody's going for good, and everybody's trying to get
Will
out.
America pay for it? No. Germany cannot pay. We are broke, basically. French, forget the French. If
America
we are
might end
broke,
up paying for it, but it'll be like the last hurrah of the empire, basically. Debt to GDP, you'll get to some absolutely unsustainable level, some Japanese level numbers, 300% or something.
honestly, divide Ukraine, let the Poles take the West. I know, Michael, you don't want that shit. And let the Russians have the rest. I don't care. I don't give a shit because this
Oh,
notion,
if that happened, I mean, boy, would that be I mean, obviously, but like, oh my God, how would Ukrainians ever live that down if the Poles end up getting a piece of Ukraine? Oh my God.
actually, I would like I would like the land
Oh, all the
without
Poles
the
want that
shitheads,
land. Poles love more land.
without the shitheads.
but no, Michael, that's a no go. That's a package deal. You take the land with the
No, I
people,
mean, I
man.
was like,
I'm sorry.
can we ethnically cleanse them though? We'll take the land if we can ethnically cleanse the Ukrainians.
I don't think that the land is worth taking so much shit.
But
Yeah,
honestly,
no, I wish status quo
as
remained,
a
but
European man, we are all from different countries. I see Konstantinos here from Greece, Pete from Denmark, Dr. Stekova, I don't know, 363 Albania. It doesn't matter, man. It's honestly, it's a little bit hilarious now. Like how from you have a good thing going, you think in Europe, okay, there were Balkan wars, I get that, but you still think, okay, maybe we can improve. And now it's all going down the shit, and you see that it's sliding sliding down. It's
Dude,
like
commercial
it's crazy.
commercial real estate. Some 5 year, 7 year facilities are like fucking 18% interest now. I mean, nobody's in their working lifetime in corporate real estate has ever seen that in America. Like obviously in the 70s, yeah, like a million years ago, before any half the people working on Wall Street are alive, but for what? I mean, it's like everybody was living in this like opium fantasy of low interest rates and cushy. Everybody was just like fat and happy, and we just had to have a war. It's just like for fucking what? For fucking what? Seriously.
Hey Johnny, you're funny. I gave you a following. Please follow me back because I think you're actually quite funny, man. And you actually have some good takes. I like that. You need some humor. I mean, all these geopo spaces are getting very, very dire. And it's all so serious. But sometimes you just have to
I
laugh at the
laugh, but then I
situation.
feel bad at the shit I laugh about.
I mean, you cannot change it, man. Like a year ago, and Pete knows me, and Dr. Snack, and from Claudius, I was always so agitated, like, oh no, that cannot happen. Are the people so blind? But now, it's like you cannot, you cannot,
But yeah, you expect
you
it.
cannot change it. You cannot
You
change it,
expect
man. And then you just laugh it off. I mean, it is what it is. It will be a shit show. I just hope that I want to see the Greens, in particular the Green parties. I want to see them crying. Like I want to see their crying faces because everything they touch turns to shit.
That's like
Everything.
a German specific, a German specific desire right there.
Yeah, I
or,
want to see.
or a
I,
Euro specific
I, I
desire.
want to see shit on their faces, and because everything they touch, they make everything kaput, and they break everything, and they're so arrogant. The smugness, the arrogance, like, oh,
See, that's the great thing about America. When you have a uniparty, it's you never no, you never have to worry about anybody else taking power. It's all just it's basically Putin and Medvedev on a party basis. At least Germany has some notion of political competition, or some at least they pretend. I don't know.
Oh, bro, it's over, man. 20 years, let's say the last good people are all dead. Like Helmut Schmidt and Weizsäcker and all these people. And the last, I mean, they're all dead. They're all dead and gone. There's a song, Timberlake, Dead and Gone, Dead and Gone. And now you have these retards like Baerbock and von der Leyen. And I mean,
It
von der
seems like
Leyen,
everybody that's bitter about their grandfather being on the
uh,
wrong side of the war. Seriously, this is really like one big like anti-Russia revenge campaign. If you look at everybody who's the most vocal, it's everybody with family ties to, like, I mean, it's like you're never shocked. It's somebody that, like, ran the Rheinmetall predecessor during World War II.
but those people didn't even fight on the Eastern Front. Like Schröder's dad was fighting on the Eastern Front. He died actually. Schröder never met his father because he died in service. And Helmut Schmidt, those people are retarded.
The
They're these.
Eastern Germans always had a more balanced view, but I
I
mean,
mean, yeah, we are basically super based. I know. The thing, the
I
thing
guess
is, the thing is, but again, everything what's going to happen right now will happen. I think this other dude, this Richard or whatever his name was, Mark Rich, he was so funny. I mean, that's the NAFO take on it. It's really interesting. I mean,
he's running a space. He's running a space
the
right now.
copium must be super super good. How do they get over the day? Or most of them have actually already pivoted towards Israel now. They don't give a shit anymore. It's funny.
No,
Uh,
it's they're like goldfish in a bowl. They're just so it's
but
whatever the
Johnny,
next new shiny
let's
thing
say
is. They're like a raccoon. Whatever the new shiny object is, they'll just
exactly.
go to it.
Yes.
That's what pissed me off so much about it. It's just like knowing from like, not to get into the reasons, like the ways, like I connect to the Russia Ukraine war, but because of those reasons, having to follow it for as long as it's been actually going on, which is obviously like well over a decade. It's like all of a sudden now, everybody I know that I know for a fact could never find Ukraine on a map. All of a sudden now, everybody has a fucking opinion, and they're so convicted about it, and they just know they're so right, and they feel it so strongly, and they have all the information. Yeah, and like overnight, it was absolutely the most incredible thing to experience. Like I really didn't think it was like a Kafka-esque like upside downs. Like it was wild. It was really wild. But I mean, that's how I know that it's all so insincere. It's all such bullshit. I almost forgive them for hating Russians because I know they almost don't. They're just literally they'll hate anybody that they're told to hate. It's so easy. They're literally fucking programmable sheep. You click a
Yeah, but then
remote, and
most of
they're
them
on a
have
new
moved on,
top.
Johnny. They moved on. Like there were some major NAFO trolls who were fighting all the time. I mean, Interschützer hashtag. No, they don't give a shit. They moved on. It's
How would you guys? How would you
they moved
guys
on to.
assess what percentage, if of combat power is NATO at this point? Versus their peak, in your opinion, if you had to put a number on it.
Very difficult question, Dr. Stack. What would you say?
I mean,
Like,
definitely less than 50% is
yeah,
wild,
less than 50. I would say 30%. Like they're really weak
right? That's what I'm
nowadays.
thinking too. Like they're
Yeah,
like 30% of what they
they
used to
have.
be.
What was the question? What was the question?
Power of NAFO, the combat power of NAFO today versus at peak. How would you say?
Yeah, I mean they've been thinned out. I mean there are a lot of people who like publicly quit, and
I've
I
been
just assume
following
that
that, but
they just
I wonder. I'm curious to get other people's assessments, like as a gross aggregate number, like where we're at on all this.
And let Dr. Snack
Let
go
him
ahead.
talk. Sorry.
yeah. I mean I'd say less than half. I mean they're far less numerous than they once were.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, I'm going to tell you like this. My German report card, so basically people who report me from Germany, has gone down. I had a peak of like 300
That's a great
at some
gauge.
time, and now it's like at 50,
Damn.
especially when I post.
Damn. So that's like 15% combat effectiveness. Damn. Shit.
And the funny part was that I know it happens mostly when I post something. I'm not gonna say gore,
Yeah, well, that's typical
especially
trigger
spicy.
things, dude. The typical for both sides, the typical trigger shit.
Yeah, and the thing is that before it was really hard because I would get like automatic suspension, and I would know it was either guys from France or from Germany. France I don't know because they don't we don't have the legal obligation to show it. But from Germany they're forced to do so. So I would get this, like. Recall that many people, that many, and I would it would add, and I see like you have like 200, 300 new messages, and I would see, and every single message was a report, and the German legal structure would force them to tell it to me. But recently, yes, yeah, it has gone down. Another thing about NAFO is that for a long while these people were holding to the idea that it was going to be a relatively short war, and honestly until now it still remains a short war for the level of commitment on both sides have. The issue is that it's not going anywhere for them. It's not fast.
What do
It's
you
not
gauge?
like
Hold on. What do you gauge as a long word, Tista? Let's set some quantifiable numbers on this.
for this war 5 years.
Okay.
5 years, given the human life loss on both sides. 5 years for Ukraine is going to be a fucking mess. It's going to basically annihilate 10% of their manpower.
No,
So
everything. They're gonna have no. They're gonna have no. I mean, to sound like a statistician, they're gonna have no childbearing young women. They're all gonna be overseas. At least the good-looking ones.
I mean, there are no good-looking NAFO. I mean, we have seen it is what it is.
Oh no, oh god, no, NATO's not going anywhere. That's
And you see, they're all a little bit autistic and retarded, but in a insidious
and that
way. Like,
applies to us as
Yes.
well in a sense. But it's
yeah,
like at
they're
the
not
same
they're
time,
not
they're
like
like
say
extra special.
you, you you know
They're
you
like
have
high frequency autism.
you
I'm
have
still
people
on the
who are a
low
little bit
frequency.
autistic, but the good-hearted people.
Yes.
They are all
I'm a good,
bad-hearted
I'm a
bad-hearted
good-hearted
people.
retard.
Yeah, exactly, Johnny. Spot on. And those people, they've all switched. I know a lot of NAFO, the bigger ones, who switched completely now. They're talking 24/7 only about Israel right now. They don't give a shit about Ukraine anymore because
It
they
doesn't get
realize
them excited anymore. There's nothing
exactly it's
exciting
lost
about it. There's
cause. It's
nothing
lost.
taking place anymore. You
It's
know.
it's over. It's over. I
There's
mean,
no team to root for. It's like any sporting match, right? Where it's just a total slog, and neither team is really trying, and nobody really gives a fuck. It's just fucking painful to watch. If the ball's not moving in any direction, So for that, and it's just a spectator sport for them.
and
That's why
the
that's why I hate
NAFO.
them so much. It's
The
just a
NAFO
spectator.
is what we would call in German the typical Bayern Munich fans, like this the glory hunters. And as soon as the glory isn't there anymore, they will leave. I mean, that's basically most of Bayern Munich's fan base, like yeah. And this is that's exactly the
Whatever the
same.
hot topic of the day is, exactly. They
Exactly,
can just
exactly.
co-opt and latch on to, and
And they will move
score
on to
points.
they will move on to Taiwan and China the next if this is getting hot.
I've
And then
never heard of any of these people. So, like all the biggest Ukrotards, I've never heard of them before this war. Like, at least I understand where the crazy Ukrainians are coming from. It's their country, okay? It's their Sala Empire dream. Fine. But, like, again, it's like the people on their side that have, I don't know, they have these like multi-hundred thousand, followers. They're all people that have completely made an entire, like, basically career and identity on the back of this war. And the truth is, none of them, like, I mean, very few exceptions, like 99.9 bring nothing to the equation. I'm even, if you even consider the fact that, like, okay, somebody that's raising money is at least doing something for Ukraine, most of them really aren't doing anything. I mean, they're giving some nominal amount of money to, like, fit in on these weird fucking bidding things they do and all this other nonsense. Yeah, I mean, but it's just like, it's just like Pokemon cards or Beanie Babies or what, big or Bitcoin in its heyday. Whatever's hot. That's just what they'll jump on. I mean, it's none of these people have ever given a fuck about Ukraine a day before what happened, and it's not like there wasn't a million other things going on in the world before that. It's not like this was some kind of really turning moment in world affairs where everything was so quiet and peaceful, and then all of a sudden Russia does something completely unprecedented that's never happened in the history of the last 300 years. I've never seen, like there was never any like brigaded effort to support, like, isn't that interesting? There was never any brigaded effort to support, like, the war in Afghanistan or Iraq. Really, there were like big media efforts, but never like what Ukraine had going on. But I guess a lot of that can be attributed to efforts in Ukraine to make that happen.
guys, that was a funny space. Actually, I laughed a lot. That's awesome. Sometimes you just have to laugh. Thank you, 333, 333. That was hilarious, man. I love that.
No problem, guys. But unfortunately, this one is gonna end up about right now because it's 4:04, and I'm supposed to at least try pretend that I can sleep. Have a nice evening, day, whatever you are, and we'll see each other probably at the end of the week for the third part of this. And also, as I propose to do this with another member of Team War Criminal, we are going to look at the potential for Africa, which is Ugandar from the north. Have a nice evening, guys, and see you next time. Bye bye.
Thanks as always, Lisa.
No problem.